Welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call today, March 9th, 2026. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today. Did you miss us? Well, we're back. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland, into the far right, JD. Hoag, JD, how you guys doing this morning?
Go ahead, Hoag. We're live.
Hey, good morning. Great to be back with everybody, as always. Great to see you, Jay. Great to see you, JD. And as always, great to see all of you. Glad to be back in the seat. Looking forward to some very interesting things in these markets these days. And let's see what we can ferret out of this, folks. Watch yourselves. Levels don't matter much on days like today. So we will see how these markets play out. JD, how are you, man?
Excellent. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Great to be back. A little vacation last week for most of the Topstep team. But we are here, shaking off the dust, ready to go. Man, we had some action last night. That is for sure. How are we feeling about getting into some trades this morning?
We're feeling good. We're feeling good. Comment of the day so far from John Jones. My daughter just walked in and said, "Isn't that music a little dramatic? What are you watching, the Avengers?" We are the Avengers of the markets, John Jones, and we're going to take a look at this crude oil, this gold trade to open up the market. Gold opens up at 8:20 Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We'll take a look at a 1 minute opening range trade. Gold, honestly, with the volatility that we saw last night, was probably the least volatile of the markets.
I know, right?
I think we take it right now. It's kind of flat. What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I'm into it.
Yeah. Everybody's focused on other places now, so might be a good one.
Mm-hmm. I'm ready to go. I've got the 1 minute micro crude contract up. 1 minute chart, micro contract. I've got the ladder up. Hang on, let me maximize these charts for everybody. Here we go.
Micro gold, right, Shady?
Micro gold. Did I say crude?
Yeah.
Shaking off the dust. Shaking off the dust. Here we go.
Crude's at the front of everyone's mind right now also, so.
It is. Man, what a moving crude last night. We're going to talk about that in just a little bit. We got some news to share. Quite a bit happening overnight. Saw decent moves in equities too. We were worried a little bit about price limits in the equities, but did make a little bit of a comeback. So not much to worry about there anymore. Still pretty far away from those CME price limits.
5106.40. Gold is officially open for business. We're going to take a look at that 1 minute opening range. Wait for a candle close outside of the first minute's range. We'll take a long if it's above the high, short below the low. Seeing a little bit of a push right now here in gold to the upside.
Just a little bit.
Hoag, do you have a preference on direction here?
Not really. I mean, there's good reasons for both sides. We're below value. We're testing to value low right now. If we can't reaccept inside of value from Friday, then I can see us kind of rolling over and taking another look down to the weekly kickoff low, which is 50.57, which we did take a look below last night. I could see either way, to be honest with you. Seeing a 65 tick opening range so far. That's in the big contract.
Yep. Just about 65 ticks and yeah, right at 65 ticks in the micro also. So look for that 1 minute confirmation. Close outside of our opening range bar. We'll put a position on. See what happens. We got about 30 seconds for this confirmation bar.
It is looking like a little bit more liquid today than we've seen in recent days. That to me is a good thing. A little bit more liquidity. Still some spaces between the best bid and offer, but at least we're seeing more than one or two on each bid and each offer. We're seeing 3s, 4s, sometimes 5s, 6s.
I didn't really watch the ladder too much late last week, so I couldn't speak to the liquidity in this market going into the end of the week. But it does look a little more liquid today. You're right, Hoag. No confirmation on that on a trade here just yet. trading towards that upper end of the opening range. Breaking out a little bit to the upside. Maybe we'll get a signal here.
Looks like it
And
wants to
trader in
take
the
out this
chat
high.
just did. And trader in the chat wishing a happy birthday to his son Connor. Happy birthday, Connor.
Happy birthday,
Welcome
Connor.
to Topstep TV.
Happy birthday.
Traded right to that high, same tick,
Yep.
and rejected for now. Gonna wait for that 1 minute candle confirmation. We'll see. You got 10 seconds on this 1 minute candle here. If we get a close outside, we'll be long above the high, but looks like we're closing back in the middle of the range here. So we'll wait another minute. JD, while we wait, let's go over that economic calendar. Anything that we have to look out for on the calendar today?
Yes. Today, not much happening. We've got some Treasury buyback announcements and typical 3 and 6 month bill auctions later on this morning. Tomorrow, we've got existing home sales, CPI on Wednesday. We're going to get a little update on inflation. And of course, EIA petroleum status report on Wednesday also. Thursday, housing starts and permits, international trading goods, jobless claims, quarterly services survey. Quite a bit happening on Thursday. That's usually your heavy economic calendar day of the week. And of course, EIA natural gas report on Thursday. Friday is also a big day. Durable goods, GDP, PCE number, personal consumption expenditures, or personal income and outlays. We got consumer sentiment and the JOLTS report. So we've got some more jobs data coming out. Oh, don't forget about that Baker Hughes rig count. That could be an important number this week. We're going to see how many open active oil and gas rigs there are here in North America. The way we're seeing crude oil fly around, it could turn into a significant number. You know, we talk about it quite a bit, and we have a laugh about it once in a while, but it's possible that this number turns into something.
There we go. It doesn't matter until it does, so keep an eye on that Friday Baker Hughes rig count. Hogue, we are getting ready to potentially get into a trade here, but we got to make sure we do our homework first. Let's go through that checklist to make sure we are prepared for the trading day.
Absolutely. Got to do your homework. That's what we're doing here. It's all about context, risk management, and patience, folks. So you've got to do your market research. Take a look at your charts. What are you going to be looking at? Take a look at what you're going to be basing some of those trades off of. Of course, you've got your morning checklist. You've got to make sure that you are fed, that you have your coffee, that you've done your meditation, that you've walked the dog or taken your walk in the morning, and to stay nice and hydrated, of course. And then your mindset check. Mindset is everything in trading. If you're not in the right frame of mind to trade, it will affect your decision-making process. Make sure you are in the right mindset for trading. Happy traders make better traders. Smiles, everyone smiles. Trade entry checklist. What are your hypotheses? What are you seeing that the market can do or might do? And if that doesn't work, what's your secondary and third hypothesis? Be ready for those trades and write those trades down. Do your journaling through the day, and at the end of the day, of course, review those trades, review your emotions, review your journal, of course, and of course, part of your post-market checklist should be watching At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. That is your Top Step Daily checklist. Make sure you do your homework or you don't get to play. That will go on your permanent record.
Thank you for that,
Well, guys,
Hogue. Do you get long?
We did just get into a trade there. 5111.1. We're right there right now. We're right on top of our entry price. 5111.10. Got a CYA down at 5103.60, taking about $150 worth of risk on this trade.
Long 2, JD?
Long a pair. 2 micro gold. 5111.10. Right on top of our entry price right now. Triggered a long signal with that 724 candle. Close above the opening range. So we are in the market.
103.60 is the CYA.
103.60 CYA.
All right. Awesome.
Let's get to settlement.
And we're off.
Let's do it.
Man, I love that.
Let's get to settlement. 51.58.70s would be a nice trade there. Before we get into these gold charts and the higher time frame charts, JD, we got some news on jobs data that we had last week. What do we got?
Sure, Friday we got that February jobs report. The Labor Department's latest jobs report delivered an unpleasant surprise on Friday, and crude oil prices climbed to their highest reading in more than 2 years amid the ongoing Iran war. Karen Kafa is in Washington with the latest on the economic uncertainty and what it means for consumers next. A little bit on jobs, a little bit on crude. Run it.
Hiring took an unexpected downward turn in February, with businesses frozen by a cold snap across a number of states and months of economic uncertainty.
We now know that the labor market has essentially stalled. We're in a situation where it is across all sectors, we're not seeing jobs being added.
The U.S. economy lost 92,000 jobs during February, according to the Labor Department. Economists had expected some growth. The unemployment rate ticked up to 4.4%. The healthcare sector, which has stoked recent overall job growth, lost 28,000 jobs in February, much of that attributable to a nurses' strike in California and Hawaii that's expected to reverse in March. Leisure and hospitality shed 27,000 jobs. Manufacturing lost 12,000 and construction lost 11,000.
The numbers reflect what I'm hearing from people at home, that the economy is not working for them.
Now, rapidly rising oil and gas prices are ramping up pressure on businesses and consumers.
The nature of gas prices is really interesting because as oil prices rise, those increases fall through to consumers basically immediately.
Crude oil prices continued their climb Friday amid the Iran conflict, and gas prices have reached their highest average levels of either of President Donald Trump's presidential terms. Trump, in a phone interview with CNN Friday, said the rise is short term. Even before the spike in gas prices, retail sales declined unexpectedly in January, the Commerce Department said Friday, raising other concerns about consumer spending, a major driver of U.S. economic growth. In Washington, I'm Karen Kafa.
We've got another update on crude oil in just a little bit too, but yeah, quite a few moving parts of these markets right now.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are. Those job numbers did not look good, and the markets responded to them. Pretty heavy sell-off Friday, and then we saw what happened in the overnight session. We'll take a look at that, but before we get into the oil or equities, Hogue, let's take a look at gold. Where might we be heading on the higher time frame? I got your mute fee, Hogue. Don't worry about it.
And we got a mute.
I left that chip there. All right. So gold monthly starting on Mondays. We've been expecting the metals markets to find some sort of area of balance to bring some of that liquidity back in, and I believe that is what is currently happening. Monthly we've looked both sides of a pretty much static weekly kickoff level. It's making small changes from week to week, but let's take a look at the weekly chart. We took a look below the weekly kickoff last night, 50.57. A little bit of rejection below that level, but this is doing what we feel like the metals market should do. It's finding an area where two-sided trade can begin to occur, and we could bring that liquidity back into the market. And I believe that is happening. On Friday, here's the daily chart. On Friday, we lost about 1,700 in open interest. So the open interest largely inert. Volume also remains pretty low day over day in most of these metals markets. So the market is really doing what it should be doing. Here's that January 30th bar. We've been kind of centering and kind of finding buyers below the halfway mark of that level, kind of looking at it here at about 50.90 approximately. So really we haven't seen any daily closes below that level. So the market's been trying to push lower, been probing to the downside, finding some shorter time frame buyers down below those levels. And again, I mean, just looking at the volume, it has been very, very low ever since the big breakdown. The market is doing what it's like. I mean, you can't really say a market should do anything, but after a breakdown of this magnitude, you've got to figure the market is going to try and find the area where people are comfortable trading it again. Part of the issue with the volume being so low is a lot of people have been scared out of it. And as the market settles and as the market kind of becomes a little bit more normalized, if you can use normalized as in a market, we're going to see, some more range bound, possibly some more reasonable opportunities, more reasonable risk, and some blood come back into these markets. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily that sticks out to you?
50% of the 3-day sell-off that we had, Hogue, is 50.25. Low of the session right now, 50. What do we get down to? 50.21.20. So that 50% mark is still holding. We can see early last week, we tested that level as well. We're finding buyers there. The structure is still holding to the upside, but like you said, it's in balance right now over the past 4 days or so. Right now, we're sitting right at the 20-day moving average, 51.14. I like this trade that we're in. And why I was liking settlement as a potential test is because it feels like we already got the necessary pullback below that weekly kickoff level into that 50.25 area. And now the market kind of trading back up. But we'll see. I think if you're going to trade the metals, it's been identify extremes of a range and take your opportunity there. With that being said, there's still $168 daily ATR in gold. So far today, we had $185 range. So there's opportunity. It could feel like a trend in the middle of the range just because these ranges are so big. So there's opportunity in it. It's just not major breakout opportunity. I know last week it looked like in the beginning of the week we were maybe going to make a run to all-time highs, but like you mentioned already, Hogue, the volume still it's coming back, but it's not where it was. And I think we need a lot more volume to maybe break that all-time high. So for now, we stay in the middle of the range.
You need more volume. All right. Take a quick look at the 30 so we can see what we're looking at here. So Friday was, pretty much almost an inside day from Thursday, testing these weekly kickoff lows rather consistently. And the fact that we keep holding those levels leads me to believe that yes, we are in short time frame control, and you can see that in the volume. You can see that in some waffling open interests. So the market is really seeking normalization again. These ranges have been very big, so there has been some really good opportunities. Just manage your risk, trade smaller. As far as this morning is concerned, do we have any real overnight inventory? If we do, I would have to say it's probably a little bit to the short side. Here's where we opened last night, and we are trading lower, but we are coming into value. So this yellow line right here is value low from Friday. We opened below it, and we've driven right into it. So if we continue to see the market spending time, maybe bringing some volume above that level, I could see this market getting back up to settlement or even value high from yesterday, which would bring us up to 51.76. Is that possible? Of course, anything is possible. We just got to see how this market treats, as the day goes on. As long as we hold above that value area low from Friday, 51.12, let's just call it loosely that. And I like the fact that we're long this, and we do have a pretty decent opportunity for continuation. As far as the bigger picture, we're kind of near the lows of the current area of balance. Balance to breakout rules do apply. We've got some work to do before we're going to be able to see any breakouts or any failures of breakouts, almost kind of similar to the failure of the breakout to the downside that occurred last night. Overnight inventory did get very short. We've kind of reconciled a lot of it, and we're inside range and attempting to reestablish acceptance in value from yesterday. So really that's to me the big question is, are we going to stay in value? Are we going to reject value and look for prices lower? All the moving averages are in play. We've got the 200, we've got the 100, we've got the 50, we've got the 20 session, and we've got VWAP relatively flat as far as any slope is concerned. So market is continuing to seek balance, and it will eventually find it for the time being. Jay, what are you thinking here on the 30?
On the 30, I think we need to see some price acceptance above 51.23. as more volume comes in for the session. We do have that 200 moving average you mentioned, Hogue, 51.46 there. I like this long. I like the long that we're in. Like you said, we had the candle that made the low, 30-minute candle that made the low. Highest volume 30-minute candle of the day. We held that high, which is 50.94.40. I think I'm bullish above that 50.94 area. With this trade that we're in specifically, the angle of VWAP, you know, I would love to see it start to tick higher, which means more volume, more buying is coming in to the upside. Current situation, I wouldn't be surprised at range bound market, right? And to come back down and test these 50.94s. But we'll see here. As more volume comes in, you know, during the equity open, we'll see that volume step in as well. If they can get VWAP to trade above 50.23, and I really like the 200 moving average settlement test potential for gold today. To the downside, I don't know that I would be looking much lower than 50.94 unless we see some volume below there as well.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, the profile on Friday was basically a normal variation, but there was some hint of double distribution. So if we're going to kind of complete any repair of Friday's profile, I can certainly see us getting up to 51, 52, the kind of volume point of control in the upper distribution of volume. So we're going to see how this plays out, of course. One thing that I don't think we mentioned this morning, yeah, we had the time change here in the US. So if you're not part of the time change crew, it may seem a little strange that we are here at this time. So just remember the time change. I guess Europe is going to take a couple of weeks before they change into whatever time zone it is. I forget if it's daylight savings or daylight wasting time, whichever one it is. So you know the Euro close is going to be at 11:30 today. I believe that's how it goes.
Right.
So a little bit of time, a little bit of changes as far as time is concerned. Just make sure you're aware of that. And that's what we've got for gold. A lot of gold traders in Europe.
Hey guys,
Stuff.
real quick, just an update on this trade that we're in. I saw buying pressure start to peter out just a little bit, so I peeled one off at 1R. We covered one at 51.18, 60, 51.18.6. So we are a
All right.
long one. We could get back into this at a better price if we want, but yeah, I was just looking at some market generated information and covered one.
Good stuff,
Right.
JD.
Awesome.
So now it's a free trade.
Free trade, yes.
Yeah.
There we go.
Just to kind of put this out there, I mean, in very small ways, I'm seeing some iceberging coming in to the long side, actually. Long bids being placed, being hit by sell market orders, and price overall holding up. The
Mhm.
delta's negative 110 right now, but only in the upper part of this profile am I starting to see some of that volume and some of those bids being placed and replaced here. Not, you know, that's no guarantees of anything, but it does appear that we've attracted possibly some deeper hands buyers up here. We will see, though. We will see.
We shall see. We're going to take a look at the S&P in a little bit. Callum Collins in the chat says, no such thing as a free trade. No, Callum, you might be right about that.
True.
You might be
True.
right about that. Costs us mental capital, if anything, right? All right. Let's, do we want to go over silver? Or do we want to just get right into the S&P?
We got some time. Let's talk silver for just a few minutes.
Let's take a
Let's hit
look.
it real quick.
Yeah, do that.
Quick look.
Let's do that. Silver. So again, starting on the monthly, you're not going to see a whole bunch of difference here between the monthly from last week to this week. We're still trying to find balance in two-sided trade. Here's the weekly chart: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, 6 weeks, largely between an extreme upper and extreme lower. Volume again has been an issue. It has been very, very low. Let's look at this on the daily chart. And we did see a little bit of spike in volume at the beginning of last week, but it didn't really change much as far as the area of balance that we're in. Now Jay's got the upper and lower extreme of the breakdown here, and on my chart I've got that halfway around 93.60. Very loosely, of course, everything is a zone, especially when there's volatility in the market. But Gold, silver has been doing a pretty good job of finding equilibrium where buyers and sellers are comfortable to, transacting business, but we have not brought in the shorter time frame traders back into this market. Maybe even some of the longer term traders have taken their profits or taken their lickings, and they are waiting to get in here and start ticking again. On the daily, we are day 1, 2, 3, with maybe 4 or 5 days in range and in balance. Balance is shrinking. Jay, what do you think?
Uh, Balance for sure here, Hogue. Much different than gold, where gold did trade the upper 50% of this sell-off range. Silver tried it for a couple of days, but really didn't have the volume to stay above there. So right now, another one sitting at the 20 moving average. Different than gold here, the 20 is below the 50 in this case. Still hasn't broken that higher time frame upward structure completely, but I think in order for silver to really get out of here, we really need to see some volume coming in. We're seeing it in gold somewhat. In silver, that's not the case. I'd have to take a look at those smaller silver contracts to see if the volume is being split amongst those. But this is definitely range-bound market for now. I would look anywhere up near $89, $90 for potential sellers up there. There's still opportunity in it. I think it trades technically really well, but you have to be very small trading this market if you're going to do it.
Yeah, I'm looking for that silver. Let's say, wow, 114,000 contracts traded on Friday.
The 100 ounce?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh no,
Well, that's the way. Or the big contract.
no, my bad. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. 11,582 traded on Friday. I was looking at the micros, but volume is building there. I wouldn't say it's necessarily splitting too much off of the big contract here, but let's take a look at the 30. All right. So first thing I notice when I look at the 30-minute is how balanced it's been for the last 5 days, and how every moving average is in play and starting to braid overall. I mean, you've got the 200, you've got the 100, you've got the 50, you've got the 20, and they're all very, very close together. So this is obviously a market that has found an area of balance. So balance to breakout rules are going to apply for me today. We've got VWAP sloping a little bit higher. Overnight inventory, however, we would say would be a little bit flat. So reconciled inside range, inside value. I'm going to try and stay patient. Here's value low for today on this platform is showing at 83.22. Value area high on this platform is showing at 85.13. And we're right in the middle of it. So I'm going to try and stay patient today. Better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. There's plenty of weaknesses in structure above price and below price. Looking at the extremes, let's look at 86.75 as the upper extreme. Let's look at 79.40 as the lower extreme, and anything in the middle is range bound activity. Jay, what are you seeing on this 30-minute chart?
Exactly that, Hogue. We are sitting at the 200 moving average, right around there. I know you said all the moving averages are kind of in that area, but what I'm seeing is volume not trading above it for right now. And we had very similar price action Friday, right? We had volume trade above the 200 moving average. Price trade above the 200 moving average. Volume didn't, and eventually we sell off. Can volume reclaim 83.72s? Is my question. 82.80 is VWAP right now. That 200 moving average 83.72. If volume does trade above it, then I like that upper extreme of the range you were talking about, 86s to 87s. But if not, I could potentially see rejection at 85s and fall right back into the range here. It's been range bound over the past, what is this now, 5 days or so. So could we get a breakout day? I think the metals, with everything else going on, the metals have been somewhat tame, which I don't know if that's surprising or not, but Yeah, we're in this range for now. I wouldn't be looking at an extreme breakout. We're seeing breakouts in other places.
The volatility hawks are certainly looking somewhere else right now.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
looking at, so, if that's why they've kind of left this alone and left it behind a little bit, it makes sense to me. It's like, if you're looking at one thing and something over here is going, hey, look over here. Hey,
Right.
look over here. Look over here. So, the volatility hawks are certainly looking at something else. We'll see how that plays out. Jay, thank you very much. That is what we're looking at for silver here this morning.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. JD, we're going to get into the S&P. You want to give us an update on that gold trade and then stocks overnight?
Yes, gold trade. We are still in it. We're back to our entry price on this gold trade right now. Last print 51.11 half, 51.11.50. Again, we're long from 51.11.10. So we have taken the risk off on this trade. We peeled one off, sort of near the highs, and worst case scenario, we're a scratch. But the goal of these opening range breakout trades is to sort of take as big of a piece out of the move as possible. We're trying to predict the high or low for the day based on that opening range. Seeing some selling pressure coming in right now, though. Again, risk-free trade, though. We'll continue to let it play out, I should say.
Awesome
All right,
stuff. Thanks,
overnight.
JD.
What happened overnight? Stocks in Asia closed low overnight. Hang Seng Index down 1.35%. The Nikkei closed down 5.2%. Pretty big move in the Nikkei overnight. And the Shanghai Composite was down 0.67%. Stocks in Europe currently trading lower this morning. You've got the DAX down 1.27%, the FTSE down 0.99%, Stock 600 down 1.36%, and the CAC 40 down 1.79%. US dollar index 99.292, up about quarter of a percentage point. The VIX above 30, 31.54 last in the VIX, up 7%. Going into the open, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note resting gently at 4.171%. There's your overnight update. All right, guys, let's get into these S&P charts, and then we'll talk some crude oil.
All right. We are in rollover.
Oh, I meant
Looking
to
like
bring that up.
probably next.
Sorry, Hogue, I did see that in the chat. Last trading day for the March contract is March 20th. Not this Friday, but next Friday. So the roll will be in full effect this week and next week. Thank you.
Yes. Switch day will, with great likelihood, be a week from tomorrow. Next Tuesday will probably be switch day when we will be moving our volume from the March contract into June. So a week from tomorrow, next Tuesday. As far as the monthly, we are really just in the front half of this month, and we do have a rollover, but market is kind of showing us that it is still in an area of range and imbalance. Last night, or earlier this month, it looks like we did take a look, at below the or to the extreme of this area of balance. We've looked above the extreme of this area of balance. And so far, we haven't been able to see any kind of major breakout outside of it. Let's take a look at the weekly. So it is today. Last night, we looked below the weekly kickoff low, 66.25. We're also playing with the 5% off the all-time high. We are not the only ones that are watching this. We have our 50-session simple moving average below, the 100-session, the 200-session. They're all well below on the weekly chart. Taking a look at the daily chart now. All right. So here is that big 200-session simple moving average. We've been holding above it for quite a long time. I think the last close below it was back here sometime in May of 25. And we're finally got a nice close, a nice open below it. It is the high of the session, overnight session so far. The market has taken a look below the weekly kickoff low so far, finding rejection at that level so far. And you're going to see on the 30-minute when the market broke below that 5% off the all-time high, it became relatively resistant in the short time frame. As far as everything else here on the 30-minute chart, open interest yesterday, well, that would be Friday, We lost 6,800, indicating some long liquidation came into the marketplace. Volume is usually a little bit better on down days, which it has been, which kind of runs as a trait, if you will, of the equities, but nothing tremendous as far as volume or major changes in open interest and like new sellers coming in. We still have some price action to the downside before I feel as though we are going to start to freak out the the institutions and the investors in those institutions. They're going to start calling their people and saying, get me out, get me out. But I think we've got a little bit of space before anything like that happens. And with this excess on the low on the daily chart, if this excess remains, auctions die in excess. We'll see how that plays out. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily chart?
On the daily here, Hogue, I know I've been saying it pretty much all year so far, but does this feel like the beginning of 2025 to anyone else? Here's the daily chart. This is 2025 though, and very similar to what you were saying there, Hogue. We're under the 200 moving average, 5% off the all-time high. This is March 4th, 2025. And if you look at one of those directory maps in the mall, this is like the "you are here" thing, just the 2026 version of it. 5% off the all-time high, under that 200 moving average, which is the high of the session. Completely different catalyst for what we got, in 2025, but still some uncertainty in this market. And I think this is a necessary pullback that we're seeing in the markets here. We are trading. We did trade below the low of that October 10th candle. We're still in that candle, right? Trading in the lower extreme of it. But yeah, this looks pretty heavy with that gap down. And trade into the lower extreme. I don't know how much room there is left today, but of course, I also don't know the uncertainties of the market, right? What might come out here. Daily ATR, Hogue, 108 points. We're pretty much at that right now, 117 points. So could this be the range for the entire day? It could be. I know, and shout out to JD giving us these prices. Last night, it did look like we were potentially heading for circuit breakers. 6407 is that price in the S&P. I think we're okay with that for now. I don't know. We took a poll last week with Jack, and he said, "Do we see a circuit breaker at some point this year?" Last night looked like it was going to be the potential for that, but I think we're in the clear for that right now. So the range may be set for the day, big enough range for us to find opportunities in.
All right, let's take a look at the 30. As far as yes, we do have a weekend gap. Where does that gap close? I believe that's right at the 50% of that October 10th candle. Market opened below that 5% off the all-time high and right back to it and found sellers there again, found sellers there again. You can't tell me we're the only ones looking at this. Periods of volatility, levels often get ignored or rejected, or the market just walks right through them. And this market is still showing that it's largely in short time frame control. I don't think that we've really rattled the longer time frame here yet. Weekly kickoff low is a level that might begin to happen. So when we look at the high on Friday, it's the exact low from Thursday. Well, this is still shorter time frame, kind of mechanical selling up against there. It keeps working. You're going to keep doing it until it doesn't. And so, that exactness of Thursday's low, Friday's high indicates it's still short time frame traders. And there wasn't a big change in open interest. Again, we lost 6,800 in open interest, on Friday. So it's not a big change. It almost looks like it was short covering more than long liquidation. Short covering takes buying power temporarily out of the markets, but if we can't hold above this 5% off the all-time high, if we can't hold above this 50-session simple moving average, I can certainly see getting another test of weekly kickoff low or to points lower. But again, if we do recover this and we start trading into points higher, then we might end up with an excess low on the daily chart, which could be a reversal. We don't know. There's a lot of uncertainties in the marketplace geopolitical uncertainties, all the employment numbers weren't good. PCE's coming out later on this week. There's a lot to anticipate as well. So does the fact that it's rollover and that there's a lot to anticipate as far as numbers coming out later in the week keep us from making any major market state changes? We'll have to see how that plays out. And my thought would be, my first hypothesis is for this market to kind of recover some of the repair that was created last week, find an area for two-sided trade to occur, and await for new information. Of course, that new information can come in a heartbeat if something were to change overseas and geopolitically. But seeing that this is largely shorter time frame control, I don't think we're in for any circuit breakers anytime soon. Now, that said, market likes to make a liar out of me. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30-minute chart?
On the 30, and just to clarify, that 6407 price was 5% off of settlement. That is not the circuit breaker price, but that is where Topstep would start to liquidate positions. So 6407 again. If we even get that close, Hogue, I don't know how many times we're going to mention it, but we'll mention it for sure. So make sure you stay tuned into Topstep TV. But like Hogue said, I don't think we're in danger of that right now. But hey, anything can happen. What I'm seeing, Hogue, the first 30 minutes from last night, the high that range 64. What do we got here? 66.93. The low 66.12. I think we're gonna need a lot of energy to trade outside of this range. So we'll see for now. Big gap down. The S&P is still down. I think, just about 1%. I think we need a ton of energy to trade out of this range, especially if it's going to be to the downside. So I'd be patient here, trading in the middle of this range. We got VWAP lower than price right now, 66.43. Still in this first 30-minute range. So I see patience for here. Again, we tagged that October 10th low, which we haven't done in a very long time in the S&P. So, right now I'm seeing patience, wide enough range to trade, but I don't have a bias in either direction, which I think is a good thing. I'll let the market decide where it wants to go, and then my job is to follow it.
There you go. I think what Jay is saying, we need more sellers if we're going to see this market continue this push to the downside.
Absolutely.
Need more sellers. Thank you, Jay. Back to you,
Thank
Jay.
Thank you, guys. It's almost 8 o'clock.
shortly.
We're going to take a look at this crude oil opening range breakout trade. We'll look at the 1-minute chart. Let me switch over to the 1 minute. We've got some crude news, too. Gas prices are surging as the war with Iran intensifies in the last week. The average price for a gallon of regular gasoline jumped 16%, according to AAA. Jen Sullivan explains the economic impact of this war and what drivers can expect at the pump in the coming days and weeks.
Tankers and oil depots in Tehran surrounded in thick, dark smoke Sunday, following a series of overnight U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. This was one of Iran's largest fuel storage facilities, and it's the latest example of how the war in Iran is disrupting the global oil supply.
This could end tomorrow. This could go on for another couple of months.
Mason Hamilton with the American Petroleum Institute says as long as this violence continues, gas prices will remain high. Sunday, prices for a gallon of regular gas jumped to $3.45. That's 47 cents higher than last week, according to AAA, and drivers are feeling the pain at the pump.
It's ridiculous. I'm just barely, trying to get by with, putting 20 in, but that's not going to last all week.
This time-lapse graphic shows how traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has slowed dramatically since this war began, as vessels worry about escalating violence. Roughly 20 million barrels of oil pass through this key waterway every day. That's roughly 20% of the world's oil supply.
Gas prices likely continue advancing. Oil prices will likely keep climbing until that oil can move again.
The Trump administration, though, says they're not concerned about the surge in gas prices.
We want it back below $3 a gallon, and it will be again before too long.
Diesel prices are also surging, up 84 cents a gallon from last week. Many experts say that could have a stronger impact on the global economy since trucks rely on diesel to transport goods. I'm Jen Sullivan reporting.
And we saw a heck of a reaction to that news in the crude oil
Man,
market overnight, almost hitting $120 a barrel.
yes,
No
we
signal
did.
In
yet
a
on
long
this opening.
time.
Oh, by the way, update on the gold trade. We did get stopped on that final contract. Gold ran to the downside, but no harm, no foul there. Basically a scratch on the day. No signal on that confirmation candle in crude, but we're getting some selling right now. Tell us everything we need to know about crude oil, guys, in the next couple minutes, please.
Right. Well, starting on the monthly, it's been since 2022 that we've seen price basically over $100. I mean, uh, we traded right up to that high last night, and we started to see a little bit of selling coming off here. This is a monthly chart. This was quite the big move over the last couple of days, and quite the pull off that high. Here's the weekly chart. Of course, we know the big breakout has been occurring for a couple of stages, and last week we saw the big breakout to the upside. Did we see a bunch of open interest? Well, we did on Friday. Here's on the weekly chart. We've looked above the weekly kickoff high. So far, we've seen rejection up there. On the daily chart, we do have a weekend gap that we'll see if we can get that filled. On Friday, one of the biggest bars we've seen, and some of the highest volume we've seen in quite some time. We added 31,000 new contracts and open interest, so that is definitely new buying coming in. That is hedgers, new speculators to the long side. Whatever it is, it was good volume and a big jump in open interest. So the auction certainly performed very well on Friday, and it seems to be in a continuation mode, at least for now, with the weekend gap that we've got here. Jay, anything sticking out to you on the daily chart here, my friend?
On the daily, Hogue, obviously this market has, just kind of exploded to the upside. So the daily ATR is now above $5, and it's doubled. That daily ATR has doubled in the past week or so. So if you're trading oil, understand that you're trading extreme volatility and headline-driven markets. And because this is a commodity, right? There are a bunch of people who are looking for oil to not be above $100. So I would be on headline watch for anything that has the potential to reverse this move as well. Again, it's kind of hard to be short crude oil right now, but was this a blow off top that we're seeing, right? And this is an $18 wick that we're seeing in crude oil right now. $18 was, a yearly range a year ago. So,
Huh.
very
Wow.
interesting. Yeah. Probably even more than a yearly range, right? I think last year, we could measure that real quick. Yeah, last year's range was $16 about. So this wick alone
Wow.
is last year's range. Was that a blow off top? We saw something similar the last time we were up here. You see this wick on the monthly candle, and then we kind of base around for a little bit. So I'd be cautious trading oil right now. Again, we're not the only ones looking at oil being above $100, and there are market participants that do not want this up here. Our president being one of them. Again, I would pay attention to those headlines. Can those headlines change this market? Maybe, maybe not. But I'd be cautious being extremely bullish crude oil up here. Of course, anything can happen though.
Jay, that's crazy. I mean, last night's bar was bigger than the whole year.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. This is
Just the wick.
Just the wick.
Yeah.
Just the wick. This is crazy. All right. So how does that tell us how are we going to be able to find levels to trade against that we're going to be able to respect? If we are able to even find those levels that we may be able to expect, maybe price to respect them. Man, oh man, you've got to trade small, and you've got to have some big stops in this. I mean, this is an extremely volatile market. Just looking at that, just the wick is bigger than a whole year's range. That's crazy. That is insane. So we do have the weekend gap. Overnight inventory isn't really all that deep, though. I mean, we opened last night here, and we're trading basically right there. So all of this, just excess at the highs, is that going to be our blow off top? Is that going to be our excess? Are we going to what I would really like to see is for us to range inside of the overnight range from yesterday, and then have a gap lower tomorrow to create an island top reversal pattern, and we could see that, we could see this market technically be set up for a pushback to the downside, which of course I know everybody would truly appreciate. And there's a lot of weak structure down below in this market. I know this looks very complicated, but so we've got the weekend and session gap. We've got another session gap from Thursday to Friday. We've got another session gap from Wednesday to Thursday. We've got naked POCs, naked points of chill, comfort level areas, a go-go down below price here, and it just keeps going with session gaps, naked points of control, session gaps, naked points of control. So there is a lot of weak structure below this market. It's going to matter when it matters. So much of when that is going to matter has so much to do geopolitically overseas and how we can get crude oil moving around again. When is that going to happen? I wish I knew, because then I could tell everybody and we could kill it, but nobody knows. Keep your ears and eyes peeled. Of course, we will have our eyes on the ditch for everybody, but this market is big, mean, and scary. If you're going to trade it, be ready for it. Jay, what do you think on the 30-minute chart?
On the 30-minute Hogue, we are in that first 30-minute range that opened up last night. That was a $13 candle, that first 30 minutes. We're trading in the lower extreme of it right now. Volume never left that range to the upside. Rejecting right near that whole number level up at 120s up there. Again, this 30-minute candle has the potential to be the range for the day. So if we trade down towards $98, is there the energy, the momentum to close the gap, get us back to settlement? We'll have to see and assess when it gets there. But another one, Hogue, where crude is a headline-driven market and it's a range-bound market until it's not. I'm not really seeing as much of a trend. Friday, we had a really nice trend to the upside, where that VWAP chose a direction pretty much from the open and just went in one direction. I'm not seeing the same thing here, right? So if I was trading crude today, I may be trading crude today. I'm going to have to wait and see here. If it does choose a direction, again, headlines can get us back up to 120 or to $90 really quick. So going to keep an eye out and an ear out to Topstep TV to what might be happening here. I think we might be in short on that opening range trade. But on the 30-minute Hogue, we're above all my moving averages, and just being patient here.
Yep. Got it. Did we do anything in the opening range? It's a pretty big opening
Nothing
range.
done yet, guys. Nothing done yet, guys. I got a little too cute with our entry. I thought we were going to get some... I thought we were going to get a bit more of a pullback and get better trade location. So I was working an offer, and it did not come to hit us. So nothing done in crude oil.
Okay. All right.
All good.
All right. Catch
Does
the
crude
next
oil
one.
have price limits? It's a good question there. I think it's only to the downside. Is that correct?
It is. It's a dynamic circuit breaker and only to the downside. No limits to the upside in crude oil. I can look that up and see where that dynamic circuit breaker would start at, though. Let me get back to you on that.
Crude right now up 10% on the day. Again, with that huge gap up, that's where most of that percentage is going to come from. At one point yesterday, it hit 30% up on the day. So this is a 20% pullback from the highs that we're seeing. Just really wild movement in crude oil. Again, everyone remembers what happened in the metals, right? These are commodities. They're not like the stock markets. They don't always have to just go up. I had a new barber ask me about crude prices last week. An Uber driver and my dad all ask about crude oil prices. So there's a lot of interest coming into this market because it is rallying, but just be careful here. They don't have to keep going up. We're going to take a look at the NASDAQ in just a little bit. But JD, before we do that, any other news we want to get to?
We'll save that last piece of news for the end. It's 8:11 in the a.m. Central Time. Let's get right into that NASDAQ. Give the people what they want. Let's take a look at those charts.
All right. Monday monthlies. Here we are. Guess where the NASDAQ traded down to? 10% off the all-time high. Took a nice look below the extreme of the balance that we're currently in last night. Took that good deep look below the weekly kickoff low 24,330 and found a bounce. Here's the weekly chart. So there's our weekly kickoff levels, and the NASDAQ, they didn't change week over week. They're still the same as last week. Now we've taken a really deep look below the weekly kickoff low. This is again the weekly chart, so we're going to still see this on the daily. And if this ends up being an excess low on the weekly chart and the daily chart, that may mean something to us. Taking a look now at the daily chart. Well, did we? Yeah, it's been doing this to me. We're seeing that on the longer time frame charts, it's looked down to this 10% off the all-time high, and on this daily chart, it's kind of flashing down there, but here it is, back above the weekly kickoff low, 24,330 in regular trading hours. There's some confluence here as well. We've got last week's low, 24,352. We've got this trend line. We are now officially have our first close in a while below that 200 session simple moving average. What did we do as far as volume is open interest is concerned? On Friday we added 1,500, so nothing tremendous. I would say somewhat inert. Volume has improved a little bit to the downside, but that's typically how things work with the downside. So we're really just watching the excess in the overnight, as well as watching weekly kickoff low for potential opportunities to limit risk. Anything else you're looking at here on the daily chart, my good friend Jay?
On the daily ATR is back above 500, 513. We are pretty close to having another candle to talk about, Hogue. But for right now, we are at the low of that October 10th candle. 24,405.75 is that price. We're trading right at the low of it right now. 10% is a correction, 20% is a bear market. Is that right?
Yeah, something like that, depending on how you look at it.
Right. So not too surprised to see where the low of the session was, right above those 24,000s, right at that 10% level. Hogue, you say it all the time, we're not the only ones looking at that. And for now, they saved it. What I'm looking at today is, do we close inside this October 10th candle, or do we close below it? 24,405 is that price.
That just adds to the confluence in this at this level. I mean, 24,404, you said there was the low of the October 10th candle. We've got the trend line. We've got last week's low. We've got weekly kickoff low. A lot of confluence in this area. It might be an interesting opportunity for you to limit risk. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and see what we can see. All right. So there is our open. We do still have a weekend gap and a session gap getting ready to be created. Here's our look down to the 10% off the all-time high. You can never tell me that we are the only ones looking at those. That's the reason I put them on these charts. When we start coming off of all-time highs, the first things I do is I start putting 5, 10, 15, 20% off the all-time high, because longer time frame traders are targeting, they're looking at those levels, and they are using those levels to adjust inventories. However, we opened, we broke, we've come all the way back. We don't have any overnight inventory with which to look for. So we're going to open pretty clean this morning as far as any short time frame inventory is concerned. So what is the longer time frame going to be doing? Well, there are, number one, they're going to be looking at rollover, and they've got a whole lot of positions to move from the front month, the March contract, into the June contract. So their focus is going to change a little bit over the next week so that they can get a cheap rollover or make money on the rollover, at the very least, not lose money on rollover. So their goal is to try and keep the market relatively range bound. There is possibly some anticipation in these markets with some of the numbers coming out, particularly the PCE number. We know that we had some softening in the employment end of things. We found that out on Friday, and we're seeing the markets kind of paying for that now. But how deep are they going to pay is the question. Is 10% off the all-time high in the NASDAQ? Sure, found some buyers down there. We leave excess on this low, that could be a reversal pattern. It all it all depends on how the longer time frame treats these price levels and how directional they're going to want to be coming into rollover. What else do we have here? Yeah, that October 10th, last week's low, weekly kickoff low, naked point of control. I mean, there's all kinds of confluence and opportunities in here to limit risk. Might be a good spot to look for an execution. Of course, this is not financial advice. Just seeing that there's a lot of things lining up in this area in the overnight range. There's a lot of things to look at and potential opportunities. And those opportunities, when I talk about them, are opportunities to limit risk. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30?
On the 30, I'm seeing an opportunity to potentially limit risk here, Hogue, if we find some volume above 24,405 when the session opens, the low of that October 10th candle. If that's the case, settlement price 24,670. Do we close the gap? 24,780 is that 200 moving average that we're still below right now. A lot of interesting levels here. Shout out to Coach Paul doing a pivot class. 24,461 is the first level of support in the NASDAQ. Obviously, we're trading below the first level of support, but if we can see some volume trading above that, then again, maybe more room to the upside here. I got to be patient trading the NASDAQ here as well. And, Hogue, the question is, I think we've been trying to figure out a catalyst to break us out of this range. And I think what last night showed was oil prices might be that thing. But if oil is starting to sell off, do we see the equities kind of bid right back into that range? Oil at $120, the NASDAQ's at 24,000. I think there was some correlation there, but right now we got oil back below 100. So do we see that correlation play the other way and we get a bid in the equities today? The one thing I will watch out for, Friday we had a ton of size trading in the NASDAQ and the S&P, right around 24,900s in the NASDAQ. We had I think it was a 600 lot on the offer. So a ton of size on the offer before this major sell-off. I would just be paying attention to whether or not those type of orders are still on the books today.
Well, call it habit or call it bias. Whenever I'm looking for a catalyst to move the equities, I'm thinking to the upside. But hey,
Yeah.
Doesn't always work out that way. Doesn't work out that way. Thank you, Jay. Thank you very much for your thoughts there. And always keeping an eye on those major candles. Just love the opportunities that those provide, and I know everybody loves them as well, Jay. So thank you very much, JD. Back to you, my friend.
What's up, guys? Quick update on those crude oil circuit breakers, dynamic circuit breakers for crude oil futures. It's not a price limit, mind you. It's more of a sort of velocity-based trading halt, meaning if the market moves too far, too fast within a certain amount of time, the CME will halt trading for a couple of seconds to allow liquidity to rebuild back in the ladder. So look for that on both sides of the market if you start seeing huge swings in crude oil today. All right. What is going on for the rest of the day here on Topstep TV, you ask? I've got the answer to that question right here. Coming up next, Fast Markets. Andre's here, Jack's here, Hogue will be sticking around for a while, and we've got Dakota back from 8:30 to 11 Central Time. Jack and I will be back for the morning highlights at 11 o'clock. We're going to go over the trades that we took here during the opening call and any trades that we might be taking during Fast Markets. 11:15, Powered Players. Coach Jay is going to be back with Diamond Hands George and Dolby Time. Group Coaching. 12 o'clock Central Time. Gabe, Deanna, and Anne Marie. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little while. Grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and we will answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. 1 o'clock Central Time. Trade with Topstep. I'm going to be back with Hoop and Gabe. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre. Our buddy Ted M is back, and Dolby Time. That'll be a great close to the trading session today. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way all day long, bell to bell, right here on Topstep TV. Let's get it.
Let's get to see the team getting ready in the back. Andre and Jack are good to go there. But JD, we got some more news on Ford.
Yeah, just a quick public service announcement. We've got a recall. Nearly 2 million Ford vehicles have been recalled. Let's run it. This recall affects certain Bronco, Edge, Explorer, Escape, as well as Lincoln Corsair and Aviator vehicles. The model years range from 2020 through 2024. Depending on the vehicle, the rear view camera will either not display while the vehicle is in reverse, or the images displayed may be inverted. Kind of weird. Both situations may increase the risk of a crash. Ford will repair the software for free once it's available. Bronco and Edge owners will be notified by mail at the end of the month. Owners of the other vehicles will be notified in mid-April. 2 million vehicles affected.
It would be,
Just thought you should know.
be kind of
Just thought
freaky
you
to
should
have
know.
your rear view camera showing you upside down. Imagine
Yeah,
trying
right?
to back a boat into the water with upside down. That would just further complicate life.
Just a little bit. Just a bit.
Quick look at Ford stock, $12.15, where it's traded pretty much that same price since 1997. Shout out to Ford. Shout out to Ford. They pay dividends though, right? They pay a dividend. All right, I think we are maybe good to go. Nothing on that crude oil trade. Crude trading $99.75 right now. There was a question about settlement price in the chat before. Each one of these markets has a settlement price. It's the price that the exchange marks the market. In simple terms, I'm looking at settlement. The market's green above settlement, red below settlement. And if you're using the Topstep daily levels indicator, it is another horizontal level on your charts. 90.90 is settlement price in the crude oil market. There we go. Anything else you guys got before we go? Hogue, I think it's time. I think it might be time.
I think it's time.
I think it's time, Hogue.
Time to do the thing.
It's time to do the thing,
All
Hogue.
right. We were working on that doing the thing dance step recently, and we're going to refine a little bit, and then we'll get the thing out there for everybody. All right. So happy to be back with everybody, and as always, thank you all for trusting us with your time. I've got the top of the chat here this morning. Tommy C here bright and early. We got Rich Quaz, we got Shubham, we got Trader Hub, we got Anastasios, we got the Justin Carroll, and yes, the Justin Carroll. Thank you. Continue, please, everybody. Keep praying for peace. Classic Dips. We got Charles Henry. We got Dan Trader, who is calling out his son Connor's birthday today. Happy birthday, Connor. We have Coog. We got John Jones, and we got Buddha Goalie. Buddha Goalie's birthdays today. I won't call you out by the number, even though you did. I saw that out there. But as always, folks, make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today and every day. Pray for peace, folks. It is time for fast markets. We are coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go to the market. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Hope we're all having productive Monday mornings. This is Topstep TV. The VIX is above 30. Oil is below 100, so things must be good. Andre, I think some people had some very good nights last night, and some people had some very bad nights, depending on what they did when oil was $119.
119 bucks.
What a night.
Yes, indeed, Jack. $30 range in oil overnight. Anyways, welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Who we got to the right there? The star of slow markets, Mr. Dakota in the house. Let's get right into it. It's got about less than 4 minutes till the opening bell. Dakota, thoughts coming into this Monday?
Yeah, I mean, Jack said it. We got crude oil almost $120 a barrel. These equities were looking really, really ugly in the middle of the night as well. I think it's down to like 24,000 there in the NASDAQ. some of those stocks was looking just as ugly. But where we covered a lot of that during the London session and this morning. Let's see what's going to happen. This really is just trade what you see. Trade what you see. This price action headlines coming out. Watch it. Watch it.
Well said, Dakota. All right, let's take a look at these prices. Last trade in the NQ, 24,400. At the ES trading 66.77. Overnight low, we were beneath 6,600. Yeah, we got to 65.84. And last trade, 66.78. Take a look at crude. All eyes on crude. Last trade, $99.66. Gold trading right around $5,100. The Dow trading 47,051. Jack, thoughts coming into this Monday, this week? Obviously, eyes on the headlines from the Middle East, but thoughts coming in here, Jack.
Yeah, I got to stay up late and trade futures overnight.
Yeah.
Not coincidentally, I think I marked this out right here. You know, the SPX or, SPY SPX is closed or whatever during this time overnight. But we bounced exactly at what would have been the 200-day simple moving average in the SPX in the spot market. Just a reminder, when you're looking at these longer term charts that are going back months and months, important to look at the spot market as well, because we are trading futures. Other important thing is, man, commodities move in a way stocks generally will not. Remember, we'll talk about this more after the opening bell, but you are not trading some like mystic oil type thing sometime in the future. You are trading 1,000 barrels of crude oil delivered to Cushing, Oklahoma in April. It can do weird things.
And yes, it can. Again, $30 range. Overnight high right around 119. Overnight low, $96. So even figuring a $30 range. All right, we got about 60 seconds till the opening bell. 50-50 on the tilt. Well, 73% long on that crude tilt. Take a look at the calendar. Nothing really. We got Trump roundtable later on in the afternoon. That'll be during power hour. It looks like it's close to the press. We have Marco Rubio speaking right now. U.S. forces are also trying to destroy Iran's navy. Again, we'll keep you up to date and posted here in real time. Dakota, you said trade what you see. Any levels, any prices of interest in the NQ?
We have that gap from overnight from Sunday night, right? That gap in the NASDAQ. That's going to be interesting if it comes into play. 24,500. We've opened up there. We came up. We tested it one time. We rejected, and we're kind of making, a cup and handle, higher lows. Anything's going to happen to this market open, but interesting to see if we try and fill any of this gap. I mean, like you said, Jack, VIX is at 31, which is
serious,
very volatile, very volatile.
Holding too. Yeah, we will talk about those gaps. Go ahead, Jack.
I got a high in the VIX of above 35. And even at the lows last night, we were only 6% off the all-time high in the SPX. And here we go.
All right, we are open. Yep. We are catching a bit of a bid here in the NQ. Anything else? NQ popped up to 24,495. We got gap fill up around 500s in the NQ. I got around 660. Okay, 500s. All right, we got close.
500s when it starts.
Okay.
660s. That zone up there.
Okay. All right, keep an eye out what's going on in crude. Crude, pretty muted open. Well, it's been open, but when that bell rings for the New York equities. All right, 99.40 last trade in crude. House account is flat, up a couple bucks. I know that we were long a couple micro gold futures. Let's take a look at micro gold trading 51.10. Call it 51.10. And here comes some more buying in the NQ. We're buying
in the middle of that gap.
ES is coming right back to where we opened in Globex last night. We tested just a few points above it, it looks like, last night before selling off again. Coming up on it now. The open was 66.98 3/4, at least in the MES.
66.98. Okay. We'll pull back in the NQ. About 30-point pullback. More buying coming in here. A little more downside pressure in crude. Crude now $98. Ooh, we're selling in crude $98.50. Last trade, so down about $1.50 here in the first couple minutes of this fast markets. We're selling in crude We'll pop in gold. Gold right back to 5,100s, call it.
Want to know more about if the government was selling any futures last night? And will they tell us if they did?
What are you referring to? Hold on.
Oh, you guys were having jolly good fun time. I was on TV last week, Wednesday through Friday, and
Yes, you were.
Bezant said that the Treasury was open or considering meddling with oil prices via the futures market.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Quite the headline.
Oh
Caught
boy.
me
Yeah,
off guard.
indeed. Quite the headline. We're selling here in crude, now closing out now in the 97 handle. Crude down about $3 in the first 2.5 minutes of this fast market. Holding bid in the NQ. They're trying to hold above 24,500. Gold trying to catch a bid as well. But right now, crude continuing to sell off. Now $97.50. Last trade.
Something that I will be monitoring closely today. I don't trade crude oil, really, but we're in really severe, some like the worst ever, backwardation. Great futures word if we still have the Series 3 test. This is the forward curve for oil. So you can see, we're currently trading what? $97. April's $93 out to, September's trading $73. If we start seeing these further out futures rally, that's where stuff could get pretty real for equities to the downside. Basically, the market is pricing in cheaper oil in the future, significantly cheaper.
Backwardation.
Backwardation.
This is contango. Now, what's contango? Saying contango in the chat. Contango is the opposite.
The opposite.
We're selling here in the Dow.
NASDAQ's holding up pretty well.
It is.
Nvidia is green. So is Palantir.
50-50 tilt. And nothing on the, again, stay locked in on these headlines. Again, very, very sensitive. The markets, pretty much all the markets are very sensitive to these headlines that we're seeing. Look, gold continue to catch a bid now, 51.14. Last trade, about 15 is about a $15 pop here. Last minute or so. And Q trying to give it another shot to the upside. 24,476.
You might be able to help me out. We need a letter writing campaign or something because every platform, whether it's iMessages, Word, they all say that backwardation is misspelled, like that it's not a word, but it is a word. It's an important thing.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It rejects it. It rejects the word.
Yeah.
It's only used in pretty much, one context.
Futures. Yeah.
Yep. All right. ES did turn around to the downside about 15 points or so. He did pop up to 66.95. Sold right back down to 66.80. And keep holding bid for now. Now looks like there's to be some selling. Lower here, about 60 points off those highs.
Yeah, NASDAQ's not really wanting to fill that gap. We've held though pretty well. So
no hurry. Tell you that.
Yeah, it's better than what I thought was possible that we might just dump at the open. So there is some strength. There is some strength in this market.
Well, pretty muted open for now. Looks like we got some more downside pressure here in crude. 97.35 last trade. And we were trading right around $100 when fast markets did begin. Here comes some selling. ES, selling NQ now.
Still holding above 30 in the VIX. Right now, one second. It's an incredibly high VIX for how long we have been in this range, and the S&P at current price levels is just 4.8% off of all-time highs. one of them is going to be wrong. We got to break out.
Yes.
Like volatility's got to come down, or we got to sell off at some point.
Oh, interesting. Nice catch there, Jack. All right, pretty slow open for now, all things considered. I don't think that will be the case for the rest of the day moving forward. So with that being said, see pin at the top of the chat. You got those Topstep daily levels. Click on that link. Take a peek at that. Those are updated and refreshed before every New York Open. Do you one better. See that indicators tab at the top of Topstep X? Type in Topstep daily levels. You will have those levels slapped overlaid right on your charts. Again, those are updated and refreshed before every New York Open. 100
Someone
points.
noted bonds are all over the place. Yeah, man, bonds are a mess right now. And that has to do with they're very tied to oil at the moment. Like all those Fed rate predictions, they don't mean anything anymore if like oil persistently stays at these levels. They were made under the assumption that we had $60 oil.
Doubled.
And it's two counteracting forces. You can make the argument the other way that's, recession is deflationary, pumping money in. Basically, tough time to trade bonds.
What about core? What about core CPI, Jack? What about it?
Don't start me.
It's ridiculous.
Should be talking super core.
Ridiculous. All right, looking a little heavier here in NQ. NQ, about 100 points lower off those new session highs that we did print.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was worried about. Not filling that gap, finding a lot of resistance up there at these upper 400s. You can see on this hourly chart, we keep rejecting that level. This was that nice level of support resistance on basically last week, March 3rd, March 2nd, end of March 2nd. So big sell-off. Is this the pullback where we just don't fill this gap and then we just get that continuation back down lower? Crude's catching a bit as well.
It is.
Watching Crude. It got down to 97 quarter. We're already up, pushing maybe back up to 99. That's a wild market. I'm going to stay away from
$30 range.
Yeah,
$30 range.
You have to worry a lot just beyond the volatility on both sides of that trade. Like, remember, we're getting close to the roll. It really can double or get absolutely punished right now. It's not entirely in your control. Even if you think it's going to go to $200, remember this is April oil. Trump could come out tomorrow and be like, we're emptying some huge amount from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. This contract's almost done. You're going to get murdered if you're long. I don't want to touch it, is what I'm saying.
Very thin on the ladder also.
A lot of people were comparing it to gold. The only positive, if there's a positive, between what we were seeing in gold and silver versus crude oil, it's a little more liquid. The difference between the bid and ask is not so insane, so that the depth of the market isn't as vaporized. There's more liquidity right there than
indeed
what we had in those pedals.
It was ridiculous. Take a look. A little bit more downside pressure here in the equities. On Q 24,398 to just print about 130 points off the lows, off the highs, I should say. Yes, 66, 65 last trade. You have a headline here from NATO. Yeah, NATO saying intercepted a missile heading to Turkey. Again, market's very sensitive to those headlines. We'll be bringing those to you here on Top Step TV. Gold right back to 5,100. $20 turnaround.
VIX is holding 31.
Yeah, if we keep on selling off, it'll stay above there for sure. Ooh, soupy in the options right now.
Soupy.
By that I mean it's just like
mush.
Volatility. Where it goes, I do not know, but it'll go a lot of places.
Yeah, I'm kind of short of these equities, but we're already down like just over 1%. But look at this hourly chart; it's just rejected.
Yeah, gold selling off.
To break through these 340s. Yeah, I wouldn't mind it.
All right, looks like we're picking up some steam. Yeah, equities picking up some steam. Oh, spoke too soon. Buying to jump right back in there. I got nothing really heavy. 73% long tilt in crude. Crude with a $2 turnaround to the upside. Now closing back in on 100 even, about 10 cents to go there.
So volatile.
It's wild, man.
Mm.
Blink.
It's almost doubled, right? Crude's almost doubled in a few weeks.
Oh yeah. We were stuck at 60 forever.
Popped up to 120.
In no time.
There goes NASDAQ.
Yeah. Gold continuing. Gold selling off. NASDAQ selling off. ES selling off. Dow, same thing there. Looking at a ES down about 30, 35 points in the last few minutes. And Q down about almost 200 points in the same time span.
Okay, I'm short one contract, the NASDAQ.
All right, what do you got?
Yeah, I got in at, let's see what price I got. 67. 24,367. I'm looking for a breakdown through these 340s. This hourly 5-minute chart, it's not looking too hot. NVIDIA was trying to turn green, and we're right back down negative 1%. So
here it comes.
That was a ugly move for NVIDIA.
Right. We're selling here in gold, 73% short tilt in the ES right now. NQ 69% short. We're selling in the ES. Dow, same story there. An overnight view up in the NQ, about 80 points lower, 24,285. Let's be being stubborn. All right, more selling here in gold. Gold looking at about a $40 turn lower. Last 5 minutes or so. Gold trading 50.82, 5,082.
Oil still below 100, just barely 99.50 at the moment.
You think we go up and test those overnight highs in crude?
119s?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of money to be made if you think that's going to happen.
That'd be absolutely insane. All right, can we get another push lower here? But only about 15 minutes in this New York Open. Definitely is opportunity. Markets are moving. We've got gold about $40 range so far. Oil get another pop here. Oil coming up to 100 evens, about 40 cents, 30 cents to go there. Nothing on the calendar. Yeah, I've got New York Fed inflation expectations in about an hour or so. Get that push here. Dakota.
Positive gamma coming in 66.20. Trying to mark that on my chart right now.
66.
30 points below here.
All right, sounds good. 66.20.
To see these NASDAQ.
I'll just turn around.
350s in
There
NASDAQ.
you go. This might get another push lower here in 5 minutes. Did just close. It's on the ladder here. ES very thin on the ladder. We got a, what is that? Yeah. 10 on the bid, 10 on the ask on the ES.
There goes crude.
Crude back above 100. See if that has some downside pressure on the equities.
I'd imagine so.
It's feeling heavy. Equities are. I get that flush. Looks like we might be picking up some steam lower here. ES certainly selling off 66.54 last trade. Gold pushing lower here, 50.76. Why is gold going lower, Jack? Is this a dollar? Stronger dollar?
I mean, people.
That one got me confused.
We talked about the good news is the anecdote has been checked, right? We got above a 30 VIX. They're saying that the sell-off doesn't stop till the VIX is above 30. We got above 30, so we're there. Above 40, things get, things break. People are covering their butts right now. Who knows what sort of crude positions, gold, you're getting whacked from all angles here.
Yeah, typically gold could be a safe haven play, but I mean,
it's too volatile. So
it is too volatile. So where do you park your money? Treasuries?
Well, I mean, they're selling off too.
Yes, they
A
are.
little bit.
Stumped, Jack.
It was a
Stumped.
good, yeah, in the run up.
All right, Dakota, let us know how you manage that. Not holding. They're trying to take it above 24,400. Is met with some selling. All right, Dakota, I'll let you manage that. Upper left-hand corner, see, this is Fast Markets. What does that mean? Well, hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour. See some cool content. Trader wins. Love the performance dashboard analytics. Like seeing all the green on those calendars. Also see some trader station setups. Anything that you think would be cool to share with us here on Top Step TV at hashtag Power, hashtag Fast Markets at Top Step TV on the X. We'll turn that around to you, well, in Power Hour.
We're still holding these 350s, 360s pretty strong.
You still
I
short?
see a breakdown. Yeah, I'm still short from 368.
Struggling to hold bid. Oil trying to figure out what to do with 100. Now, 89.75 last trade in crude. Tilt leveled out 55. Now 76% long tilt in crude. Average price of 104. 104. Taking some heat there. I see what's going on in the MBT. MBT cooking. MBT
Bitcoin's
cooking.
doing well.
Yeah,
Cooking.
well. Wasn't it on
Bitcoin's up 5%. 69,224.
MBT 69,400 last trade. Just gets Matt was selling every time in these equities. And Q trying to push it up to 24,400.
I might just bail if we don't go right here. So I was looking for a breakdown. Time is part of this.
Time stop, yeah.
Yep.
Hold. It's struggling to hold bid. Yes, 66, 65. This 5-minute candle looking about a 15-point range. Bitcoin safe haven. I was almost going to say that. But Jack, what I said, get the hell out of here.
I think that it probably is for some, looking for something like that that's cheap. Bitcoin is a lot.
All right,
it's all in the eye of the
I'm
beholder,
just
but a
right
lot
there.
cheaper on a chart than gold.
Look at that. Dow turnaround to the downside.
So the bear thesis for oil and this continuing as well is that it's kind of someone's talking about the powers that be don't want oil to side. That's true, but there's only so much that they can do because ultimately this isn't going to resolve itself until the actuaries that are insuring the ships decide that it is really. If it's not safe, it's not safe, and there's not much we can do to change that.
Watch this NQ indecisive. NQ indecisive. Over 1,376. Now 380s trade. Hold bid. Struggling to. Gold. 50.80. 58.4 last trade. Crude, $99.80. $99.80 last trade.
Yeah,
Really
the chart
quiet.
looks pretty calm once you realize how zoomed out I am. I mean, this single half-hour bar since the open is 40 points in the ES, and getting more.
Some stops.
Selling
There's
off.
some more. Yeah.
Here goes the NASDAQ now.
You could get back in. It's
Broadcom holding positive. Everything else is down.
Interesting.
The most is Meta's down 2.7%. Oh, sorry, Tesla, leader in the clubhouse, minus 3%.
Reluctantly going lower. ES 66.50 last trade. much right there. Overnight VWAP. NQ. I'm now in this last couple minutes. 24,329. All right. Crude above $100 now. Yeah, crude above $100. $100.50, call it.
Take a look at that crude curve real quick.
More buying here in crude. Closing in at $101. About 10 cents to go there. We'll put downside pressure on the equities. Not so much. Not so much. Just yet. Dakota, you are flat. You got out of that NQ trade.
Yep.
Very thin on the ladder. Just like that, they flipped it around. Wow, what happened? NQ ladder just absolutely just vaporized. There's nothing on this ladder.
Right. Yeah, there's not much that I'm seeing around here. You know, we're right in the middle of the overnight range for the ES. I marked out maybe if we get down to that 66.20, be like 66.23 or something in the futures. Otherwise, it's the 200-day moving average, 6,600 maybe. Then freeform jazz.
Pretty much. Be careful with if you're trading NQ, trading crude, even ES now. ES thin on the ladder. Slippage is a distinct possibility with these prices going to market with those stop market orders.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Be careful. It's very volatile.
And whenever you trade something so volatile, you kind of just need to expect it.
You do. Understand that is very likely to happen. Yes, reluctantly going lower, 66.48 last trade, and Q 4,333.
Right, and Carlisle was, yeah, I heard about this with the shipping insurance. The majority is this board in London, old school stuff. I believe it. Because if you've seen a picture of the London Metals Exchange, it looks like a James Bond film, like Hydra. It's just
shut up, D.
A bunch of people in suits sitting in a large circle. Can't believe we let LIBOR be a thing for all those years, Dre.
LIBOR was my daddy for a long, long time. LIBOR, it paid well. Sometimes it did, sometimes it did not. And then we all found out why. R.I.P.
And your daddy just walked away one day.
Not to get no, yeah, that was a joke. Yes, no longer. Shout out LIBOR. What is it now? SOFR, something like that.
Secure overnight financing rate.
Pretty much LIBOR.
Except it's not set by a couple
15.
Brits after a few pints. Just to help their trades.
There goes NASDAQ trying to push these lows again.
Orderly sell off. Yep.
I
got out a little soon. That's all right though.
That's right. There'll be another.
There's always more opportunities, especially what we're seeing today.
We're selling here in gold, 50.75 last trade. Gold did print 51.20 about 15 minutes ago. 71% short tilt. 71% short tilt in the ES right now. Top of the hour in 5 minutes. What is breaking? Yeah, these reversals are tricky to say the least. And
smaller size, wide stops.
Yeah, these equities are just resilient as heck. Look at that. Look at that.
Look at the buyer stepping in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Q looking like it wants to keep flirting with 24,400, looking about an 80-point pop right now.
Ooh,
that was some selling. Sheesh. All right.
Ooh, crude's popping.
Crude did pop, but now it's right back to $100.50. These markets are whippy, to say the least. And Q continues to try to Run up to 24,400. Smell some selling. Yes, trying to catch a
We got
bid.
3 minutes left in the first half hour of the trading session. We've kind of already speed ran a full day of trading in the ES. Just
what are your thoughts?
moving fast and furious.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on this first half hour so far?
Just very indecisive.
Yeah.
The only thing that it tried to do was right off the bat, it was going for that gap. It was going for the highs or like the Globex open. That rejected. Besides that, we've just been noodling around the middle of the overnight range.
Noodling.
Okay.
Noodle.
Yes. Try to pop it here. More around another round of buying in the S 66.62. And right back to 66.58. 57s, yes, just rejection. Anytime the buyers try to walk it up, same story in the NQ. NQ back to 24,365. Crude back to $100 even.
Top of the hour in 2 minutes.
Interested to see what Delta is.
Still holding
Looks
above
like Crude
31
might-
in the VIX.
Probably positive. Is it? Okay.
Yeah, Crude's keeps rejecting 100s.
Yep. Crude beneath 100 now. $99.42. And the NQ get above 24,400 and stay above. We did right off the bell. Now we're trading 410s and hold bid. And a hold bid in the ES 66.65 last trade. 71% short till in the ES. Markets are whippy, indecisive for sure. Take a look at that NQ ladder. NQ widespread. One on the bid, one on the ass, pretty much.
NASDAQ's chopping around.
Yeah.
Just below 400 here.
Through all this, of all the crazy things that happened, maybe it's just the pain trade, but like software has been getting a bid the last week. People remember, yeah, they're not very asset intensive companies. They may be going to zero because of Claude, but they don't use a lot of oil.
Crude, make up your mind. I've seen about a $5-6 range. I mean, what do I tell you? Yeah, we've seen a $5-6 range already in the first 20 minutes of fast markets.
Yeah, back up to test 100. It's back and forth in Crude. Same with these equities.
What am I talking about? Crude was in, we would see like a 60, 70 cent range in Crude for the longest time. Now we're seeing $5 ranges, like $6 ranges here in the first 30 minutes, $30 range from overnight.
Yeah, I can't. We were almost to 120 at barrel. That was insane.
The way they blew through, like 110s, 111, it just kept cooking. It's completely. Here's a new 5 minutes.
Go fill up your gas tanks.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I was at Costco on Sunday.
That
and
line.
There were, yeah.
There, top of the hour is hit.
Can I ruffle some feathers?
Of course.
Now, I never get, and maybe your Costco is different in the chat, but I never get gas from Costco because I understand opportunity costs. Gas would be a whole lot cheaper to make it worth my time to sit around for 45 minutes to get gas in my car.
Whose feathers exactly were you going to ruffle with that comment, Jack? I'm just asking. Who?
I don't know. The people that are willing to wait 45 minutes in line at a Costco for gas.
This is true.
Say, what? 30 cents a gallon? Like $5?
Is it worth it?
What's federal minimum wage?
Oh boy! Now you're starting. Now you're going down there.
That's good.
Gold catching a bid. Markets, equities,
just hanging out here so far. Crude back and forth around 100. NASDAQ just hanging out in this opening upper 300s.
Now, if you're using that time to avoid your family, that changes the calculus.
That's different.
I may at some point be worth it to sit.
Next, we're going to see Jack in line. Yeah.
Make sure you're watching Top Step TV if you are waiting in that 45-minute line to get that gas. Click subscribe, click like, and click notify. Be so kind. Crude stuck at $99. $99.99. They're now $100 print. All right. Let's get them in here. Get the Delta Don in here because I want to know what the Delta is. Hogue, come on in here when you are good to go. I'm asking what's happening, Hogue. Happy Monday. Yes, there you are, lower right-hand corner. What's up, Hogue? Break it down. ES and NQ. Gold, too. What's up, Hogue?
All right. Good morning. Good to see everybody. Jack, you got to get the business membership. So they let you in an hour early. I was there 9 o'clock on Sunday morning, filling up the tank, and I was out of there by the time they let the public in. It was a beautiful thing.
I love that, Hogue.
Very nice.
So this is the S&Ps. All right, yeah. So we have the weekend gap, right? Well, where did the weekend gap open, and where have we stayed below? 5% off the all-time high. You can't tell me we're the only ones looking at that. 5% off the all-time high has been resistance since the open. We saw the market pull up to it, pull back down to it, which kind of stuck here between VWAP and the 5% off the all-time high. Don't forget, folks, these equities markets, currency markets are coming into rollover. Rollover is going to make things a little bit stickier and to make the market a little bit more range bound. So keep that in mind. So, looking at this morning, we haven't closed the weekend gap or the session gap, holding below the 5% off the all-time high. As far as Delta is concerned, it's positive 600. But remember, coming into rollover, Delta seems to mean a little bit less each and every day. Here's the NASDAQ. So where did the NASDAQ open? Well, it opened with a weekend gap, traded right down to 10% off the all-time high. You can't tell me we're the only ones looking at this. 10% off the all-time high, put in the overnight low. The market opens back above the weekly kickoff high, which is 24,330, which remains from last week. Regular trading hours, the market opens. Where does it trade to? Just through the weekly kickoff low, and then find some buyers coming back into this market. I'm looking for this market to rotate. I would like to see if I had my druthers, I'd like to see the gap close. I'd like to see this market recover. I'd like to see the market come back into the range and value from Friday. But if it doesn't, if we end up with a range down here, and with that range we don't close the gap, and then we open tomorrow above that gap, we would create an island bottom here, and that would be some pretty decent excess low, pretty decent reversal pattern for the market to return back to the upside. But remember, it's rollover. The longer time frame traders want to keep the market as relatively range bound as possible so that they can get an easy roll and make a bunch of money on the roll. And then there's also the anticipation of PCE that comes out on Fridays. So, just kind of looking forward. We all know that anything can happen. There's a lot of geopolitical things that can change these markets in a heartbeat. But as far as the equities are concerned, I still see them largely being short time frame controlled. Why? Well, 10% off the all-time high. That's a level that a lot of traders are looking at. But now it's also respected a shorter time frame level in the fact that we have a naked point of control. We have the weekly kickoff low. We have last week's low, and we have the bottom of the October 30th, October 10th bar, all of that right in this area. So there's a lot of confluence in this area. So it makes sense that the market is kind of finding magnetic activity there. Delta and the NASDAQ right now, positive 850. But again, remember that doesn't mean as much during rollover. Seeing some pretty decent selling coming in right now. I don't know what this is all about, but we are going to watch the wire here and see what that was all about. But there's some pretty good selling coming in right there. As far as crude oil is concerned, the market 110 was weekly kickoff high, and I'm like that was the only level that really made sense to me. And the market opened, drove to it, held above it, gave it back. It's almost like we've got a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern going here. But again, if we don't close the session gap and the weekend gap, and we leave an island top up here and we open lower tomorrow, that is a pretty decent technical reversal pattern. We'll keep an eye on that because we know nobody wants crude oil at $100. As far as gold is concerned, gold looked at weekly kickoff low. Weekly kickoff low, I believe, remained the same from the previous week. Yes, it did. So we looked below it last week. We bounced on it. We bounced. We looked below it last night. We're seeing buying coming in below that level. But overall, I mean, it's been very range bound. 1, 2, 3, 4, day 5 in range. You're starting to see it in the moving averages, which are now very tightly packed on the 30-minute. We're just watching for opportunities. Weekly kickoff low 50, 57 might be an interesting spot for us. We will see if we get the opportunity for an execution down there. But that's the story. I'm sticking to it. The opening range in the S&P and the NASDAQ, neither the high nor the low, almost the regular trading hour session high, but almost isn't everything. And what doesn't happen can be as important as what does. Very range bound, very indecisive here this morning so far. Good way to start a Monday. Just stay calm, look for good trade locations and opportunities. As the day goes on, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Damn right. Thanks, Hogue.
Crude. You
Crude.
watching this? I was watching 300 or 400 contracts come in and hit the bid on crude.
Hit the
and
bid.
NASDAQ selling off.
Yeah.
No headline.
So when the stocks were rallying a little bit when Hogue started speaking, maybe it was because Hogue was speaking, but I saw a headline that was interesting about a Greek-operated tanker with 1 million barrels of oil loaded in Saudi Arabia sails through the strait. So like one got through. I don't know what caused the sell-off. Maybe just ran out of steam. I don't see anything on the wire yet.
Oh, same. The way oil popped again, oil was about a $5 pop on this 5-minute last trade in oil. I call it $104. Big turnaround in the equities as well. Still in the range of day or of the trading session here. Gold right back to 50.80. No headlines just yet.
Anybody a little goofy from the time change this weekend?
Yeah, man. Not feeling 100%.
Hey, Hogue, what would you say? What did you say Delta was? ES, NQ?
ES was positive 1,000 right now.
Yeah.
NQ positive 600.
Okay.
Yeah, and it gets a little bit blurry during rollover. Next Tuesday,
right,
will be probably switched into the June contract a week from tomorrow.
Here's new 5 minutes. Yes. 66.50 last trade. 48's trade. More buying here in crude, closing in at $104. Above $104.05 last trade in crude. 77% long tilt on crude right now.
Still not a ton of volume. I see on Friday we did like 28,500 contracts in the ESM.
I was going to ask you, jobs numbers. Bad?
They weren't good.
Yeah.
Quite bad.
Nope.
What? These equities are very, very resilient, all things considered.
Yeah.
Very,
They
very
are. They
resilient.
are.
It's pretty impressive.
For now.
Right.
We'll see how
Yes. Look.
Okay. New lows of the New York session in the ES.
Yep. What do you got? 66.42. Last trade there. Right on the headlines. Have not seen the headlines hitting. Let's take advantage of this opportunity. These markets are moving. It's always something new around here. Let's take a look at some of our live funded trade. Oh, some familiar names on the leaderboard. Put up some big numbers. Look at that. Brendan up almost $50,000. Kai up 42,000. Poe up 20 large. How up
Wow.
18. Lucas up 17,000. Job well done. Make sure to lock in those profits. Make sure you keep a green day a green day. Check back in on those names and those P&Ls throughout the day, but job well done. Almost 50,000.
Great job.
50,000 bucks.
Get him a
Here's the
Stetson.
NASDAQ testing the lows.
Yeah, as people are mentioning in chat, France's finance minister saying that the G7 not there yet on releasing oil stockpiles. Remember, we are trading 1,000 barrels for April or whatever else, so that can affect the price quite a bit. And yes, Dolby, the market is wilding.
Wilding out in the chat. We got Dow 5237. Are you guys gonna take trades, guys? I'm scared right now.
One. Yeah, I took one.
This isn't a piano bar. Don't look for those opportunities.
Well, thankfully, I don't have access to live trade crude oil because the siren song would probably bring me in. We've been pretty. If I take a trade, it's got to be pretty wide and a pretty big level.
Need a headline.
Yeah, or just caveman.
Just a doozy of a headline. 66.45 new session lows did just print in the ES. 66.41 would be that price.
Dakota, you were seeing some pretty good buy orders coming into the into crude oil, you said?
Crude, yeah. So when that headline hit, I seen 200, 300, 400 contracts just coming in at the bid. There's a few of them pumping it all the way up.
Yeah, I can see them. 104.40. Some negative delta there. 104 even. I'm sorry, 104. Yeah, 104 even. Some iceberg buy orders coming in at those levels. Got one right here. 103 even. 103.80. Some iceberg orders came in on the way up there. Not holding up that great though.
See that, Hogue? On the 103s. Using that ladder. You can see what almost 2,000 traded.
It's crazy to think we've traded like below 5,000 in the SPX in April, less than a year ago. Like got down like 48.50 or something at the low.
Yes, we did. That was incredible. 71% short tilt in the ES right now. Last trade, yes, 66.47. Dow trading 46,700. Get another pop here in
Buyers
crude.
holding the IB high in crude here. IB high 102.23.
It is violently range bound. That's one way to put it. Very thin on the ladder.
NASDAQ's holding these mid to upper 300s. So it's been a difficult market in either direction. So I'm happy to stay on the sidelines for now.
And the 24.330s weekly kickoff.
From buyers.
Low.
What price was that, Hogue? 24.
24.330. Still remains from last week as well.
Okay.
So it hasn't changed.
Again, bottom of the hour, 15 minutes. We'll get the initial balance, high initial balance, low prices for the equities. Simply the highest and lowest price traded in the first hour of the New York session. Looks like we got another round of selling here in gold.
It's the low of the ES range so far, right in this area here. Low of the New York session around 66.41. Are you leaning sell or buy here, Dakota?
I'm leaning towards the short side here, Jack.
Breakout?
Yeah, breakdown. I mean, you zoom out to that hourly chart here, and it looks like a pullback. Maybe we get a continuation lower. But we have that gap. We have that gap from Sunday night, which is difficult. This is a difficult one. If we didn't have that gap, or if we already filled it, and if this was the same price action we got after we filled the gap, then I would be more aggressive in getting into a short.
There's a pop right there off it.
There was a pop right there. Yes, pop.
All of a sudden, Delta's positive 3,800 in the S&Ps.
Yeah. It's one of these again. All right, positive 3,800 was just positive 1,000. They're going to surely go. NQ, here we go. NQ catching a pop, catching a bid here. Up to those 24,400.
Another one of these.
Yep.
What do they know? ES. Woo, just like that. I bet it just popped even more there, Hogue. ES.
4,200.
Yep.
So it says, where's the Momo?
Jittery.
There's no momentum. There's not much momentum in these markets right now.
No, there's not.
There is some liquidity flying around in here, though.
Uh-huh.
Correct.
Stay patient. Another pop there.
There's always options to be hedged.
Yes, there is. How about now, Hogue? 5,000?
4,400.
Okay. 66.52 last trade.
800 positive Delta NASDAQ.
Okay. Yes.
Crude struggling to hold that IB high now.
And did not see headline what that pop in crude was. Popped, almost got up to $105.
I think it was the French finance minister about the G7 not releasing more from their reserves.
Just like that. That'll do it, huh?
Oh yeah,
it was a $7 move in crude.
$7. A headline like that. Buckle up.
I mean, there's so many things happening, but didn't it top last night with some sort of announcement that somebody was releasing? Was it? I gotta look this up.
It's crazy. Yes, someone got production cut. Also, well, Iraq, Kuwait, and UAE cut production.
Yeah, I know there's productions being cut, and then facilities being hit during the conflict.
And the NQ get above 24,000 or hold above 24,400. And right on that open when the bell rang, we did pop up. We got all the way up to 24,525. Yes, trying to give it another shot to the upside. 66.58, now 59's trade.
Yes,
good question. Is London closed?
Yeah, we had a company declare force majeure
this
past weekend. Yeah, that is
question.
An act of God prevents you from delivering on your contract.
It's
not literally, but that's what it is.
Hey, good question here from Two Cats in the chat. Is London closed at the bottom of the hour with the clock change, time change, or is it an hour?
Ooh,
is it 11:30 Central? Is it 11:30 Central or is it 9:30 Central?
I believe it adjusted.
Did it though? Because I think
last
London
fall,
just 4 hours ahead of New York right now, or something crazy like that.
There you go. Thank you. Clock changer in 2 weeks. Thank you. But our clocks changed. So 11:30 Central. We'll confirm that. And switch. Okay. It's in 2 hours. Thank you. So, all right. 11:30 a.m. Central. Thank you, chat. Man. And it's selling now. Just rejected. Yes, 66.48. 66.48 trades, then right back up to 66.51.
It's
5,000.
a lot going on here.
Yes, sir. What do you mean by that, Hogue? People look at this and say, "Oh, it's just chopping around. It's very whippy," which it is. But when you say there's a lot going on, what do you mean by that? What are you watching here in the ES? I know what you're saying, but what? Help me understand.
Yeah, but there's just a lot of accumulation going on here. The market is moving. It is providing some decent liquidity in a specific area for a specific amount of time. You know, since the open, we've really just been chopping around. And we've seen some pretty decent changes in Delta. We've seen some pretty decent volume, at least here early this morning. So there's a little bit of a rock fight going on here, and you can see it, I think, most clearly on the NASDAQ because of all the confluence that we have in the area here. We've got weekly kickoff low. We've got the 20 session simple moving average. We've got a naked point of chill, a very comfortable price from a previous session that hasn't been revisited in regular trading hours. We've got last week's low, which is 24,332. We've got the October 10th bar low, which is 24,405.75. And then we've got the 50 session simple moving average right above here. We've got VWAP with a lean to the upside, and it seems to be holding that VWAP. So we're seeing a lot of confluence here where opportunities are sitting here waiting for us, and also offering us the opportunity to limit risk. And we've been through this range so many times already. Look at this 5-minute chart. I mean, here's the open right here. So we push lower, right back up, push lower, right back up. It's in a range, and there is accumulation occurring in this. Longer time frame traders like accumulating positions or liquidating positions when the market isn't moving. And I think we're seeing some of that here. What they're doing, how they're changing their inventories is unknown, but as long as we keep holding these levels, this is where your opportunity is at these lows. Where's your opportunity at the highs? Well, our regular trading hour session high, is that the overnight high as well? Yes, we took out the overnight high. We failed above it. We turned around. We checked these levels down here. We're just rotating here. And just by looking at the amount of volume and how much is trading, how much delta, even though it may not help us directionally, it's telling us that there's things going on here. This isn't just short time frame jumping around. There's something else happening here. And again, direction unknown, but what we're seeing is, it's barcoding on the 30-minute chart, but we're seeing some pretty decent volume. There is a rock fight coming in this area, particularly in the NASDAQ, because of all of the confluence we've got on these lows. So there's something going on. Ain't exactly clear.
Wow.
Well,
we
if it's
did-
not clear, you know what to do. Sit on your hands.
I don't think Dakota got that one, Hogue.
Stop now. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going around.
Damn, Hogue's feeling it, man. All right, we did hold bid. Now we're trading 66.71 in the ES. We're holding above those 400s in the NQ. 24,455 last trade.
Because someone asked it. I don't believe you can declare force majeure in your trading account, but I really look forward to someone trying.
I'd try. I'd try. Send the letter.
I declare force majeure.
Oh, I mean, yeah, COVID would be your best shot. And buyers stepping in gold. Gold trading 50.90. 50.90. Now 91's trade.
We have that gap.
The gap is looming large, isn't it, Dakota?
It is, Hogue. It
Upside?
is. To the upside, yeah, long in equities.
We got Nvidia flip positive. We got Broadcom up 2%. Tesla down 3.2%. AI complex going. SanDisk is up 5.3%. Let's get the 600, boys, shall we? There's the
Let's see what
sell-off.
Yeah. So there's definitely a range for now. It's wide. Thank you. Looking to close back in on 24,400. About 20 points to go there. Crude. Seeing some buyer stuff.
It's holding above 100.
It is $101 last trade. 50 tilt. Again, initial balance high, initial balance low. Prices will jot down here in a couple minutes, the bottom of the hour, but we're seeing some selling. They just went to market. They just went to market. That offer in the ESCS looking at about 20-point turnaround to the downside as we trade 66.55. NQ, a 70-point turnaround.
It's very indecisive today.
It is. This is sort of special. The VIX is still above 30. It's just so interesting. We've been in this, I'll call it like, I guess, regime for a while. It's so weird to see the stocks so like range bound, but volatility is so high because they're moving a ton. They're just kind of on the road to nowhere at the moment.
Yeah, what are we looking at here? NQ. About 200 point range in the NQ so far in fast markets. ES looking at a 50 point range, give or take. Right out here at the bottom of the hour.
Yeah. NASDAQ's in that 120 point range, back and forth. Buy low, sell high. Power of hindsight.
Buy VWAP.
NASDAQ's
get out.
NASDAQ's run about 800 ticks, but all in different directions.
Mm-hmm.
It's run the range 4 times.
I want to be buying. Continuing to see some buying here in crude.
Yeah. 101.70 in crude. Bitcoin still holding above 69,000 in the spot. 69,166. VIX a shade below 31. 10-year yield 4.16.
All right, got IB high and NQ, Hogue. I got 525 quarter.
Yes, correct.
Ooh. What do you got for low? NQ IB low. 24. What?
24, 313.
313. Thank you. We got ES.
The IB high 66.93.75.
Okay.
And IB low 66.41.
4-1 evens. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
See what we can do off of those.
NASDAQ's still at 24,400. Hanging out here.
5 minute. What do you got for Delta, Hogue? ES. These buyers trying to fight the good fight.
5,500 positive.
And do this again.
NASDAQ just under 800 positive.
Okay.
Here they come
78%.
again.
Yeah, 78% long tilt in crude right now. Average price $105. 77% long tilt in crude. We got in MBT. We did see a lot of buying in MBT first hour here in fast markets. Continuing to trading right around the highs in MBT micro Bitcoin, 69,400.
We do have a gap on crude too, right?
yeah.
Where So there's gaps in all around these futures in both directions.
We got $91.39, somewhere around there.
Mm.
We're $9 higher.
Somebody asked if I was saying tenor or 10-year. I was saying 10-year in that case. But for the on the run, the tenor would also be 10 years.
The OTRs. And here come the buyers. We are making higher lows. Look at the 5 minute, 24,430 last trade. And Q, yes, 66, 67 last trade.
Yeah, I'm sitting here scouting for trades, looking at trades, and
Being patient.
anything I place, it's just going to be forcing it. So still hands off for me.
Very wise.
Oiling a little bit here.
What does that mean, Jack? When it's coiling, what volume, price action? There's a pop in gold.
The range is shrinking a little bit in this. Like I'm just looking at the ES right now. Maybe Dolby would call it a Dorito.
A Dorito.
Yeah.
Pop in gold. Gold look right back to 5,100.
We can add tenor to the list of words. Like if you want to like sound like you're in finance. Bips is the big one, but we'll add tenor to that. Tenor is just the time to maturity of an instrument. Usually they're talking about bonds, but I guess you could apply it to futures too.
No kidding.
Yep.
Look at that. Learning something every day here in Topstep TV. Can gold sustain this current rally we're seeing?
Always been more of a baritone myself.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
oh man.
Stay patient, chat. I know. Sweet. One headline. I'm getting this thing really rocking. I mean, we're seeing some good ranges. Is choppy.
Yeah, Crude's trying to hold above 100.
Market's confused right now. VIX trading. VIX. What do you got for VIX?
30.53. It's dropping a little bit. As we hang around here, it's leaking some of that juice.
These buyers.
Like we're in a holding pattern waiting for headlines.
Right.
What it feels like, doesn't it?
Yep. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, right now, we are seeing the buyers continue to lift offers going in the ES. What's that now, Hogue?
5,700 positive, 5,800 positive, 5,900 positive. Just got up to 5,900 positive there.
Okay.
850 positive in the NASDAQ.
So we're continuing to see. Let's roll. Spoozer and rollover, Hogue.
Starting
to, okay.
Oh, yeah. A week from tomorrow, we'll switch to June.
Oh, okay. All right. So we got time.
Yeah. And the reason for explanation that, and we'll look at it closer, Delta gets screwed up by the roll because what may look as someone, buying here could actually be a neutral roll, right? They're just selling the next contract.
Yep. Getting out of the March to might be early for that, but
it is early. I'm looking at it now. So the March Delta is positive 6,000. June positive 94.
Okay. June to
volume still pretty low in the June, so still sort of lean on the Delta in the March.
An opening call. Were you guys talking about the nano contract and silver trading tons of volume?
Yeah, you know what, that was misquoted.
My bad.
I was looking at
I put it out there. My bad.
I was looking at the micros. Yeah, the 100-ounce silver futures traded about 11,500 on Friday.
Okay.
It is increasing, but slowly.
It'll take some time.
What's interesting is there's only 3,900 in open interest. Volume's 3 times open interest.
There you go.
People not holding them, but
Nope.
you know, they should,
Speculative.
even though there's not much volume. I would think that because it's just essentially a derivative of the other silver contracts, that it should be pretty safe.
Here goes the equities now. NASDAQ.
Yeah, another pop there.
Looking to break through.
Chat is fired
High of the
up.
range.
Yeah, 66.80 just popped up to in the ES. NQ is looking at the 5-minute. This is the upper end of the range. NQ traded over 24,470. The Jets, Bledsoe. Dude, these mini rallies are crazy. They are. See money, take money.
See money, take money. Yes, Andre. 100%.
Scalp mode. We're scalp. We're all scalpers today.
NASDAQ's holding up pretty well, so that it's starting to look a little bit different than the price action we were seeing earlier. The fact that we held halfway through and we're continuing to hold up here in these upper 400s. So maybe we can get a breakout through session highs. Maybe fill some of this gap.
I'm trying. Yes, give it a shot. And NQ also. NQ grinding higher here. 24,480.
Somebody asked what the gap will be, or where futures prices will be when we roll. In the ES, I can see right now there's about between the ESH and ESM, there's about a 50-point difference. That won't narrow too much. Well, it'll be a little less than that.
Depending.
Yeah, 66.80 just printed ES. And NQ, buyers continuing to drive it higher. 24,490 last trade. 493s now. Gold pushing higher as well. 5,100 last trade.
NASDAQ tapping on 500. Now that's starting to look stronger. Starting to look stronger for a gap fill.
So if we were going to try and do that, where would you think about getting in? Are you going to wait for it to get close to the? I mean, you're looking at the NQ. I'm looking at the ES. Are you going to wait for it to get into that gap, or what are you thinking?
That's the hard part, Jack. Right? Because there's two ways. It's being a little preemptive of the breakout, expecting a breakout, or wait for it to break out, retest, and find some type of 3-bar reversal.
Keep a close eye on that.
We're buying gold, 51.05. Last trade, crude, trading right around $101. And Q.
It's a little sleepy on the news wires right now.
Yeah, it's a little sleepy on this rally too. Are you guys convinced? Are we convinced there's
no?
Neither. It's 50-50 tilt in the equities.
It's quiet. Too quiet.
Sure is. What we got? Top of the hour, we got New York Fed inflation expectations in about 20 minutes. Still about 20 points from initial balance high in the ES. Scratch that 13 points from IB high in the ES. That price is 66.93. And Q about 30 points, give or take, from initial balance high.
Right up there at that 5% off the all-time high in the S&Ps as well, Andre.
Was that 93s?
It's been our 66.91.
91s, okay.
Yeah, as someone mentioned, the VIX is below 30.
Uh-oh. We'll stay below 30.
Today.
Can't imagine, unless they hustled and did them this morning, that the New York Fed inflation expectations will be a huge mover.
Inflation.
The board has changed a little.
Yes, it has. Or if those expectations have increased. We're buying
long.
Gold. Okay.
All right.
What price?
This is preemptive, Jack. This is one where it's like I'm putting risk on, expecting a breakout. So I'm looking for that breakout to the long side.
Oh, I'm just seeing that NQ chart on our monitor here. It's doing way better than the ES right now. We're not.
Yeah, it is.
We're still, more than 20 points away from the Globex Open in the ES.
What price you get, Dakota?
I got 92.
Okay.
We'll see if we get this breakout into the gap here above 500s.
Might just get a Dow continue to grind higher. 46,900.
The only way I'm going to do this is just with this small size.
Yeah.
Small size, not risking a whole lot. No way would I do this with anything bigger than micro.
When micro,
this type of volatility
and this type of trade, right? If you catch the
and this type of trade, right? Being preemptive.
Sure. We're buying in gold, 51.10 last trade. Looks like we continue to see some buying in ES holding bid.
Really just kind of holding Delta as well. 7,500 positive now.
It's 75. They're good. Oh, yeah, they're going to win this thing.
Okay.
1,400 in the NASDAQ.
Wow. $50-50 tilt, Dakota.
I like it. There's strong negative gamma at like the opening Globex print, pretty much like 6,700 or a little bit above there. My guess is there might be a lot of people who have bought calls around that strike that are trying, obviously looking for the gap to fill. So I like this.
Well, we're trying, so I like it as well.
Gold rallying. Crude not doing much.
I will say if this reverses and I take a loss, this is a trade I would take every time.
Even if it's preemptive?
Even if it's preemptive, Hogue. Just a little bit of risk for buying equities. Right?
Better reward.
I love buying equities.
Yep.
Buying the dip.
Absolutely.
And with a gap above this, I don't want to say it feels too good to be true, but it just, to me, the trade. If I'm a breakout trader, I'm looking for a breakout. It lines up with the way I'm watching these markets.
Speaking of breaking out, gold definitely breaking out right now. 51.20 last trade. Looking about a $20 rally here in the last couple minutes in gold. Seeing some more buying in the ES. NQ.
Gold just took out the IB high.
Sure did.
And wow, there goes NASDAQ. Session highs.
Yeah.
There it goes. There's a breakout to those 530s.
Damn, Dakota. Nice. 15 minutes till the top of the hour. New session highs in the NQ. That'd be 24,541. About what, 100 points from that gap fill, give or take?
40s, 50s.
ES more buying.
NQ is killing it. ES still not really near the Globex Open print.
Nope.
Got about 5 points to initial balance.
So your session gap, weekend gap, closes at 24,601.
601s, okay.
Yeah,
50
if you're
points,
going
50
all the way
points.
to settlement, you're going 24,670 quarter.
Okay. New highs and Q. Dakota, how are you managing this trade? Long for 24,492.
I'm going to get out of this here soon on another pop. I'm getting out of this with another pop for, there you go, flat, 65 points.
Nice trade, man. Damn.
Nice.
That was the breakout.
Sure was.
Breakout trade right there.
Hell yeah, it was preemptive.
I was looking for.
What'd you see there, Dakota? What'd you like? Well, What did you like about that? Because we were in the range. We were stuck in this, not stuck, but we were in the range here. Thank you for about the first hour, 15 minutes or so of this New York session. You bought 492s.
So
what did you see that led you
see
to
these
get
pivots
long?
here on the 5-minute chart.
Yeah, let's go to it.
Right.
Let's see this.
Here's the high when we first opened the New York session. Made a lower high. But like I was saying, we held half of this range, which we've held before. And we kept just bumping up against this. We broke out, hesitating. Like I was saying, these equities are holding now. We're holding these levels. And we have that gap up above. We zoom out, right? That Sunday gap right here above this 500 level where we gapped, and close is not up until way up into these 600s. So it was just primed for a breakout. I'm a breakout trader. I like to get in with momentum. I was being preemptive, which is fine by me, because it's risk. There's a stop loss. No, there's no such thing as a bad trade as long as risk is managed. And buying equities, I love to get in long equities. Buy the dip, BTFD.
That's exactly what you did. Let's see another round of buying here. Gold pulling back about $10 or so. Up against initial balance high right now in the ES 66.93. Last trade there.
For what it's worth, we did close the gap in the VIX. We're down to 28.90 at the moment.
All right, buyers are continuing to take this thing higher in the equities. Crude selling down right at $100. Even call it. New highs NQ. 4,575. Session highs, I should say. And that's going to leave me nice patience there, Dakota. Sit on your hands. Not you sit on your hands. You were locked in. You were watching the price action. And you saw the markets continue to firm, hold bid there. So what did Dakota do there? I'd say he prioritized
I say this all the time.
Quality over quantity, Dakota.
Yeah, exactly. We say all the time. What's one of the biggest jobs as a trader is not trading. We sit here and we wait.
Mm-hmm. Guess what the tip of the week is, Dakota? Here on Topstep TV, because we bring you a new one.
What's the tip of the week? It's Monday.
What's the tip of the week? What is that? What do we got here? Oh, prioritize quality over quantity. You got to be kidding me. That means avoid chasing every possible trade. It's funny how that works. Focus on clean, high probability steps. Reduce trade frequency during chop. Wow. Exactly. And quality trades lead to consistent profits. That's exactly what we saw there.
I see what you did there.
I see what you did there, Dakota. Nice trade. Again,
hey, I didn't see this before.
I did. I'm looking. I got the teleprompter right here.
Hell, you did.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
Yep. Nice trade. Nice trade. All right. We're up against these initial balance highs in the ES 66.91. Thank you. Holding bid. Turning around. What would the play be? Up against IB high in the ES. It's holding here. Obviously, that delta
right now in the S&Ps.
Yeah, what would
it's a short?
Okay.
Well, in the NASDAQ, it's a long.
Interesting. Here we go.
That's interesting.
Are they gonna sell this thing?
You guys see where this 30-minute bar closes.
Sell this shit. There comes the sellers.
Got a few more Mag 7 flipping green here. Apple barely in the green. Broadcom's up 3%. Google up a little. Nvidia 0.7%.
Thank you. Crude. Very, very calm right now. $100.40. Yeah, finally. There you go, Chapman in the chat. Settling down for now.
Yeah, Crude's
105. Top of the hour in 10 minutes or so. What's that delta up to now, Hogue? I want to get short. What's it? 9,000.
8,600. Okay. 1,300 in the NASDAQ. Positives.
Relentless.
Yep. They're telling you different stories right now, so try and stay patient. But
Dr. Dax in the chat. Crude's going to $200. Oh, yeah. That's
Yeah.
Silver was too.
There are
saw
ways to
Good.
profit off of that if that's the case.
What do we get up to? Like 140s, 145s at one point.
I saw a lot of good Twitter harassment this weekend of folks with these outrageous "this will happen." Like, what's your position? Like, do you have anything in it?
And the same thing with gold and silver. Everyone was convinced silver to 200.
Yeah. Well, Gasparino was catching a little flack for that.
Charlie
He
Gasparino.
said it's going to calm down. It was
Wow.
and people are like, "Well, are you short oil? Like,
Wow.
who cares?"
My God, Gasparino.
All right, NQ's pumping up.
Yes, it is.
Close the gap.
66.95 last trade in ES. Get to 6700s. What a resilient equity market. Crude completely settled down right now. $100.44.
ES very close to its opening Globex print there, around 66.98 3/4. So far, that's still the high tick of the day.
In the chat, Snowfall saying no limit down for those fake gurus suggesting on Twitter. Is that what they're suggesting? They just want the volatility. That's all. More buying equities. Look at this. Yeah, 66.98 last trade. The damn Delta Hogue. They're just relentless, man.
Yeah.
We're not letting anything go lower.
10,000 now.
10,000. Wow. And Q 24,585.
ES. Yeah. To gap or not to gap?
How do they do this? How do they?
It's the question.
Mm-hmm.
Very quiet headlines. Very, very quiet on the headlines right now.
In the S&P is
there we go.
It's a little bit further to close the session weekend gap. That's you gotta get up to 67.1575
That's what I got.
to close the session weekend gap, but to get all the way back up to settlement, you got a ways to go. 67.4375.
Yeah. Someone asked, did ES fill its gap? No, it hasn't even started yet. Seems to be meeting a little bit of resistance right there.
It sure does, Jack. You're telling me Crude's not going to pop. You're telling me Crude's not going to pop $5 here in the next some point here in the next 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
I mean, if we fill this gap, I'd be very tempted to sell the ES. Absent getting, cooked by news. I don't know how much celebratory buying there will be once this gap is closed, if it closes.
We're buying ES. Look at this. 66.99 last trade in the ES. Can we see 6,700s? Almost got there. NQ. We're buying NQ 24,585. Session highs there. We're buying in the Dow. Dow 47,062 last trade. Shout out to the longs.
Shout out to the longs.
Yeah.
That Delta kick, they kept going in.
Crude right around 100.
Yeah.
ES making a valiant second attempt. It looks around 4:30 in the morning.
Nicholas
he
Anthony
broke those Globex opens, but didn't find any momentum there. Now we try again. This time, though, the VIX is 28.5.
You're telling me Crude's not going to pop $5? Come on. It's off of something. Well, Crude's looking like it wants to take a peek beneath $100. We just saw 99.98 last trade.
Oh, we're seeing something's going on. There's a wiggle.
That's my. Yeah.
They heard you, Jack. They heard you on
There's
Andre.
your pop. There's that Crude pop.
Oh wow, there goes NASDAQ. Oh, it's dumping.
Yeah. Crude pop $101. Last trade there. ES might be taking a little peek lower here. 66.92. NQ, about 40-point pullback there. What was it? Nothing on the headlines. All right, top of the hour here in a couple minutes. Hogue, what do we do with those IB high, IB low prices? We're pretty much right at initial balance high both. Well,
Yeah, we're right
ES,
at
NQ are. So what do you want to see?
You got to watch the dome here for the next few minutes. If this 30-minute bar closes above, I don't know, let's go with the ES. This 30-minute bar closes above the IB high. Then you watch the dome. Because you're gonna wanna look at it and you're gonna want to be able to say to yourself, wow, it looks like a lot of people are interested in price in this market up here, which is starting to look like it already. So if you see I know Jack likes the word robust. If you see a robust dome after the 10 o'clock time change above the initial balance high,
okay,
there's a bigger probability of continuation. If it closes up here and then dies, we've already run all the stops, and it looks like nobody cares. Like there's no orders being placed. Price isn't moving very much. It looks like a sleepy dome. Then the probability of continuation reduces, and you would look for the opposite direction. But sometimes you might see some really good information here as we get closer to the time change on the hour here, because there's likely to be a bunch of executions that are going to happen here in the next 2 to 4 minutes, and you can get some good information from that, as we have seen in the past. So we will see. We'll watch together.
Got some headlines here from the President of the United States. Trump, we are nowhere near sending troops into Iran. This is per the New York Post. Ordering Iran ground mission. Now says not happy with Tehran's new leader. Eye on again, President. Headlines hitting the wire right now. The New York Post. I'm seeing some offers coming in on the ES.
Hey, you see this?
What, those offers on the ladder?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you know what's about to happen.
This is all driving price back below the initial balance low.
Who's gonna pop?
Are they being filled?
Yeah.
Some, yeah.
So nothing more, nothing further from the president. 20 seconds, top of the hour.
Some of them are actually just being flashed and canceled here.
London is not close. London close in about 90 minutes.
There's wiggle.
Yeah. Finally a red bar. 5 minute.
Yep,
Yes.
What?
So seeing some pretty robust activity. I think the probability of continuation is good.
To the upside?
Yes. You want to know now?
If we're going to, for a failed push higher here? Or we got the Fed.
NASDAQ closed and opened the next 30-minute bar above the initial balance high. S&P's just opened right on it.
Okay.
But looking at the dome, it looks like people care.
Those New York Fed inflation expectations to come out, nothing earth shattering there. These on the labor market were mixed relative to January. All right, I think something's about to pop here. Feel it coming. All right.
We could fill this gap in the NASDAQ.
Sure can.
We're holding really well.
Yeah.
All right, let these markets breathe, marinate a little bit. Everyone is flat. So, James, come on in here. What do we got coming up here on Topstep TV? Also, we got a little bit of news in relation to oil prices. James, Dr. Volatility, happy Monday. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, everybody.
What's up, man?
Chat? I missed you guys. How we doing? It's Monday, and today I'm here to talk to you about the things that you need to know to stay in the know with Topstep and Topstep TV. And today I'm talking about the Topstep Discord. That's right, the Topstep Discord is the place to be if you're not already a member. What you can find in the Discord, well, you can find just about anything you're looking for. You can find a Trading Buddies channel. You can find channels based off the products that you trade. You can even find a Topstep TV channel so you can trash us there, as well as the YouTube chat. There's tons to do in the Discord, and it's always active. Once we go off air, the trading talk continues in our Discord, and we have one of the largest trading Discord communities out there. If you're not a member of it, what are you waiting for? We're going to drop the link in the chat. Go ahead and click on it and join the Topstep Discord today. Quick help when you need it from our moderators and ambassadors, and if you have a question, I'm sure you can find an answer in the Discord. Go ahead and take it with you, download it to your phone, and carry us with you wherever you go. Never trade alone with the Topstep Discord community. Then later on today at 12 p.m. Central Time, it's group coaching. Group coaching, did you guys miss it? It's the point in the show where your questions are answered live on air. And today we are joined by three amazing Topstep TV personalities that go by the name Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. Did you catch Deanna's Metal Markets this morning? If you did and you have any questions based off anything Deanna asked, you can ask her a question during group coaching today. Did you catch Market Kickoff yesterday at 4:45 p.m. with Anne-Marie Band? If you did and you have questions, you can ask her live here on TV now today, 12 p.m. Central Time. And if you're wondering how do I ask questions, well, there's going to be a link in the chat. We're going to pin it to the top, and you can click on it. It's going to say submit your group coaching form. Submit your questions here. Click on it, fill out your question, and then be back in your seat by 12 p.m. Central Time for group coaching. You never know what you might learn when you tune in. Now, before we go back to the charts with everybody, Gas Watch continues here on Topstep TV. Pain at the pump is being felt across the U.S. and the world. The average price for a gallon of gas now stands at $3.48 in the United States. That's a jump of 17% since the war in Iran started slightly more than a week ago. No relief is in sight as the price of oil jumped above $100 per barrel Sunday. That increase is likely to be felt at gas stations starting Monday. Retail gas prices tend to move less on weekends because wholesale gas markets are closed. It's also not just the cost of filling up that's impacted. Higher fuel costs trickle through the economy and raise prices on just about everything that has to be transported.
Definitely. Good stuff. Thank you for that. Again, pinned to the top of the chat. Got that form, the link for the form for group coaching. Get those questions in for Gabe, D, and Anne-Marie. New highs, new session highs in the ES, 67.04 half. Hogue, we're talking about that. Make the conviction. Continue push higher here. Saw just that. NQ into new highs, 24,589.
Getting very close to a big fat round number here. The high is currently 6,700 in the SPX. There's just about, we're close to roll. Just like it's hard with it moving around like this. Just like maybe 5-point gap between them.
Crude below 100 now.
Sure is. We're selling crude. $99. Last trade. Gold beneath 5,100. 5,095. Yeah, London close. not at the bottom of the hour, not in 25 minutes. That'll actually be an hour and 25 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Daylight savings change.
That's right.
Same with slow markets. Yep, we started
in the NASDAQ.
All right.
We did close, or we're
601.
601. So
Almost pushing there.
All right. And we're selling in crude now. $98.50.
NASDAQ, we could be there in 5 seconds.
5 seconds. Well, speaking of that, Hogue, you got to bounce. Hogue, I'll let you get out of here. You'll be back in a little bit. Couple words, Hogue, before you get out of here. We'll see you later today. But as always, keep me posted on that Delta as well. Hogue, as always, good stuff.
Good stuff.
Thank you. Andre, always a pleasure. Dakota, Jack, all of you. Got to run, got to take care of some business, but I'll be back later on and back tomorrow. Blessings to you all. Let's keep this rally going. I love when the S&Ps and the equities rally.
Okay.
See you later.
Thank you.
See you. Farewell, Hug.
Okay. 24,594 half. Last trade.
Looks like we're looking to fill that gap
now.
Yeah, we are.
the
Gap
ES.
fill. What do you got for
Let
that
me know
price?
when the NQ fills it.
Okay.
We're not too far. We're
Unreal.
almost to these 600s.
Yep.
NASDAQ or crude's getting sold here.
Yes, it is.
The fuel is there in
close
the
to its gap.
options too.
Wow. $601. So we get recession highs and Q 24,598. We are on gap watch. Will we fill the gap? couple more points. We're selling in
That could be another T-shirt, right? Just say just Gap Watch.
Gap Watch. Can we get there? We're about 3
Can't
points.
possibly be any other meanings that
I don't know.
Take from that.
Oh, when the market reopens, we did not. Another round of buying here.
Yeah.
We got VIX beneath 30. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, it has for a bit. We're
Yep.
down to
Man.
28.40.
28. Wow.
Yeah, we are.
Womp womp.
I know.
Did we bottom? Did these equities bottom because with VIX over 30?
You're telling me that oil isn't going to spike? Thought we were going to. Thought we had it.
Well, in its defense, it spiked to $119 last night.
Did it?
So
yes, it
mission
sure
accomplished.
Did. Sure did. Sellers find some traction in the equities. Looked like we had some more room to the downside. Buyers did fight and put in some support. Yes, looking what 8-point pullback off the highs.
Not super encouraging for the ES that it didn't rip through that negative gamma at 6,700 or 67. Pretty much where the highs of the day are right now is 6,700 in the SPX.
We're selling crude.
Crude has a gap too.
We're around 91s, I believe. Five minutes equities. We'll get another round of buying here.
831 says, why does the market not want the VIX over 30? Because VIX over 30 is very volatile, and uniformly, once you get to higher levels than that, the market's going to be down a lot, right? If the VIX is like 50 or something, just knowing that, I know it's a big red day, or at the time that you give that reading, right? There's a rule of 16, basically. You can take the VIX, divide it by 16, and that could be like a little rule of thumb for what the implied move is in percent for the day. So imagine you have like, a 32 VIX means you're looking at like a 2% move. That's a lot of volatility.
We're selling in crude. 97, 85 last trade. Equities holding bid right around these highs. 4 points off those session highs in the ES. NQ about 10 points off the session highs right now. We're selling crude, $97.80, $97.80. Last trade there. We're selling.
Emmons is correct. That's how that little rule works.
Dakota, you're eyeing
Yes,
something.
Andre.
What are you eyeing right now?
I'm watching this NASDAQ. We're hanging below these 570s, just below 600. I want to see NASDAQ fill this gap.
So you can short it?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
on
I
wait. It's
know,
gonna take a
I
while.
know.
Yes.
We seen what happened Friday, Jack, where we had that nice rally in the New York session, and then Power Hour we just completely reversed and dumped.
There you go. Looks like we got a little other pop. New session highs, ES 67.07.5. And Q, same story. New session highs, 24,602. So did we fill it? Oh, we was talking about 601s. Did we fill the gap in the NQ, Dakota? I got 661s.
No. The gap's not going to be filled until maybe like these 660s.
Okay.
You can see this was that level of support where we're at right now, these 600s. We low of Friday. We bounced off it once, bounced off it twice, these lower 600s. But technically, a lot of traders look at this as a gap right around 660s. So we still got a little ways to go. We're over halfway.
Those there are wondering, what do you guys think of the gap? What's the significance of the gap? Filling the gap, not filling the gap? It's a perfect question for group coaching. Gabe D and Anne-Marie will most certainly break it down. The significance. Why always just have an eye on those prices? Right now, continue to grind higher in the NQ, 24,610. Session highs there. Crude did bounce a little bit. Now $98.55.
Yeah. Nvidia's up. Broadcom's up pretty big.
Quite on the wire. Quite on
SanDisk
the wire.
going. Excellent.
Pop this. What are bonds doing?
Right now,
ZN. Oh,
we got. I'm going to look at the
ZN
yields. Yeah, ZN popped a little bit. We're
it did.
4.14 in the 10-year yield at the moment. The one thing that's giving me pause on this gap fill here, for the ES at least, is I'm kind of surprised for not at least like ripping through these next 5 points. A lot of times you'll see me fade around these big fat round numbers in the spot market.
Wow, more
buying. But in this case, it's all like negative gamma. So
wow,
there's really no resistance at upside. There we go. Now it's doing it.
Wow, look at that new session highs.
NASDAQ.
24,615. New session highs. NQES 6708. Looking at a 60, 70 point rally in the last hour or so in the ES. NQ, nice 250 point rally. Okay.
What a rally.
10-year continuing to catch a bid here, Jack. I don't know what to make of it.
Well,
yeah.
They're all interconnected, right? So like
they are.
My read on it would be that crude is selling off. So the reason the yields popped is because oil's doubled, right? And inflation is kind of built into you need a return higher than what you would think the inflation rate's going to be. So if you think inflation's going up, the yields are going to go higher. So oil selling off, VIX coming down. The VIX is, I know there's a VIX for oil, but the VIX is still kind of a proxy right now for the uncertainty of all this. We would expect, the bond yields to come in a little bit.
New highs, new session high prices in the 10-year. Again, prices go up, 10-year yields go down. On there 14 minutes. Not the London close. Will not be the London close at the bottom of the hour. Be an hour
NASDAQ
after
keeps
that.
holding.
We're selling in crude. $87.86.
Crude looking to maybe fill the gap.
Noah's all over it. Noah's trades in the chat say 2 hard lot at 67.15 in the ES. Job well done. Indeed, there is. Using that level 2 data on Topstep X. See that 250 lot at 67.15.
Let's take a look at it right here.
Yeah, NQ, very thin. Let's trade NQ. New session highs. Wow, 24,621.
Yeah. Crude looking for session lows.
ES cooking as well. New highs.
Oh, yeah. We are
67.11.
more than 120 points off the lows.
Incredible. Yep.
Came in about, 9 o'clock last night, looks like.
Yeah, I felt right around 67.40 in the ES. Depending on your definition, but somewhere around there. Reconvinced.
There's a little bit of selling.
Reconvinced on that pop. Guess why not at this point? Buyers are in relentless. No quiet headlines, no news. Well, I want to call it no news, good news. But, wide on the headlines. That's kind of what we're seeing.
Headlines yet. It's just a matter of when, I think.
And what do you say? Cereal is soup. It's a hot take. I agree. In a vacuum, new session lows would be hilarious. If I don't have to think about why that might be happening.
Hey, we thought this Friday, Jack, where we're like low days in and we just kept rallying. Then Power Hour, we dumped 300 points.
Is that how it went down?
Yeah, exactly. It was wild.
It was a wild Power
It makes
Hour.
sense, right? I mean, I wouldn't want to hold on to an equity over the weekend after what was going on.
That's what we kept on saying. Oh, now I remember Friday. That was lit. It was me, Dakota, and VWAP George all riding that sucker into the ground.
We were too.
Well, we see another push lower in crude. I see a lot of volume trading there in the ES. Crude. Looking for another push lower in crude. $97.98 just printed.
It's interesting. So the negative gamma at this level is coming from options expiring on 3/20. So the monthlies. Let me look what the 0 dates are doing here. Oh, 0 dates are a complete mess.
Crude
The
is
chat's
dumping now.
Prime in the chat says, wish this stream was Dakota only, too much talking. You can get Dakota only on
Silence?
slow markets. 7 p.m. You get all the Dakota you want. But right now we're seeing crude selling off. New, I guess call it session low. Well, session low, $96.25.
Yeah, crude looking to go fill that gap.
So
New session lows.
About $5 to go. Crude continuing to sell off. More selling crude now $96. $95.89 now.
We might go all the way back up and down and fill the gap in crude.
Crude on the move lower.
Crude on the move.
Yes, it is. Looking at caught about a $5 sell off last 10 minutes or so. $5. It was stuck in like a dollar range for so long. See some more selling in crude.
We're just getting more and more leaders coming out talking about the possible use of tapping their oil reserves.
Okay.
The German finance minister.
New session highs.
Use of oil reserves is an option that is on the table, but is not yet being utilized.
Interesting. $95.40. Session lows in crude. Wow.
It's
10-year catching a
wild.
bid. Look at 10-year catching a bid. Trading on the highs right now.
34 points to settlement in the ES. That would be crazy.
Looks like that's where we're going. We're selling
New
crude.
crude.
Crude, look out below. $85.23 last trade. I'm messing with you, Prime. Stay locked in. We got crude getting sold off pretty good right now. We see some more buying in the equities. Looks like we're going to print some new session highs in the ES, about a point and a half to go. Trade 67.10. Tilt level off 50.
It's below 28.
Uh-oh.
Are we starting to stabilize a little bit here?
In what market?
Just in these markets in general.
Yes, sorry.
Gaps are filling. We got crude selling off, filling the gap. Equities.
Crude just sold off $5. Oh, new session highs ES. Wow, 67.13.
And NASDAQ's not too far from filling the gap.
Sure isn't.
Yeah, depending on your definition of gap, we would hit the low in the ES of Friday is up here very close, 67.15 quarter.
More buying in the ES. Will we continue to print new session highs? About a couple ticks to go there. Last hour or so in the ES, we're looking at about a 70-point rally. 70-point rally in the ES. NQ, about a 300-point rally.
Leading the way is still Broadcom up 3%.
Incredible.
Yeah, I know. I see that.
Incredible.
Mm-hmm. Bitcoin
We see
is
crude
still
back up to
kind
100.
of hanging out.
Yeah, come on. Gold. Seeing some buyers.
NASDAQ.
New highs NASDAQ.
NASDAQ
Wow, what a rally.
pumping.
What a push. What a push. New highs NQ. About 220 points to go or so to fill the gap, give or take. Session highs NASDAQ 24,639. Yes, same story there. New session highs 67.14. Dakota, what price did you buy? 492s. Wow.
Yeah, I was way there. I was just looking for
Right?
a breakout trade, and it worked. Not expecting this, but never underestimate the buyers.
No, I mean, when positive delta we've seen that a few times. Buyers just not let up. Looking at more selling coming in here in crude. Wow.
Ain't done.
We are guys, ES 67.14 in the orders.
67.15 3/4 in the big contract. We get there. That was the low Friday.
More buying equities. Wow.
There we
Buyers are in
go.
the house.
Okay.
Yep. Buyers are in the
That's
house.
close.
Yep. Okay.
Gap is almost filled here in the NASDAQ.
Looks like we're going, we have about 20 points to go. More buying. Look at this. Wow.
NQ is just down, is almost scratch right now, just down 0.1%. Still down 0.4% in the ES. Russell's down 0.9% still. A lot more, I would think, energy sensitive companies in the ES. Like airlines have been destroyed last week. They'll probably catching a bid right now.
We are on the move higher. Yes. Point off the highs that just did print. Gold back above 5,100. 5,106. And crude.
Now, Dakota, when you're looking at this gap, are you looking for the settlement gap?
Correct. Yep. When I'm looking at the gap, I zoom out and I'm looking at where we closed. I'd say these 660s, right? So we're already. You can look at it both ways. You can say, oh, okay, we filled the gap. We tested this settlement, but I mean, yeah, I'm looking at the last price traded Friday afternoon versus the first price traded Sunday night. So like 660s, the zone, right? So it's not exact. I wouldn't say exact. If we turn around here, I'm like, okay, that's enough because we filled most of it. We're really close. So I'd love to see us trade these 60s and then reverse somehow. Or we just grind higher.
That's certainly what it looks like.
Just chalk it up to Sunday night shenanigans.
Probably. For another push. Looks like we got crude. Continuing to see, well, another move to the downside. Crude, $96 last trade. Oh, 95.90.
Well, crude filled the gap.
About $4 to go. Looks like we're going to. Looks like the NQ wants to continue to grind this thing higher. Trouble. Little pop here in gold. Just the pullback. Do you feel confident being long? I mean, we've seen this rally. It's the scary trade. Being long is, however, the market's saying continue to grind higher. Gold trading 51.10, looking at $20 rally.
It's truly amazing. So crude's what, like close to $25 off its high? One day.
30%.
One session.
Yeah.
30%.
Yeah.
30% was up 30%.
Yep.
We got here
20% off its high.
Boone Morgan in the chat. Just past 3 combines. Job well done.
Nice.
More selling in crude. Crude $95, $94 handle just printed, $94.69. Just printed. We're looking at about a $5-6 sell off in the last 20 minutes or so. $5-6 sell off. I said it's so casual. It's insane. New
Crude not done.
Crude not done.
Crude not done.
10-year just printed new highs. Jack, what was that
NASDAQ
headline?
holding up pretty well.
In regards to crude, talking about opening up some countries, talking about opening up their strategic reserves.
I think that they're all kind of signaling, don't freak the F out and send oil to $150, $200 a barrel, because we will
intervene,
release some of our reserves.
Okay.
So you have to have that in the back of your mind if you're long this oil contract.
And about it's a dollar bounce right there. In crude, $95.65. Did just print.
So there's a little bit of the
Think
upside.
we could bounce back
obviously,
up to 100.
Some shit. Yeah.
Yeah. The implied
100%.
range today was
100%.
huge in the options, like the straddle or whatever, like 130 points wide. We're still a little bit in the middle of that.
All right, we took a peek at those live funded leaderboard from today. But I wasn't here on Friday. I want to see how they did on Friday. Some top 5 live funded P&Ls and funded payouts. So who do I ask? JD. JD, come on in if you're good to go. What's up, JD?
Good to go. What's up, guys? How we doing? Let's take a look.
Wow.
Yes, we have Friday's top 5 live funded payouts and P&Ls. Let's start with those P&Ls. We've got some big numbers to share here. Clement C, top of the list, trading that 100K live funded account just in the ES S&P only. Second winning day in the live funded account for Clement. Great start to his career in the LFA. Kai, also on his very first winning day in the LFA, trading a 150K account. Just the NQ, $49,426 in profits for Kai. Paul, 150K LFA, also trading the NQ. First trading day and first winning day. Came out swinging on his very first day in the live funded account. Paul with $30,523 in profits. Very first trading day in that live funded account. John B, $25,647 trading the NASDAQ. John's digging out of a bit of a hole, but 25 grand is a nice way to start digging your way out of that hole, right? Andrea A, first winning day in the live funded account, pulls in $15,179 in profits. Big shout out to the top 5 and all of our live funded traders here at Topstep. But these top 5 doing exceptionally well going into the weekend last week. All right, let's take a look at those payout numbers. Some more impressive numbers going into the weekend. Preston B, $48,092 going into the pocket. Mind you, these traders are taking money out of the live markets and lining their pockets with it. $48,092 payout going into the weekend. Nice job, Preston. Irvin, $15,840. Anthony R, $13,500. Ridwan, $13,320. And William L rounds out the top 5, $12,042. I know MP shared our payout numbers from last month on the Twitter X Waves. And you want to talk about impressive numbers, go look that up if you want. I'm not going to share it here, though. All right, guys. That's what we've got.
Thank you, JD. A little pop here in crude. A little pop in crude, about $2 pop, 96.73 last trade. Little selling here in the equities. Yes, about 13 points off the ES trading 67.04. NQ trading 24,600. Big numbers.
Yeah, they're trying to. Is it kind of like almost a gap fill? Remember, it's not exact. It's more of a zone. Do we have a sell off here in equities and a rally into crude? Maybe.
Crude $2. $2 off the recent lows just printed. We're talking $2 rally in 5 minutes. Crude trading $96.50. Now 96.60 trades.
Yeah, NASDAQ trying to break below or hold 600 here.
Any trades lining up for you, or we're just waiting for the settlement gap?
Just waiting. Now, there's a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute. I see some traders in the chat calling it out. If this was a little bit higher and we got to if this happened, this 3-bar reversal happened a little bit higher after we filled the gap, I would have taken it. This one's still valid because technically it's at a major level of support resistance, which is these mid to lower 600s. So I don't mind this trade at all. It just I was kind of waiting to see if we could come up here into these 60s and find some type of 3-bar reversal.
Well,
he is holding bid.
Mm-hmm. Everything's recovered a little bit. Mag 7, Meta's down 1.3, Amazon's down 1.4, Tesla down 2.25%.
Crude trading 96.47. Yeah, is it above 70 yet?
No, it actually sold off a little. Sorry for that. No.
No.
68 handle, 68,833 in the spot market for Bitcoin.
Okay.
Interesting.
Again, pin to the top of the chat. Get those questions in for group coaching. We got D, Anne-Marie, Gabe. Got morning highlights after this with Jack and JD. Ooh, Diamond Hands after morning highlights with Jay and Dolby Time and Power Players.
NASDAQ holding the 600 level and crude sellers coming back in on crude oil.
Walnuts going bold. ES heading toward overnight lows. That would be something.
It's like what, 65, 80, somewhere down there.
ACH though, you see it on Friday. It's a kind of similar position we were saying on Friday. Are the lows in?
This would be a little more extreme, but yes.
Yeah, it would be a little more extreme.
In the back of my mind, I'm saying no for whatever reason. Not financial advice at all.
Oh, Dakota stopped pedaling the bicycle that powers his camera, so he'll be back in a few seconds.
Ooh, he's got the Elgato. I like that.
I got it.
And an OBS.
Get Dakota back here. 67.05. Now 06 is holding bid in ES. And Q. I'm figure out what to do with 24,600. Heads up, heads up.
Yeah.
The big one.
Don't see
Stockholm. The Stockholm.
Yeah. Stockholm Hammer, baby. Not seeing any news besides Rubio. I wouldn't think this would be too moving. Rubio considering designating Afghanistan next state sponsor of wrongful detention following Iran first receiving designation.
We have a Trump roundtable. So it's a Trump roundtable, 2:30 p.m. Central. So that'll be during Power Hour.
Today?
Today.
Okay.
And
Does it mention with who?
Does not. Just roundtable. I'm sure you could have we have an idea who may be. Actually, that's not true. Never know. Never know.
Well, on Friday it was about the about college sports.
Yes. Saw Messi was in the house the other day.
Ah.
NASDAQ trying to hold these 600s.
Yes, they are. Dakota, slow markets, 7 p.m. Central, Topstep TV. Who will be joining you this evening?
Correct. Coach Jay. Coach Jay's going to be
Yep.
joining me on the evening. Remember, I'm starting 3 minutes early. It was 7:30. It's now 7 p.m. Central. That's so we can capture the majority of the volatility that's coming in right at the open of the Asian session. And it should be a good one. It helps because during the daylight savings change, the time change, depending on where you're at, I'm able to capture both of it, regardless of whether it's spring, fall, winter, either or.
Very nice. Sure to be an exciting evening in the markets. Don't let the name fool you.
Yeah.
It will not be
Yeah.
slow in all likelihood.
Yes. I think grinding lower here. About 15 points off the highs as we trade 67.02.
In chat, I saw it mentioned. Has anyone tried the Arch Burger from McDonald's, and is it any good?
Mm-mm. Are you looking at that
Should I get
meme of
that
the CEO?
today?
Have you seen the meme of the CEO?
Oh, yeah.
That was funny. All right.
Catching strays.
Yeah, crude. 396.
This is an interesting one.
80.
Dakota, why did you stop trading the Nikkei? I think I have an idea. Why did you stop trading the Nikkei?
No, I mean,
because those markets are behaving psychotically.
100% yes. And it was splitting my focus, right? Last year, and every trader that's a true trader will do this. That they go through ups and downs, they struggle, and then they have to take a step back. And I mean, I'm never prone to that. I go through about 2 struggles a year, give or take, right, on average. And I've been doing that for most of my trading career, and that was during one of them. And my decision was to narrow my focus. I was trading NASDAQ, gold, the Nikkei. I was looking at too many markets. So I narrowed it down, refocused, getting back into it. I see that once things start to settle, I might go back to it. I don't know when. I couldn't tell you. Very similar to crude, right? I was trading crude very, very frequently back in 2013 up to like 2019. And I don't think I've traded crude since. And now crude's starting to pop off. So if it continues to stay volatile but not insane, I might get back into crude oil.
All right, good to know.
Watching crude here. Seeing some more buying, stepping in. It's not exactly cruising higher just yet. Trade $96.75. Yes, pulling back a little.
Around 600.
Yeah, 50-50.
I wouldn't be surprised to see crude back up to 100.
Same. Put your rifle spot. Closing on $97 here in crude.
All right.
Will it put downside pressure at all on the equities? Or is this the dip to buy? Yes, that's the $1 million question.
What market?
NQ 24,600. Continue to hold. It won't.
I'd be hesitant buying anything up here right now.
No. We got IB high at 525.
Anything can happen though. NASDAQ could turn green.
Yeah, I mean the ES
all,
pretty much overlapped the Friday bar by like a couple ticks and sold off.
Crude above $97 for a second there. Well, dip buying in the ES.
That was. With the power of hindsight, that was a dip to buy because NASDAQ's pushing right back up.
Sure is. A 30-point pop there. Wow. 24,640s. Same with the ES. ES with about a 10. I'm going to call it 8-point pop. 67.11. 6 points off the highs there.
Crude oil
What was
starting to
that?
sell off again.
Oh. That's with conviction, too. More buying ES.
See if we go up to those 660s here in the NASDAQ.
That's the gap, correct? That's the gap we're looking to
Yeah. I
fill.
want to see these 660s in the NASDAQ. And if we start to slow down, maybe I'll start to entertain a short. And sometimes it comes right at the end of fast markets, too.
About
There's
a
some
buzzer
good
beater
trades
together.
that tend to set up.
Notice.
A little buzzer beater action here.
Mm-hmm.
Dow. What's going on in the Dow? About 100 points off the session highs in the Dow. 47,110, call it.
Liam bought the 600 there for
a
nice trade. Nice.
What was your risk? That was nice trade. Where was your risk on that trade? Just out of curiosity. Nice trade. Did it get rejected? We see more buying. Interesting. Yep. Morning highlights with JD and Jack.
Indeed. What else we got coming up today? We got Diamond Hands joining with Jaden Dolby.
Oh, yeah.
And Marie's in the house for group coaching. Nice little day.
Yes, indeed. Interesting. I did not, based on what we saw at the reopen, it's not necessarily expecting this type of price action. I don't know what I was expecting, to be honest with you.
Ooh.
Chaos.
I was kind of expecting a lot of selling
VIX,
pressure.
Yeah, that VIX got me fired up, man.
Yeah, I know. I was kind of thinking, hey, can we finally break out of this, 6 months range here in the equities to the downside? And no, we did not. We tried.
I mean, back to what I started with, some of the actions overnight, but we bounced right off the 200-day moving average in the what would have been the 200 moving day average in the SPX. That was the low of lows.
And stay locked in. Don't let the market get into a lull, right? That's when the competition is sleeping.
Laser focus.
They're not staying locked in. It's one headline away. Look at crude, $96.50 last trade there. Just put in some session lows in crude about 20 minutes ago. I'm out at $94.65. We're $2 off of that.
We might go test them. We still have that gap in crude to fill. The sellers could come back in here.
Hanging out around the 6,700 spot level right now. Seems to have gotten a little comfortable there.
Incredible. Australian Grand Prix Turbo. Very exciting. Oh, making another push lower here in crude. Looked like it wanted to dip beneath 96 again.
Things just slowed down.
Yeah,
Things
we got
slowed
Putin.
down.
Putin hitting the wire here. Changes in logistics for oil deliveries will take a long time, require significant expenditure. Oil production linked to Strait of Hormuz risk coming to a complete halt. It's effectively closed. Sounds bullish for. That sounds bullish
There's
for
one Greek ship that would
sounds
disagree,
bullish for crude.
according to.
Sounds bullish for crude.
Dre, you want this crude to pop, man?
Sounds
I
bullish.
know. Crude.
I so bad. I know. You gotta shut up.
Do you have a vested interest in crude long, Andre?
Sounds like the strait is effectively closed. That's what it sounds like. $96.53. Gold, 5106. And Putin speaking right now. Logistics will shift towards more profitable markets. Global gas prices are growing faster than oil prices.
Well, it's
Headlines.
Crude's technically 20% off the highs last night.
$50.50 in the equity indice tilt. Little pop right there in the ES. We're at a decision zone.
More from Putin. We have Russian companies need to take advantage of the current situation. Crude, very little reaction. $96 even last trade. Thank you. Hanging out.
Just to be correct, I saw people talk about this. They don't need. It's all about the insurance for the boats, right? It's not. They're not going to close it like Game of Thrones or something with like a chain. Most likely, once again, it's hoaxes. Anything can happen, but
yeah,
that seems like a remote possibility.
Yeah, and just through Putin saying the straight, there's Trump hitting the wire. Not, I have a plan for everything in regards to oil prices. This is through the New York Post.
Oh, wild times.
And now from
That's why I
Putin,
love
here
what I
we
do.
go.
Someone
We
mentioned
will-
we got-
it's incredible.
Yeah.
Putin, we will continue to supply energy resources to countries that are reliable partners.
One would think that's China mostly.
I mean, yeah. Putin here. Current high commodity prices are temporary. Any reaction in crude? Not too much. Again, Putin hitting the wire right here now on Tops. Well, not on Topstep TV, but hitting the wire. We're
Oh
gonna bring
man,
that to that
we would have probably. Not that we would have done that, but we
Well,
probably would have
yeah,
hyped that up more.
Yeah, I don't. We'd have to run that one by legal, and then legal, and then legal, and
You know what MP would ask? He'd say, "Is he in a live account?" And
Send them the link. Have us join. Send them the VMix link.
be incredible. We're making another. Well, we make new session highs. We got 10 points to go for the session highs in the NQ. Yes, got about. We got a couple 500 lots on the offer in the ES on the ladder. 67.14 offered, 500 times just filled, and point higher. Filled
Ooh,
again.
NASDAQ pushing.
Filled again. Yes, 2 separate 500 lots. Oh, new session highs in the NQ. Will we fill the gap? We got about 4 points to go.
Yeah, there goes equities.
And those 500 lots jumped in. And the offer did get a little pop here in gold.
Crude starting to sell off.
Yes, it is.
Crude might just go down and fill that gap.
You might be right there. Another 500 lot on the offer. 67.18 offered 555 times. If that is filled, those will be new session highs. About 4 points from there. Again, we're seeing some offers coming in using that level 2 data on Topstep X. Seeing some more selling in crude. $95.20. $95.10.
Andre, I was thinking it would be, for many reasons, incredible to get someone huge on Topstep TV.
Yeah.
Just so we could get quoted, like we could see on Financial Juice, like Putin likes ES at VWAP, Topstep TV. Like they'd have to report it out.
TV. That'd be incredible. Our bosses will certainly like that. They would love that. All right, we got morning highlights coming up with Jack and JD. Markets are starting to pick up. Again, get those questions in for group coaching. Also, after morning highlights, we got Diamond Hands joining Dolby Time and Jay. This is Topstep TV. Let's go. We're going to make new highs in the equities. Come on.
Let's go.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the morning highlights. Maybe it's a little less without Hogue, but we're going to do our best. I'm joined by JD. JD, how you doing? How was the weekend? How was last week? Everything good?
Everything was great. Yeah. Last week was a great time. I won't get too deep in the woods on that. I don't know if we're allowed to talk about it yet. But anyway, yeah, we had fun. We got together with a lot of the Topstep team members, saw a bunch of people in person, had a blast. Spent most of the weekend just relaxing, recuperating, getting ready for today. But thanks for holding down the fort this week, Jack. Sorry we missed you. Now we got your hands full at home.
Oh, it's okay.
Would have
I'll be
loved to
back
have you
someday. I bet. Well,
One of these days.
Let's talk opening call. We taking any trades this morning?
We did. We took a single opening range breakout trade in micro gold. That's what we were trading. It looked like it was going to be a good one. Also, I thought we caught the low of the regular trading hour session with that opening range breakout trade, but that wasn't exactly the case. This blue arrow here showing where we got long at, right at about 51.11.10. 51.11.1 is where we got long. We covered one at 51.18.60 just because I was looking at a higher time frame. I was looking at a 1 minute chart and I saw buying power starting to peter out just a little bit. So I thought I'd cover one. Maybe we get back in at better trade location. But it ended up reversing and just taking out our stop. So no harm, no foul. We had we took a 1 hour on that trade. We adjusted our risk in the money. Basically a scratch on the day. Gold went on, as you all know, to trade both sides of the market multiple times. Sort of megaphoning right now. No matter what side of the market we were on for this opening range breakout, we would be out of this trade. Same thing for crude oil. We took a look at the opening range for crude, but we didn't put anything on. This blue bar here represents
Too spicy?
a little too spicy. Triggered a short signal. This blue arrow represents the 8 o'clock bar, the opening bar for crude oil regular trading hours. Triggered a short. I got a little cute with our entry. I thought we would get a little pop for better trade location because that opening range was just a little bit wide. It was very volatile. So I held off. Didn't get triggered and didn't get filled on my offer. Marco went on to break. I mean, it's easy to say in hindsight, right? If we had a couple on, we probably would have peeled off a few on the break and then maybe held a runner that would have gotten stopped. But most likely scenario is we would have just gotten stopped out on that short. Even if we were long, we would have gotten stopped out. So again, played both sides of the market before actually running down on crude oil. I don't think it would have mattered what side of the opening range breakout you were in this market. You would have been out of this trade, most definitely. So that's kind of how things shaped up this morning. But again, no harm, no foul. Up a couple tickies in the house account on those. We cover commissions. So that's a win, right?
There you go. Yeah, $8 on the board. Going ahead to fast markets today, we had Dakota on. No trades in the house account. To give you an idea of where I was going to take a trade, is it looked like we were breaking down a little bit early, and I highlighted this 6620 SPX. Is down around there is where I was looking to get long. We didn't get there. Started rallying pretty hard. I'll get the Dakota's trade next. I was waiting to get short until it looked like we were going to fill the ES gap to settlement, and then I would be, and still am. I don't know if I'm on later, but somebody who's on, there might be an opportunity for a short up there. Dakota took a couple trades, though, both in the MNQ. He took one early in the session that obviously, once again, Captain Hindsight would have. Here, let me go down to the 5 minute here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the exact price, but he took an NQ short somewhere in here and then didn't like the way it was looking, took it off. I think maybe took like a $60 loss on it. Obviously, we then did get the sell off, but turned around, obviously. The better trade, not that losers aren't great too, he played the breakout here. I don't know if you can see this green arrow, but around over this area, when we kind of broke out of this range, he took a long MNQ looking to fill this gap, which it eventually did. Now he cut it after about, I think, points, but that made it, $120 or so. Dakota ended the day for fast markets up $65. So 2 trades there, 1 loser, 1 winner, with the winner 2-1 against the loser. Great to have Dakota on, and nice job. And those are the trades we took during fast markets today. JD,
Very
any
good.
final words before we get this parade moving?
No, looking forward to being back again later this afternoon. I'll be here for Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock Central Time. Me, Hoop, and Gabe. Don't forget to grab that group coaching form into the top of the chat right now if you got a question for Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie coming up in group coaching. So if you want to hear your name live on Topstep TV, this is your chance. Fill out that form.
I got to read this headline first. I saw Evans mention it. Trump is to review options to combat spike in oil prices as soon as today. So they talked futures last week. Now they're talking about slinging options. I need to know who gets to execute these trades. We'll find out how that affects the market. Coming up right now, after a short break, we got power players, Jay, Diamond Hands, Dolby in the house. You won't want to miss that. I'm sure they'll be throwing some trades around. It'll be good fun for all. So stick around. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Dolby Time, but in the middle, we got a power player, Mr. Diamond Hands George. Diamond Hands, how we doing today?
We're doing good after 2 bad losing trades. I end up taking another trade for 750 ticks. Brought me back from the dead, and now I'm up 143.
There you go. Up $143 coming into the segment. Let us know if you're looking for any trades. We got the NASDAQ right now trading 24,662. There's some size up here in the NASDAQ and both the S&P. S&P has an 850 lot at 67.21 evens. 850. Now it's 900 contracts. They must be listening. We'll see if that gets filled up there. But Mr. Dolby Time, how are we doing today?
Oh, doing great, Jay. Doing great. Back in the saddle. Feels good. Also, shout out to Jay for taking care of some business. Well, we had some business to take care of. So hope you had a good time, Jay. It's also great seeing you at that undisclosed location. Great time. Great time.
I don't even know what you mean.
Hey, these markets are doing great. Right at settlement in NASDAQ, I feel like we kind of missed some of this move right here. So kind of curious to see if we can stick around settlement. Lots of fun ranges this morning, especially between like 5 and 9. We had a really nice 15-minute range form, broke out of that. Have another one forming right here, right now, between 590s and let's say settlement, like 24,670. And experimenting with the new chart on the left. So far, we've done okay with it. So keep on trying it. Keep on trying. The high-low bars.
High-low bars. Quiets all the noise in the middle and only prints if the candle makes a new high or the low. Great for range trading potentially here, Dolby. So we will see. 24,646 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 67.14 last trade in the S&P. The S&P still has a little bit of work to do to get to settlement. 67.4375 is that settlement price there in the S&P. Crude oil, of course, everyone's keeping an eye on crude. $96.54 last trade there. Let's see here. Let's see, George. Anything you're seeing for potential trades? I know you took some longs earlier. Nice 750 tick trade there in the NASDAQ. Anything you're seeing for potential opportunities up here?
Not yet, but we did. I mean, at this point, I kind of like the shorts more. We did fill the gap, ETH gap that we had here, pretty much at 658. And we do have some orders at 575 to fill too. I believe 135. I think. Let me get you the exact number on there. 572.
572 on the bid below the market. All right.
Yeah.
Maybe go down and fill those. Let's see here. I kind of with you here. Go ahead, Dolby.
On the shorts. Yeah, I think the shorts are pretty interesting too. I think also because I believe London closes in 20 minutes. There's like this weird 2-week period, I believe, where the London close is going to be off by an hour. So I think we get the pleasure of Euro close. Unless I'm wrong, chat, but I think this is correct.
I think you're right. I'm just trying to figure out why we still do that. And then when we do it, no, not everyone switches at the same time.
How does that
like
work?
what? Come on.
How does that?
Let's get this
time
together.
work?
Let's get it together. That 800 lot up there in the S&P is now gone. 67.21 was that price. I don't see if they moved it anywhere. Oh, they moved it up. Where are they at now? 67.40s. 67.50. So that might give us some room to the upside.
Yeah, it has 100, and then 760 also has 100.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, I am correct. Fantastic. Thank you, Richard. We got 17 minutes into Euro close. So, Jay, I don't know how you typically interpret Euro close, but what I tend to look for in Euro close is to see, do we continue the trend or do we end up reversing the trend into Euro close? So are European traders, are they taking their profits and going home? And if that's the case, do we get a sell-off into the Euro close or do we not get a big sell-off? We had a nice bounce, and so maybe that means there's more strength. That's how I always read the Euro close. What about you, Jay? How you typically read it?
Yeah, I think the same way. I look more so at just the volume that comes in. And you can almost kind of use it like an opening range trade, right? What happens on that Euro close candle, and then do we trade above the high of it, below the low? It is sometimes people do look at it as a reversal time. It's 9 a.m. East, 9 a.m. Central Time, high probability reversal time. We actually saw that today. And the Euro close yesterday. So those two times. So 15 minutes here.
15-minute countdown has been confirmed by chat and Hoop in chat. It's good enough for Hoop. It's good enough for me.
And me too, man.
Yeah, markets have been super thin. I kind of see it. I kind of like the idea of shorts.
1,200 lot here. 1,200 lot in the S&P. 67.23. 1,200 contracts on the offer. We saw that all day Friday. Remember, all day fast markets Friday, there was a ton of size getting traded in the NASDAQ and the S&P. What eventually set the high of the day in the NASDAQ was a 600 lot filling pretty close to the highs. And we sold off aggressively from there. Is that going to happen today? We don't know. But it starts with whatever happens with this 1,200 lot here, 67.23 on the S&P offer. George, how do you normally look at? I know you're looking at Bookmap. You're looking at the liquidity on the books. How do you normally look at a big order like that? If that was a 500 lot in the Nasdaq.
Bookmap usually has like so I know has this feature where you can see how much is that controlled by one person, one algo.
Okay.
So I want to see if it's because if it's one person or one algo, whatever. I try to see if it's spoofing, if they're going to pull all those orders out, right? Because it can kind of like trap you and thinking it's going to go to that price level. But so I kind of cautious sometimes with those big order numbers, especially with NQ. Usually NQ, you'll see them between like 100 to 200, something over like 300. It's a little iffy for me. You'll see that on the ES more than NQ.
1,200, 1,231 on the offer. 67.23 is that price. Not really seeing anything similar in the Nasdaq just yet.
I haven't checked the size yet. Yeah, that is quite a bit of size up there, isn't that? 1,200.
Yes, yes, it is. And there's another something over 500 at 67.51. So I think it's 800. Yeah, 800 at 67.51. So there's some size on the book. Let's see how it trades out.
That is 2 points below 6,700 in the SPX. It's a jack level right there. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Price means something to somebody.
It does. This NASDAQ dome is crazy thin.
Yeah, it is.
Crazy thin.
Yes, it
is.
We're kind of talking about potential shorts up here. Is it are we at the high of the range? Is it the, short off the gap close? Where would risk go if you did take a short here?
82s and above.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 84.75 is last week's weekly open. So probably anything above that probably for me.
Got you.
I mean, I also like if we like longs, I mean, we have a nice little range forming here on the 5 minute. So like longs are like 640s and shorts are like 680s. So it's basically a 40-point range. And on the 5 minute, we're starting to get a pretty tight, a little bit of a bid there, but a pretty tight Dorito pattern forming. So that's just lower highs and higher lows, kind of just getting into settlement, which leads me to believe this market doesn't really have a lot of conviction either way. So maybe we just stay here and just end up unchanged on the day for the next 3 hours. I don't know. Do not know.
It is a possibility. Oil kind of hanging out near its lows here. $95.75 last trade there. Low of the day, $94.65, which is still over $1 away. But when you look at the range that oil traded today, that could happen in the blink of an eye. From the highs of the session, we are down $24 in oil, which is just insane. We were talking this morning about oil prices being up that high. Adobe, I'm car shopping right now, and the car dealer tried to say I need to buy now, or the prices were going to go up because oil prices are going to go up. And I almost told him I was just going to go to a different dealership, but it was him, an Uber driver, my dad, and a barber, all talking about oil prices. And
short everything, just short the shit out of it, Jay. Don't buy.
Find a place
The top is in.
Find a place to sell. And my dad's a pretty good trader too, but
okay.
I'm like, Dad, please don't jump into this one. Let them figure that out.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with Crude, man. You don't want to mess with Crude. It's so news driven, and this is like the one thing I always had a gripe with Crude. It's like if you want volatility, you just typically have to you're asking for bad stuff to happen. Like, been asking for volatility, great. Here's like potentially World War III. Now you have your crude volatility. You happy? It's like, not
Right.
really. Not
It's
really.
not how I wanted that, right?
I don't know.
Be
Let me go
careful what
back
you
and
wish
trade
for, is what
NASDAQ.
they say, right?
Yeah. Yep. This range is forming pretty nice here. So where would you grab some shorts here, Diamond Hands? We're looking at like 680s and above, or do you want to get more aggressive? Also, I have a bid in here as well. 644s.
What would I get? Let me see. Probably like below like 630, I think.
Okay, so more of like a momentum entry on the
Yeah.
short side.
Yeah, that's below 630. Maybe take it to that 5.2, maybe. If we can get down there. We do have those orders there.
We got a bid in. Let's see if we
575.
get. All right, we're
Ooh,
in.
it's coming hard right now.
Yeah, we're in on a
Yeah,
long right
I
now.
might get in here. Oh, I'm on ticks.
I want to see if we can grab a base hit on this range.
You get in short there, George?
Yeah, I did. I did one micro.
Nice. Nice.
What price you get there? 40s?
Yeah, 43s. I do like it.
40.
Here's a
He's
gap.
George short.
PH gap. 658. We'll see.
Nice, let's get it. House is long, 644s. We're just kind of playing this
Okay.
playing a little range we got here.
House
Nice
long,
quick.
644s. George short, 643s. Yeah, it could kind of go
Honestly,
either
can't
way
go
right now.
wrong.
I'm keeping an eye on crude oil here. $95.56 last trade here in crude, kind of hanging out near these lows. Again, about 80 cents off the low now in crude.
Like it's going back up, or it's headed back down. I don't know
It looks like it's heading back down. It looks like it's heading back down.
Okay.
It's kind of hanging out under $96. It's been in a range for the last hour though, ranging between 97.40s and 95s. You'll call it.
Okay.
So let's see if we get any sell pressure here. Of course, we are always on headline watch. If a headline comes out, we are in headline-driven markets right now. Could get these markets going. So whatever trade you're in, make sure you know where your risk is.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, both are very interesting.
You got a downside target here, George?
I do. It's 570, 575.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, 575, which we have that big lot number right there, 5.2. I believe 135. They're still there. I'll do what it does at 607. We do have some orders there as well.
They pulled it.
They did pull that.
Oh, okay. Are we clear for
67.23s. They just pulled.
Clear for
That's a
sell-off?
good question. I hear some volume going off somewhere. I'm trying to figure out where it is. I got too many charts open right now.
Never, not possible, Coach Jay. What are you talking about? All right, we're gonna reduce our risk here. Looks like NASDAQ is catching a bid, so we were risking 25 points. We're gonna get it down to about 10.5 here, just below that 5-minute candlestick. Let's see if we can get new highs, I guess.
New lows in crude there. Watch crude here. Watch crude. There's been an inverse correlation here.
Yep.
Inverse correlation all day here in between oil and the equities. That volume was in the Russell. Some selling got absorbed there right at 2,500. Crude new lows 94.31, 94.37 last trade here. Settlement price in crude $90.90. We're $4 off, but again, that could happen in the next minute with how volatile this market has been. Not really seeing any headlines coming out just yet, but we'll see. You said you reduced the risk on that trade, Dolby?
Yeah, we're down to 10 points. I'm going to see if we can break out of this range. We only have one contract, so either you're taking profits like right here, right now, or you're looking for the range breakout. We'll look for the range breakout.
They're at 67.28 now, 850 on the offer. Passive seller up there, 67.28. Initially, they were at 23s. Pulled that order up, gave us a little bit of runway. Let's see if they keep pulling that order up, or does it eventually get filled here?
still stuck in here. But I mean, so far, I really like these high-low bars. I think depending on your strategy, you might also like them as well. If you're more of like a level-based trader and trying to get away from momentum, or if you have a hard time reading momentum and it trips you up, I would highly recommend checking out the high-low bars. As Coach Jay said, all they're going to do is just reprint when they make a new high or they make a new low. But if it's just chopping in between, you're not going to see any of that sort of wiggle in the charts. So that can kind of help you lock in on just what you're looking to find for the trade. I thought it was automated trading strategies in chat. I've only seen his name once and dropped a gem, and then I've never seen him again. So thank you, Angel Trader. We're gonna go
New
to
low is
break-even.
Crude 94.06.
Nice.
94.02 now. Prior day high in crude oil, $92.61. There's somebody on the offer with 100 that just got filled. That was on the bid. 100 lot right at 94s. That negative correlation is paying out. Inverse correlation here.
Yeah.
Whoa, big pop there in the equities.
Yeah. I'm out.
We're gonna go to plus 25.
Flat there, George.
No, George, I like your trade.
Yeah.
I thought that was legit.
Yeah, if it was right under settlement, could have stayed red for the day. I like the trade. Good risk management because now we're seeing a pop. Crude selling off here now, $93.60. We still got the London close coming up in about 4 minutes. I'm seeing the Russell push new highs in the day. The Dow.
Bro, we were just talking about London close. This might be a London close thing going on right now.
It could be.
Plus 70.
I think it's just the correlation, inverse correlation between
Yeah.
crude and the equities right now, Dobie. Stay long as crude is selling off.
Yeah.
93.15 is new low of the day there.
Well, it's crazy sell off. We were like, crude oil was at 119.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then now it's at 93. I haven't.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So you've been trading some crude, right? I mean, I believe you did have a
I
history
traded a
of
lot.
trading it.
Yeah, I traded crude in 2023. That's all I traded. It was
Nice.
crude oil.
All right, we're
Yeah.
out. Plus 135.
Straight Dobie. Zach Vaughn in the chat says, "What the F is gold doing?" A whole lot of nothing right now. Whole lot of nothing. I think all of the volatility, the interest has gone into different markets. Right now, the equities and crude, new high of the day there in the S&P, 67.34 quarter. High of the day in the NASDAQ, 24.727 quarter. S&P has about 10 points to get to settlement, 67.4375.
Yeah. I mean, like Jay and Jorge, or Diamond Hands, what do we think about how many commodities have done parabolic moves this year? I think
Oh
I
my
asked
gosh.
this in Slack somewhere. It's gold, silver,
many.
crude, and then Coach Robert also said heating oil and RBOB also went parabolic.
Platinum
what
as well.
commodity? Platinum, that was the other one. So
Yeah,
a lot
platinum.
of different commodities have done the parabolic thing. Diamond Hands, what's kind of your take on that?
That's a lot of people are like, right? I see that a lot of people are stuck to trading gold right now, still, and silver. I think you got market. I think that's my best bet for me right now. Yeah, crude oil looks like the new hot right now. But I still trade the NASDAQ. That's still my go-to for me, for myself. I'll trade crude oil or gold here and there in Asia. When it comes to New York, I still stick to my NASDAQ every time.
It is a great product. It is a great product to trade. So Jay,
And
we
if
do
you
have the
guys-
Euro close coming up here. Let's see.
Yes,
if
we
this
do.
ends up
30
flipping
seconds to
here.
Euro. There is like a direct inverse correlation right now. Crude is starting to pop right off those 92.15s, and the equities are selling off. So nice out there, Dolby, because crude looks like it wants to trade back above $95 here.
We'll look at Euro close in 20
18 seconds.
That's kind of what we were talking
Yep.
about. Yeah, and it's time. Who said it's a Deanna time frame is a level or can be a level?
Time of day is a level.
Time of day is a level. This is one of them. The euro close. I feel like it also impacts crude oil a lot. That's where I actually initially picked it up because I too, Diamond Hands was also a crude oil trader because we all were back when I was trading at Topstep, and that's like where I kind of noticed that correlation between like, oh, 30 minutes before euro close can be a real sort of vibe check for the market to see if we're going to trying to continue or trying to reject. So
170 contracts just filled at 24,688.75 in the NASDAQ. Euro is officially closed.
Yep. So let's see if we sell off here, or do we maintain?
Another offer here up in the S&P. 67.31, 800 on the offer. Looking at Delta, positive 15,000 for the S&P, positive 2,300 for the NASDAQ. So congruent with direction so far today.
Diamond Hands, would you hop back into a short here? Or is there a different level you're looking for?
I probably same thing. I probably under maybe like 630 probably.
Okay.
To get some shorts. Yeah.
Let's see if this ends up playing out here. Good volume too on that last 5-minute candle at 11:25. And that was the most volume we've had since about an hour and a half ago. So nice little pop there.
Crude holding these $95, back above 95 now. Let's see if the equities go the other way. You guys were talking about before all of the commodities, Dolby, that went parabolic. I think the one thing you have to, and George says, there's a bunch of traders stuck trading gold right now, and gold's not really doing much. You look at gold today; it's a flat line. If you're going to be the trader that chases the momentum, I think what happens is, and this has happened to me so many times in my trading career, right? You start trading gold, and it's trading well for a month, and you only remember the good times, right? Where it's like, oh man, this is just easy trading. I'm just buy it, it goes up. So you hope that continues the entire time. And as a momentum trader, especially if you're catching on to like a higher time frame trend like that, you got to be a scanner also, right? Because the opportunity is going to move somewhere else. We were talking to Jessica Inskip about that when she was on a couple of weeks ago, and she said the money's going to go somewhere. And if your market is getting flat, the money probably went somewhere else. So that's a skill you got to develop, right? How can I identify where the trend is now, right? And it went to crude.
I really wonder how much. I don't know if there's a way to even measure this. I bet our data team can figure it out. But I wonder how much faster traders are switching markets now as before, just to chase volatility. Because it seems so fast now. It's just it takes a couple days, and people are like, okay, now I'm a gold trader. Now I'm trading silver. Now I'm trading crude. And it's just zipping back and forth so aggressively, it seems like. I wonder if there is a way to pull that. I don't know. How'd you do that? Seems like it's fast. Way faster.
Yeah.
Chat, have you found yourself switching markets faster than before? Chasing volatility? Is this a new thing? Feels like it was slower back in the day. Maybe crypto got people looking at markets a little bit faster because all those markets could last an hour before they disintegrated.
36, yeah. I was going to say 36 hours, but you're right. Probably more like an hour.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, hey, here's the hot new meme coin, and rug pull.
It's rugged.
I think I traded. I think I traded crude oil longer than I did gold. At least with crude oil, I traded a whole year back in the day.
Okay.
Dude, it's a great market. It's a great market. It is just very news driven. Very news driven. Would not recommend getting into crude oil trading right now. It is like expert. Crude oil is expert mode right now.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
It is expert mode.
Gold is just a flat line right now.
That terrifies me.
Yeah.
Because that's a market that has a personality to just flush like 20, $30 and bid back up again. And if it's just chilling right now, I can only imagine what that stop run is going to look like. It's one of the most obnoxious markets to trade. Okay.
Get another push here.
Yeah. Very interesting.
All those orders in the S&P are less now. Nothing over 500 on the offer above. Does that give us the room to run till settlement? 67.4375. London close is coming gone.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So this makes me think we're going to stay bullish now that London close has gone. We sold off a little bit, and now we're just bidding straight back up again. Like we didn't even break. Didn't even break trend here on the 5-minute. So that leads me to believe that the buyers are in the house for this one. This isn't just
we're so close. We're so close to the one deviation of IB 738.75.
What does that mean? Yeah, what's that mean to you? How do you read standard deviation off of initial balance?
I get the range, and basically, like the 50% of that range will be, in this case, we're looking right. The IB range was from the low, which was 24,313.25, and the high was 1,526. Right? So I'll get the 50. That will be what 24,632. So basically half that range. That's where you get that 0.5 deviation.
Got
Your
it.
full
So you just
deviation
stack it on
will be
top.
yeah, and your full deviation in this case will be 730.25. So
Nice.
look at it.
Oh, we're almost there.
That's so basically like about 864 ticks.
Got it. So you take the range of the opening range of so 15-minute opening range, cut it in half, and then add it to the top, and that's your 0.5, and then double it, and that's your whole.
Yeah,
there we go. That makes sense, chat. If you're following along.
Makes sense to me.
Nice.
We
It's
had
also
100
a nice way
lot
to get
fill.
levels. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. Finish that statement, Dolby.
I was say it's a nice way to get levels if there's nothing to look left on, which is kind of like a measured move. It's a take on a measured move, I guess. That was it. That's all I had, Jay.
All good. We had a 100 lot fill at $95 even in crude oil, bounced from there about 40 cents up. Headline here from CNBC: the U.S. stance is that a joint release of 300 to 400 million barrels from G7 reserves is appropriate. Came out a couple minutes ago. So with everything going on, dipping into those oil reserves.
That'll help a little bit.
Yeah.
That'll help a little bit.
Yeah,
it's not going to solve
I tried
the
to
problem,
think about.
though.
Right. No, it's not. And how much is 300 to 400 million barrels, right? Is that a drop in the bucket? How much is that relative to what's required?
Yeah. I mean, I was binging like Iran war content over the weekend, and there were some really interesting takes and like a lot of other factors that we just don't think about. It's like, crude oil storage, right? Like they're topped up. There's not a lot of storage left to put all this crude. Another thing too is that like once you pop open these wells, they don't really stop. So if you keep on pumping oil and you got nowhere to put it, where do you put it? Do you end up capping the wells? But then if you cap the wells, because you got nowhere to put the oil, then it's going to take, I don't know, I think maybe a couple months to get them, back online again. So like the whole like crude oil process is kind of just on like this conveyor belt. And if you stop like one part of it, kind of just back up the entire thing. Yeah, Charles, they can cap the wells. I just heard it took like months to uncap them. So they have to cap a bunch of wells because they can't store it. Releasing reserves is just a temporary fix.
And there you go. Noxious in the chat. I just looked that up as well. The world consumes about 100 million barrels per day. So 300 to 400 million barrels is minus 3 to 4 days of oil consumption.
Global? That's ridiculous.
Right.
That's not a lot. But also,
no,
it's not distributed evenly.
Exactly. Exactly. Who's all that oil going to? U.S. consumption, this is back in 2023, is 20 million barrels a day. 220 lot here on the offer in the NASDAQ, 24,720. See if that acts like a magnet up there. Not seeing anything similar in the S&P just yet. Pushing up on it here.
I guess I
Jay
wouldn't
loves
use
his
the.
plushes. What are you talking
I mean, I would still think that crude would just be stuck around 100 if like the whole pipeline system just gets backed up. It's gonna take months for that to get unwound. Get everything all like lined up again. An oilologist, yeah, right.
200 lot filled there in the NASDAQ. 24,720 is that price. Buyers are not having any trouble trading through some of these bigger orders here. Delta increasingly positive. New highs of the day coming up here in the NASDAQ, new highs in the Russell. S&P a couple ticks below its high, and crude just hanging out at $95.24. And we've been seeing that inverse correlation there.
Yep.
Yeah. There it is.
New highs. Incredibly bullish. Yeah, these shorts are just getting wrecked right now in the short term.
Dolby, they're calling you a oilologist in the chat.
I was just watching videos on YouTube chat, just trying to learn me some crude oil stuff. It's a fascinating product because it just touches every part of your life, every single part. It's probably it's the most important commodity in the world. It's oil.
Agreed.
Petroleum products. There's some guy on X talking about how we're not going to have any sulfuric acid because it's derived from hydrocarbons, and sulfuric acid is used in like freaking everything to make like a lot of chips, like industrial chips, semiconductors, things like that. New highs. There we go.
Crude is $10 a tick for Wells McMahon. $10 a tick, $1 with the micros.
That's actually why I started trading crude oil, because it was $10 a tick. I was like, I can do that math. That's pretty easy.
Yep. NASDAQ continuing to push here. Nice out on that trade, George. Nice out.
Great out.
Yeah.
Continue to push 24/7, 35.50. Let's take a look at the tilt. Haven't seen that in a little bit. Actually, before we do that, we got group coaching. That form is pinned to the top of the chat, so make sure you get your questions in there. We got Anne-Marie, D, and Gabe today for group coaching, so make sure you get your questions in. D, a crude trader. Anne-Marie, you saw Anne-Marie for the market kickoff last night and has been in the chat all day today, so make sure you get your questions in there. Group coaching coming up right after this. S&P new highs. We are just grinding up here.
It's about to hit. Yeah, 738 here.
Yeah, I got no ranges right now. We are just cooking to the upside here.
So what I'm looking at now is the NASDAQ is back above the 200-day moving average, right? 24,698 is that price. Friday, we closed below it, but it was pretty much right at it on Friday. So really nice recovery here. We're right back into that October 10th candle range. Just see a strong move here.
Yep.
Hogue has been using the word resilient in the equities, and this is very resilient here.
Want to know something, Jay? We were almost out of the bag.
Hey.
And then guess what?
Dolby,
the chip is back in the bag, baby.
We've been asking what is going to get the equities to break out of this range, and I think the answer is $120 crude.
Yep.
Right.
Or accounting fraud. That's all I got.
Or accounting fraud.
I got dipped below and back up. You know what I'm looking at now, Jay, is we might just get back to that daily range that we've been in since February 5th to like basically all of last month. We just had a massive, I have it as a weekly range now, but it's like 500s up to 400s. Sorry, 24,500 up to 25,480s. So Middle of that gets you to 24,918s. Round up back to 25,000s. Just coming back to 25K.
What a move here. 24,740s last trade in the NASDAQ 746 high of the day. S&P making new highs. 67.4375 is settlement price in the S&P. Crude oil looks like it wants to continue selling potentially here. $94.48 there. President Trump saying, I will hold a news conference at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time today. So about an hour and a half after we close. Make sure you are tuning into Slow Markets. Curious what will be said there. We're already seeing, G7 releasing some barrels of oil. Are we going to hear more of that? We'll have to wait and find out.
This thing's just been on cooking since the range break at like 9:30.
Yeah.
Just
straight
up.
George, anything else you've seen as far as potential opportunities go? He took that short, really nice out on that trade. How do you look at this now?
I'm pretty much done for the day. I don't trade. Ross, I usually try to be in the market within an hour, 2 hours. Call it a day.
That's right.
I don't like to overtrade. I'll take between two and three trades per day, and that's how I think I end up not blowing my accounts. Just not over trading and accepting a loss. Yeah, so I'll probably just look at the market probably end of the day for power hour, see what the market is, and then probably I'll trade something in Asia or semi open.
Good
plan. Mental capital high.
Yeah,
got to keep it high.
Yeah. And we also have CPI on Wednesday, I believe. Yeah, right.
Yes, we do.
Gonna be good stuff in the markets.
There's way more opportunity later in the week, right? Today's just Monday. So more opportunity coming. New highs of the day there in the Russell, the NASDAQ as well. S&P getting ready to trade. Settlement price here, making new highs of the day there as well. Crude oil, are we going to see another flush? If crude sells below $93 here, watch the equities. $93.65 here.
It might be just
gap
a
close.
Caveman, Jay. See how it just plummets. It might just be a caveman trade in NASDAQ.
Right.
Just buy it straight up.
Some decent size up here on the NASDAQ bid, but again, these orders have not been slowing us down. 116 on the offer here, 24,750. Here goes crude.
Could be covering.
Some 760 as well. And if we just has 116,
that might be the trade, Dolby.
I don't know. I can't caveman trades. It just never works. As soon as the NASDAQ sees me press the buy market button, it's like, oh, time to reverse.
He's in.
Not the type of trader you are. Stay in your lane. You want me to call it
93.07. New low. Wow, crude just made a low and bounced 50 cents instantly.
What?
There's nothing on that crude oil.
There's
nothing on the book.
Yeah, no one trade crude right now.
There's nothing on that crude oil. Yeah. Use it for the correlation if you're trading the equities, right? We've seen that inverse correlation, but that is a tough tough market to trade there. Made a new low, 93.07s, back up at 93.57 right now. What traded there?
I wonder if she's going to gap 91.5 crude oil.
You're breaking up a little bit there, George. Say that one more time.
I wonder if she's going to basically gap just 91.45 pH.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at here. Prior day high 92.61 and settlement 90.90. Does crude want to fill the gap? That would be a crazy move. Again, I think what we've learned this year, Dolby, you said it, all the commodities that went parabolic. Commodities are not like equities. They are not built to just continue to go up. And that's the one thing I was telling my dad, right? He's just like, hey, crude is above 100. Like, where do you buy it? I'm just like, there are market participants. We said this during the opening call, our president being one of them, that does not want crude above $100. So you got to watch when they start taking actions to then bring the price back down, it'll happen real quick. So,
well, slippage is real. Slippage is very real
yeah,
in crude oil. I mean, it's real in all markets, but I've said this before. You're in a crude oil trade. You're just like hopping along, doing just fine, and then all of a sudden, headline hits and the liquidity evaporates, and now you have like 25, 30 ticks of slippage, and you just hit a daily loss limit in like a second. There's no one saving you. No one is saving you, man.
nope.
Just eat it.
Up 70 ticks from that low in a minute and 12 seconds. About what a move.
That is. I would love to know what like our like average ATR is today compared to like pre-Iran war. It has to be 10
it's
times.
insane.
10 times.
On what time frame?
I know that's kind of thing. I'm like maybe like a 15-minute. You know what I mean? Like what was the average 15-minute ATR pre-Iran war compared to what it is now?
Daily is above 5.5%. Oh, sorry, $5.50. Daily's above $5.50, and today was whatever that range was. So,
oh, that's not good.
Yeah,
that's not good. Everyone's like, it's awesome. Like, yeah, if you're on the right side of the trade. Otherwise, you're getting totally steamrolled, completely flattened within seconds.
Right. Yeah, I got some numbers for you here, Dolby. The 5-minute ATR in oil right now is $1.32. Give me 1 second here. The daily ATR, in December was $1.64.
Wow, there you go.
So
that's a hell of
you're
a
not
stat,
trading the
Jay.
same crude.
Wait,
you are not trading the same crude. The 5-minute ATR $1.34. The daily ATR in December was $1.60. So a 5-minute candle is basically the entire daily range 3 months ago. So just be careful trading crude right now. If that's what you're doing.
We got size up here on the NASDAQ. 735s offering 220s, and then also offering 742s. We're very close. Let's see if it fills. We got 61 traded there at the 735s. Yes, filled. 220 at 735. Another one sitting at 742, 200. We had 98 traded there. It was like there's someone with a lot of size, Jay, just cutting up orders. We had 200 at 742s, 100 at 750s, 100 at 760s. Is someone selling 100 contracts every 10 points? Sure looks like it. Or covering. Who knows? Maybe they're building into a trade, or maybe they're getting out of one.
We saw something very similar on Friday during fast markets, and we don't know what the intentions of that market participant. We don't know their intentions. They could be hedging something. They could be building a position. If you look at what happened Friday, all that size traded up there in the S&P and the NASDAQ, and then we gapped down on the next open. So we'll see. Sometimes we might take a couple of days to see this play out, but right now the NASDAQ's having no problem chewing through those orders.
I'd have to think it was someone taking profits if I had to guess.
Let's see here. Neil says down 1K on crude. Hopefully that's measured risk, right? If you were looking to get long in commodity markets, you got to pay attention to the headlines, pay attention to the flow of the markets, because once they turn, perfect example, gold and silver last month or in January, there was no more buying gold or silver, right? It was the party's over. Party's over, go home. We'll let you know where the next invite is coming, but make sure you manage your risk.
We're like those bears eating porridge. It needs to be, I want just the right amount of volatility. Not too much. Not too much.
Yeah.
Oh, shout out to Hims, the online drug retailer, up 40% today.
What?
Hims is up 40%, partnering with Novo Nordisk on weight loss drug Ozempic and Wegovy. That stock was trading
that's big news.
way higher. Way higher than where it's at right now.
It is
Good
big
for them.
news
Good
for
for them.
sure. Wow, crude made that low and up $1.30. There's your
There's
5-minute
range.
ATR right there.
There's your range.
Yeah, we hit the one deviation as well. 30.75.
730s.
Interesting. Okay.
We came down.
So, do you normally look for shorts or continuation when you get to that standard deviation?
I usually like for the breakouts. So in this case, I would go like 0.51. But I do notice that sometimes, a lot of times, most of the time, it's that one deviation. It will count as a pullback, and then maybe continue higher, or just keep going down. But yeah, especially if today's range. Let me see how big is this. About 800 ticks, pretty much.
Wow,
Yeah,
nice.
huge range today, almost 800 points in the NASDAQ. And we are not done. Unfortunately, this segment is, George, thanks for joining us. As always, great risk management on that trade. Took a look at a short. Market didn't agree. But yeah, sometimes we got to accept our losses and move on. Dolby Time, nice trade. We'll see you back for Power Hour in just a little bit. We got group coaching coming up. Anne-Marie, Deanna, and Gabe. That is sure to be a good one. That form is still pinned to the top of the chat. So make sure you get your questions in there. Somebody asked for my opinions on the S&P. I'm watching what happens at settlement here. 67, 43, 75. And we'll be back in just a little bit. Stick around. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. I didn't ask for a vibe check today, but let's get a vibe check in the chat. Let us know how you're doing while we're at a break. Are you up? You down? You follow your plan? You follow someone else's plan? This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right. Good afternoon and welcome back, everybody. It is time for group coaching. I am joined by Deanna and Anne Marie, two of our VIP coaches. Ladies, welcome. How are we today? Deanna, I'll start with you.
Pretty well. Traded a little bit of natural gas just to feel things out. Stayed away from crude oil, but I am watching it. It's gone a little crazy.
It is indeed.
Sure. For sure.
Anne Marie, how about you?
I'm doing great. Every day I'm doing better than I deserve. I can absolutely say that without a doubt. 100%. So, yeah, I had a great time at market kickoff last night because when my seasonality stuff comes into play and everything's showing up at the same time, it's really nice to see it play out. And we saw this bounce. We saw they're going to try and flush it, and that morning wick just looked really, really great. So now it's got to chop around, see if it gives us a floor, and then we'll have ourselves another little bounce, shake the tree some more. So yeah, I feel good about seeing the market well. Sometimes you come in and you're like, I can't see for diddly right now. What is happening? And so when you've had that space of clarity, you go, okay, I still got it. So I'm always working through that. You know how that goes. I'm always second guessing myself.
I think we all have that. Oh, I'm missing some lights. There we go.
There you
go. I love that chameleon back there.
Say you were in a dungeon earlier there, D.
I know. I was like coming in from the shadows. Like, what's happening?
I think we might have a top here for the day at 67.40.
Okay.
We filled the gap from the close. And so the big thing that's going to tell us whether it's a yay or a nay is how strong the bounce is from here, if we can hold this VWAP level. So the guys and gals at Power Hour and later on the day might have a pretty good level to either accelerate from 67.40 if the sellers get on the back foot, or a really nice fade down into that 6,700 area again. So looks like the afternoon's going to set up pretty nice as well.
Indeed. Yeah, these markets are cooking today. Definitely lots of opportunity on both sides. Deanna, what you looking at over there on your end?
Yeah, so I have 3 charts up. Obviously, watching crude oil in the middle. I have natural gas on the right, and as always, I have my copper on the left. There might be something developing in the copper chart. We did a rotation through the value area, reached the COMEX average session range high. We are sitting around 585, which is the end of day gamma wall. And we're now going into a potential time of day when we see some enforced hedging into COMEX settlement. One thing that is not ideal is that we do have multiple sets of single prints on the upside. But, maybe there's a short there, maybe. When it comes to the energies, I did catch some of this drop in natural gas on micros. Just sitting here and waiting to see what crude oil does. I do have the full-on TPO value high all the way down at 91.87, let's say. But today is a bit of a weird day because for me, it's I'm still on the winter time, so UK does not change. Yeah, so we don't change clocks until the end of March. So everything is a little bit topsy-turvy. London close is still at the same time, but the COMEX open and close are at different times. So that always tends to bring a little bit of weirdness into the markets for me. So I'm trying to be a bit more careful with what I'm doing. And we'll see. Maybe short copper. maybe. I just want to see how it behaves around this gamma wall. And then maybe if we can stay away from it, maybe it's a short trade that's going to last for quite a time.
Okay.
Not much else, though.
So,
yeah, I think
question.
crude oil still has some.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead, Emery.
I wanted to ask Dee if she felt like the single prints acted as bounce zones when, you know, she was talking about, okay, all right. Just checking. Because you said, hey, that's not ideal for the short, so I was wondering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever we have multiple sets of single prints, they could just dip into it and then stop and bounce from it. And obviously, if I'm going to be short, don't really want to see that. We're starting to go a little bit below this average session range high. Now, the problem is I had to close my book map, so I have no idea what's happening with the tape. So we're just going to guess a little bit. Let's do 4 micros, 55 tick stop. So the idea is that we have that sell off into COMEX close. Don't think I'm going to be adding, purely because it is multiple single prints everywhere.
All right, we're short copper. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll see. Just an idea.
And you are short 4 micros from 5.8425?
Yes.
Okay.
Great eyes.
I had to squint real hard for that one. Over here, like an inch away from the screen. Trying to figure out what that said.
Yeah.
Dogs must like the short. So that's good.
You know what? They've been noisy today. 3 of them went to doggy daycare. 5 of them stayed here. And I don't know what's up with them, because we have some sun and they have been just barking at everything and anything. I don't really know what they're barking at, so I'm like, just settle down.
You would think that coming home from doggy daycare, they'd be all tuckered out, but if anything, it just gets them more hyped up.
Yeah. I wish that they would just sleep.
Yeah. All right, so we are short. We got 4 micro copper on from 5.8425 for Deanna. Anne Marie is scoping out the ES for us as we continue on through this hour for some continued opportunities. Take a quick trip around the market, see where everything's priced at, and we'll get into a couple of questions. Don't have a ton of questions submitted today, so just a heads up, if you do have any questions for either Anne Marie, Deanna, or even myself, feel free to put them in that form and at the top of the chat, and we will take a look and see if it's worthy of being said on there. Y'all continue to submit some comedic questions sometimes that I wish I could share, but I just can't. But there's a couple of good ones that we'll get to today. So, but we got the S&P 67.26 last trade here. NASDAQ trading 24,687s. Crude oil topic of the day, 94.79 per barrel here. We got gold and silver both rolling over just a little bit here. Gold last trade 51.08 per ounce. Silver's last trade 84.72. And then we got micro Bitcoin trading in the middle of a 5-minute range around 69,210. Shout out to Michael in chat. Said opportunities, some might say. Did say opportunities, but I think opportunities is a good way to put it. Knowing D's short copper.
Opportunities. Yes.
Well, let's go ahead and crack open a question. Let me get my little document open here. Okay, so we got a China Pug. A question for Anne Marie and Deanna. How would you evaluate the caveman trade? I would imagine, I mean, this is not something that I hear you two talk about a whole lot. I know Anne Marie is sometimes a little bit more willing to buy breakouts, at least from what I've seen, but still not that frequently.
Mhm.
Um, but Anne Marie, let's start with you there. Do you ever caveman or cave woman, we'll say, cave woman into a trade, looking for momentum, or is it typically waiting for you, like waiting for a price?
So, being somebody that's self-taught, when I think about being a caveman in a trade, I really, uh, one, I don't think cavemen got enough credit because they did have very big, scary things coming after to eat them all the time, and they managed to stay away from them and indeed kill some of them. So I would say the caveman trade, in order for survival, is more measured. And so I always go, hey, if it looks simple, I'm going to do it. And so that's my caveman trade. I came to learn that this term caveman just means, you know, jumping in wherever. So, to be sure, I'm not quite clear on what a what somebody would call a caveman trade. Maybe it's something that's not organized or not thought through, or maybe chasing momentum or whatever. I'm, I'm going to say that I've been prone to do bad trades, silly trades, stupidly thought out trades, but I try not to make it a habit. So, the breakout trade works great if things are trending. The breakdown trade works great if things are trending. But if things look sideways, like the way gold looks, or any number of charts at this time, it's not such a good idea. That's my thought.
I gotcha. Emery, typically, by the way, what we would, at least on air, a lot of the times, JD would say caveman into a trade. It's typically when the market is just like a slow grind higher. There's just no pullbacks or like a directional, like a singular committed direction, very little opportunity to get a better price. It's just more so just sell
I'll
into,
caveman that all day.
yeah,
I
sell
mean,
into the lows essentially for more lows, or buy into the highs for more
yeah,
highs.
if
That's kind of
trend
what
is
it ends up
strong,
being.
absolutely. Yeah, I'll do it.
I gotcha. D, how about you? Any comments? Comments on the
Yeah, so
caveman trade?
the cave woman trade, I would consider if we are in a gamma squeeze situation, because you've got nowhere else to go. Am I chopping up, by the way?
A little here and there.
A little bit. Okay. Well, nothing's kicking off on my
Power
side,
through it.
so.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go.
All right. So, yeah, the caveman trade, in certain situations when you're not seeing any pullbacks or anything, the way I would run it is to wait until we smash through one of the bigger call walls or put walls, and then just trying to go with the momentum. But I always have a level in mind, and I have an idea of what is happening. So if I see sweeps that are directional on bookmap and cumulative delta is just not pulling back, or they pull it back but then very quickly recovers with the direction, that would be a cause for me to just plow in and hope for the best. Do I like doing it? No, because in that case, I'm always see money, take money, because anytime a 30-minute candle closes, they can hedge it like really quickly and for like a million ticks. So, your idea there is that you're basically going with the momentum and trying to justify the poor choice of a trade location, and then you're hoping that the momentum is just going to take it away super quickly from that sort of crappy trade location. And if you don't get momentum pretty much right away, probably shouldn't be in it. So, yeah. So I would consider it
that's good.
under the right circumstances.
Yeah, I like that perspective. Sure. Awesome. All right. We got another good one. Now, this one is something that we've talked about more than once, and I think the three of us have actually taken on this question before. But Noman has asked, when you're financially and mentally at your limit with trading, but you're in a situation where you need, in all caps, trading to work to climb back financially, what advice would you give to somebody in the situation? Now, as always, I want to put a full disclaimer on this that what we talk about during this hour together, really, period, on this show is never financial advice. You should always make decisions for yourself. But this is simply perspective to be shared about maybe our personal experience on decisions that we've made in the past ourselves and what's brought us to this point. But Noman, I'm going to just lead this off the bat by saying, in my own personal experience, trading has always made my financial hardship, my seasons of financial hardship, more challenging. They've never, and this is once again just my personal perspective based on what I've dealt with, but it's always complicated that hardship. It's never actually allowed me to climb out of a season of financial hardship. Now, that might not be the answer that you're looking for, but in reality, I think we tend to believe that trading is going to be the solution to break out of that season. Now, for some, it could be. Not saying it's impossible, but it takes, in my opinion, a special kind of person, and that, you could take that a couple different ways. But it takes a special kind of person to really end up finding a way to make that happen. I would always tell myself, looking back in hindsight, that it would have been better. I would have been better off finding a source of full-time income to relieve the pressure of my obligations, my my daily, weekly, monthly expenses that I know are going to happen, and then once a little bit of that pressure's off myself, continue to chip away and working at building this skill set. But that's just my opinion. Now, I'm sure there's people in chat that are going to maybe have some additional comments they can share. So chat, feel free to speak up. If you do have anything to add to Noman here in the chat, feel free to share your thoughts. But I'd love to hear from, Anne Marie and Deanna about this. Once again, this is something we've talked about before, but this person maybe just wasn't here and would like to maybe get some perspective from the ladies. Anne Marie, you want to start this one off?
Sure. Most of you know that trading under pressure is very difficult. And a lot of people say, hey, I love pressure. But here's the thing. Everybody's got their own breaking point. If you look at somebody like Tom Brady, his breaking point is probably a lot higher than most everybody's. And so what we're talking about when we go, hey, listen, this struggling about money and thinking about having to make it never makes it better for most. And so what you have to reevaluate is, how did I get myself into this place in the first place? What mistakes have I made? And then be honest. Look at yourself in the mirror and say, well, I was hoping that I could do XYZ, but I really didn't have any skill showing up consistently. And so I was hoping in the face of something that wasn't realistic. Listen, nobody wants to do that in the mirror. I mean, that's like the pits. But reality has to hit the road. I mean, the rubber, like they say, the rubber has to meet the road somewhere where you have a level space that says, hey, I have no evidence that I can consistently trade for 6 months, 1 year, 18 months at a time. But here I'm hoping that my trading works. Pump the brakes. Don't throw away the dream, because dreams are meant for us to have, to aspire to the next level of whatever it is we want to accomplish. but trim back and say, okay, how can I do this more responsibly? So I really am not just a degenerate gambler. I know these words are hard, so please, I'm not trying to offend you. I really am not. But a lot of times we have to shake each other by the shoulders and go, snap out of it. And so this is one of those spaces where this might be the snap out of it. Listen, somebody had to do it to me. I mean, my husband had to do it to me. He's like, what the heck are you doing? We've spent 25 years making all this money and you're literally pissing it away. And so, it just take a truthful account, an honest account, know that you can get there to the next step, but make reasonable, honest choices instead of the big dream without having boulders to walk on top of to get over the chasm between where you are and where you want to be.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, definitely not knocking the dream by all means.
Yeah,
in this skill set,
never.
You can, Noman, you can do it. Like you can absolutely be a trader and be a profitable trader, but a lot of it, I think, just comes down to the groundwork that we're laying, our expectations, the preconceived timeline that people think that they need to make it work by. But anyway, Deanna, I'm going to let you take the reins here because I know you have some perspective to share and to add to Noman's answers so far.
Yeah, I've always been of the opinion that trading should be almost like cherry on top. Now, if you are somebody who is well capitalized and you have a few years worth of all of your expenses paid, maybe, just maybe, you're one of the people in a situation where you can just not do anything and fully focus on becoming a consistent trader without that pressure. But I'm going to say that if you are drowning in debts and you're thinking of trading as a way out, I've said this before, you're probably better off starting an OnlyFans rather than doing trading and trying to bail yourself out, because it's like, I don't know anybody who was in that situation and trading sorted out all of their problems. Quite the opposite. Trading made everything much worse because we are dealing with an environment where we have emotions. It's money. Money is an emotional thing for a lot of people. And it's a very difficult endeavor in general. So if you then add the additional pressure of having debt, absolutely have to pay off, not knowing where your bills are going to be paid from, that's a recipe for disaster. So even when I started doing really well in trading, for the first 3 years or so, I ran parallel careers. I was still a musician, and it took, I think it was about 3 years before I was like, I could probably be okay. I will probably be okay if I just do trading. But my husband was also working. So we were never left without, any kind of additional income that might pay things off. Now, when you win balls, it's a great, and suddenly you can pay off your mortgage in one go. You can go on expensive vacations. You can buy all the trinkets that you've been wanting forever. But just know that that's a long off for a lot of people. And you shouldn't be putting pressures on yourself, saying things like, I have to make trading work. You will. But make sure that your bills are first. That's just, something we've talked about a lot. And I maintain the same stance on that.
Yeah. Amen.
100%.
All good things. And shout out to those in chat, sharing their perspective too. The OnlyFans comment, by the way, is not financial advice. Topstep TV is not affiliated with OnlyFans nor condones any sort of behavior that takes place in OnlyFans.
That was a joke.
100%. 100%. Yeah, 100%.
Jesus, I
just have to say those things. I just have to say those things.
Disclaimer.
I gotta cover my
As
ass.
if I
Come
would
on.
say, yeah, as if I would say to somebody, what do I do for money? Start an OnlyFans. It's like, come on.
Oh my gosh.
Just go. I can't
That's
believe we
just
live in a time when
hilarious.
we
I
explicitly have
know.
to say that is
I
not.
know. It's terrible.
Oh boy, I come
Truly.
from a very different time, I suppose.
Hey, that's all right.
Same.
You know, shout out to the edgy side of Top Step TV, still holding on by a string. We
Yeah,
basically
exactly.
have. I think we've wrapped up that question for Noman. Hopefully, you know, you find some enlightenment and maybe an idea of how you want to approach this, whether it's reeling things in and going back to smaller size, you know, one account at a time, just a practical stance, just so you can stay with it and continue to build on the skill, whether it's you need to take a break. You know, I've had a friend that just came back from a 6-month break. Shout out to Cortland, by the way, if anybody's dealt with Cortland from support. Cortland took a 6-month break, and he shared that it was one of the best things he's ever done for himself. And it was a mental reset. It was just a breather from the repetitiveness and the exhaustion that sometimes trading can bring to
Yes.
people. So there's so many different ways to approach this. Starting a business, you know, some people might say that's a good route to take. Some people might say go find another source of a full-time income that's stable. There's a lot of different ways that you could probably dice this up. But ultimately, Noman, you got to make a choice for what makes sense to you in your life. You know your situation better than any of us do. You know the details, the context. You may have a family to provide for. You may just be a single person with, you know, just paying for yourself. I don't know. But no matter what, we're here for you. We appreciate you being here with us, for submitting your question. We're going to take a brief look at the copper trade that we got D in right now, cooking up for us. We do have a little short that's looking like we're a few ticks in the money. Do you want to kind of talk through what's been happening a little bit?
Yeah, it's supposed to be doing. So the probabilities of reversal are pretty at this time of day. And right now we're sitting at about 30 ticks in profit. We'll see what happens, but you know, it's doing what it's supposed to. So I'm just gonna let it cook. No adding in or anything because it's I don't really think that I've got enough P&L to start messing with the add-ons and scaling in. So I'm just leaving it in a core position of 4 micros and waiting, really. So I'm probably going to be in this until the end of this segment. Nothing more to do. The only thing I'm looking for is how it now behaves at my upcoming pain points. So we have Asia high. Is it going to re-accept Asia? That's a question. If it does it stay inside Asia range? Back down to the former ADR high. There's quite a bit of volume there, so you know, maybe I'll just take it off if it drops there quickly. And yeah, so it's just breathing and looking at it, not freaking out, not moving stops, not messing with things that you shouldn't be messing with. I'm literally just going by the probabilities of what happens at this time of day, and it's basically the enforced hedging into settlement and sometimes even after. Literally nothing for me to do. Just
Okay.
sit here, answer questions.
Awesome. All right. Well, my light just died, so now I look like I'm in a dungeon. Give me just a second, but while we're fixing this little technical difficulty here on my end, let's bring up the live leaders for today. We got some stats to talk about. We got some live leaders absolutely killing it today in the markets. Let's talk about Yuri. Now, Yuri is up there with a little under $50,000 on the day, 49,468. Now, Yuri's been a Top Step trader since 2025, August of 2025. He's in a 50K live funded account, primarily trades NASDAQ. Started trading in early February in this live funded account, has currently 7 winning days, took a $28,000 payout at the end of February. And it's the second winning day in March for around 50K in profit. So absolutely killer way to start the month of March for Yuri. Then following underneath that, we got Stefan, $42,073. Po Lin, $22,767. We got Shi up 20,435. And then Robert. No, that is not Coach Robert, but that is another Robert C. for $18,136. Shout out to all of our live funded traders. There is your
Nice.
lunchtime update. Well, we've been since we've been talking through Noman's question, we got some market movement here. We got the equities that have been on this. I mean, what we've seen 8 red candles in a row, essentially at this point. We're trading down near 6708 here in the S&Ps, 24,620s in the NASDAQ. So it's definitely seeing a nice little pullback. If anybody's looking to get long, this might be your opportunity to get a pullback. But Anne-Marie was saying earlier, she thinks the top is in for the day. So take that into consideration, as well as do your own analysis and figure out what your bias is for the remainder of the session. We got crude also making a little bit of a dip down back underneath $95, $94.55 per barrel. We got gold and silver also continuing to find some sellers here, 50.98 in gold and 84.20 here in silver. And then Bitcoin also near the lows of its 5-minute range, 68,830 for micro Bitcoin. Anne-Marie, so let's kind of talk a little bit more about the S&P. Earlier you said you think the top is in. Where we're at right now in the session, kind of what's your next level of interest and where you're looking for maybe a possible pivot to occur? If you're looking short, where's kind of where your eyes set on for maybe an entry point if that top is indeed in? What are you looking at moving into the back part of this day?
So, I used this interesting little tool in the show last night to say what I thought the price action was going to do. I thought it was going to lift off of the bottom and then expand upwards. And so I think the expansion's been pretty steep, frankly. So here's what we're staring down. The low of Friday is somewhere around 67.15. So the buyers are going to want to stabilize above that. What did they do? They tried to get above it, went 2 candles to the north on the 30-minute chart, came right into the 4 p.m. close candlestick at 67.34, and we went just above it at 67.41, and then rotated right back down, and now we've lost again the low of Friday. So the question is, who's in charge at the loss of this low? My suspicion is that the sellers have resumed a fair bit of control, even though trend is still up. So what's going to happen? The buyers are going to have to defend. So what I like to do, and for those that watch with me, you know I like to put a box around that first 30-minute candle, particularly if we get into the early morning and we see that all of the overnight action has been there. And so that begins to be a place that says, hey, we've got inventory accumulation. And so a couple of things could happen. We could break out and move to the top of the box, or right around the 50%, which to me was somewhere near the close of the prior day, so prior trading day. So I chose that 67.40. Or we come all the way back down into the box and sort of build a structural low. I think traders are going to try and fight right here at this 6,700. Big fat round number, bunch of gamma flow right there. They're going to try and fight. So it's really a sideways pressure event here. Could you say, listen, I'm going to short? Well, you'd be moving against trend and against the VWAP. You could say, hey, I'm going long. And then you would see, hey, I've rejected, filled the cap and rejected, and I've lost the prior day's low. So I've got negative pressure there. To me, when you put the little stones on the scale that go, okay, I have 3 stones that go long, 2 stones that go short. And if they're about the same in terms of weight, I sit back and cross my arms. Now, I should have taken the short on the loss of 67.30. I should have done that. I didn't because I'm a knucklehead. And that trade would still be engaged and my target would be that 66.90, right? Old resistance, new support. So I would be looking for that area to cover a short, but I really would not be looking until somewhere against this very big noisy patch, maybe all the way to 66.50 to try to stage another long. So that's really it. If all of a sudden we recapture 67.15, we've got some long action that we can take back into 67.40. But the pressure there is still going to be hard. I think we've got the build structure down here at the bottom.
Okay. All right. We got a little bit of a news break here, and then we'll check in on Dee's copper trade. We got Novo Nordisk is dropping its lawsuit against Hims and Hers earlier today. JD, what do we got?
That's right. As part of the deal, telehealth company Hims and Hers will sell Wegovy and Ozempic at their self-pay prices. Customers will pay from $149 to $500 per month, depending on the drug and dosage. That's significantly more than the generic compound versions Hims and Hers originally planned to sell. Still, Wall Street cheered the agreement. Hims and Hers stock spiked nearly 50% in pre-market trading before backing off a bit soon after the opening bell.
All right. Thank you, JD. Well, let's see. Micro Bitcoin selling off a little bit here. 68,620 last trade here in MBT. Crude is staying kind of flat, bidding just underneath $95 a barrel here, 94.78 last trade here. Equities continuing to kind of slowly grind lower here. 24,604 in the NASDAQ, 67.03 and 3/4 here in the SPY, excuse me. Yes, thinking equities. Jack's rubbing off on me with his options and cash markets. But we got gold and silver. Also, one kind of interesting thing about gold and silver right now. So gold is finding a little bit of a base near 5,100, 51.02 last trade in GC. Silver actually has a little bit of more strength potentially showing up here in the last 10 minutes. We made a low just underneath 84.20 here per ounce of silver, and last trade 84.53. Just had a 5-minute bar close here across the board. So we'll see what we continue to find for opportunity as this session continues. Deanna, how is that copper trade looking?
Still looks fine. 35 ticks in profit now. So it's just slowly dripping down and continuing the slow descent. So that's what I wanted. So yeah, again.
Yes. So you're getting that. Yeah, so you're getting that acceptance
yeah.
underneath the Asia high, right? So that was kind of the first
Asia
threshold
high,
that you were looking for, is reacceptance of the Asia session. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Now, what's the next level underneath that I see that you have mapped out there by that
high.
red?
So that's a former average daily range high, and it overshot that, which is fine because we have been in a bit of a compressed range for the last couple of weeks. But sometimes the ADR high on a back test can cause a bounce, so that's the next kind of danger area. But if it sails through that, there's really nothing much to stop it from just rotating all the way down. Don't think that's going to happen for the dream, but it might happen end of the day. However, I will probably just kill it at some point. Once, like, if I get like 50 ticks out of this, I will be very happy. So yeah.
Okay. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that here. We got a new question coming in from Awesome 888 asked, what's the best size to start with on an $850 account. Now, let me put some context to this. This sounds like it's either a personal account or potentially maybe you got $850 of drawdown left on an XFA or a combine, and you're looking to maybe get some perspective on position sizing. First thing is I would simplify and just go straight to micros. That's the first part of this answer for me, at least, would be sticking to a very, very small amount. But even one micro in some markets can still be very expensive to size potentially, depending on the risk profile of your trade, the distance between your entry and where your invalidation point is for that trade. But Deanna, why don't you start with this one? With $850 of drawdown left, or maybe a small personal account, uh, maybe is there a market that you might be a little bit more attracted to personally in your experience due to the size, and kind of what that might look like on maybe a daily loss limit perspective? What would you,
Yeah,
would you like to
you
add to
want
this
to
for Austin?
market. Sure. It's a good question. I don't want a market that's moving up a zillion ticks a day, that's for sure, because that adds risk into the mix. And no amount of tight stop is going to get you out of it, because in high environments, the price is wagging around like crazy. So all that you'll be doing there is just dropping yourself up. So to begin with, I would look at trading something that doesn't have more than about 400 of average daily range. And I would definitely only go down micro. So something that moves enough, but is not bonkers. That would be step one. Second thing, you need to designate both the number of trades per day that you're going to do, ideally 1 or 2 attempts. So have a look at your journal, see what time of day was the best for you traditionally. Now, this does assume you have a lot of data, not just like 2 days, but ideally 2-3 months at the bare minimum. And then pick a time of day that traditionally has worked for you really well. If you don't manage to get a trade in 1 or 2 attempts, I would probably walk away on the day. So I would probably put the daily loss maybe at 3 trade attempts and have both of those shackles, suppose we can call them, to make sure that you don't lose too much. And 850 is pretty tight for futures. It's really tight. I don't know whether it is a case of an XFA. If it's a small live account, I would just say put that money into something, not into a brokerage, because there's no point. I wouldn't even start with less than 2,000 as like the absolute minimum. 10,000 would be better, but obviously it's a lot of cash. If it's an XFA, then obviously you have, some options. But if you're trying to get yourself out or down, that's a very commendable thing to do. Just know that at some point, if you do continue to draw down, assuming that you are in one, that it's mentally more and more difficult. So at some point, it might be just easier to start all over again. 50 is very, very tight. So micros, something that doesn't move too much, but moves enough. Daily loss limits and number of trades per day as the stopping point. Time of day when you are performing the best traditionally. And then just try and grind it out. But again, if you get to like a month down the line and you still haven't managed to turn it around, I would just start again.
Okay. Awesome. I like it. Anne-Marie, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, the only thing I would add is that an instrument that you can use that really can help you through these spaces is the micro in the YM. It moves very slowly, very rhythmically. When it moves and you've got structure, it can go very nicely. And, you can literally have a stop that's $100 wide on a micro YM, and it'll give you enough room to move around and position. But the one thing that happens to traders is they get impatient and then they start sizing up. and you've got to build that buffer, that $2,000 buffer, that bigger buffer, and just do it over and over again. Just the dribble up to first. It's how many times does your bat connect to the ball and you can dribble up to first? That'll get you to the Hall of Fame. Just keep at it. It's the jab, jab, jab. And don't swing big, because, it just doesn't end well, especially if you have very limited reserves.
Yeah, it's great. I would, yeah, just do some due diligence on products first, for sure. I mean, you can go look at the tick size and the tick value of, it's a couple people in chat put MES. MES is fairly affordable. Micro Dow, Micro Russell. You've seen Dolby kind of bounce around a little bit sometimes to the Russell, and the amount of room that you can get in some of those indices, like Anne Marie was talking about, with just one micro, is a pretty healthy amount of space to let the market breathe.
Yep.
But of course, keep in consideration, I like Dee's perspective of having maybe a trade limit, or breaking it down into a daily loss limit. Give yourself multiple opportunities to come to the market and participate with a smaller amount of drawdown like that. But it's going to take some time. It's going to take some time, some consistency, that the patience and discipline to follow that rules. Otherwise, that $850 can be gone in a blink of an eye. It can happen very easily in futures, for sure, if you mismanage. So, awesome.
Sure.
Hopefully, you have a little bit of ground to kind of stand on and take your next step with. But let's kind of take a look back around at the market here. I know we're wrapping up on time here in the next 5 or 7 minutes. We got the S&P and the NASDAQ both catching a little bit of a bid. S&P's bouncing off of 6,700, 6,705's last trade. NASDAQ catching a little bit of a bid as well, 24,606, back above the 600 number, and moving fairly quickly. 612 is now trading. We got gold and silver also continuing to find a little bit of buying. Gold is a little bit more stuck in a 5-minute range, still around that $5,100 number. Silver popping a little bit above 84.60 an ounce. Bitcoin also finding some buyers here just above 68,400. Last trade is the 710s. So about a $300 bounce off those lows there. Crude also consolidating just around $95 a barrel. Not a whole lot happening there on that side of things. The tilt is looking pretty calm in the equities. We got S&P tilt at 52% long, NASDAQ tilt 54% short, and then crude is about a 70% long tilt in crude. So people piling into those crudes. Crude longs, long average price, by the way, in crude is heavily underwater. Long average price is 102.38, which is about $7 a barrel underneath the current market price. So definitely underwater there on the side of those longs, but 70% long tilt is the only heavy side of the tilt for right now. Once again, that is just the aggregate data from the sim side of Topstep. You can access that in your Topstep X platform. But outside of that, not seeing a whole lot of size on the dome here. Looking at the NASDAQ, trying to see if there's any larger bids or offers. Really just a lot of ones and twos. 25 is about the most I see underneath us at 580. Emery, do you have any size that you're seeing over there in the S&P at all?
I don't. There's a couple of 50 lots way down at 66.98. A lot of folks went short at 67.02. They were like 760 contracts to the negative side of that trade. So really the delta on that particular time is really pretty big. And then way down below 66.85, we had some bullish behavior at 1,200 options. 1,200 contracts coming in at around 66.85. And that was a big number. Everybody was staring down. So, the shorts that piled in at 67.02, they're probably going to puke out if we get above 67.11. So, again, like I mentioned, there's this big arguing between that 67.15, 6700. They're going to try and duke it out in the octagon. We'll see who wins. And then, we can chase the trade after that.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's see. Are there any other questions that we can hit pretty quickly? There is one from Connor as the last question that was submitted today. Connor says, hey, I'm looking at options order flow for my first time, mainly looking for hedgers, positioning through quantity and premium flow. Is there anything I should be aware of? And Marie, I feel like this is a question probably better answered by you, knowing you've got a little bit more options experience than I do. Dee, feel free to chime into this as well if you have anything to add. But Anne-Marie, do you have anything for Connor on kind of starting to look, just the beginning stages of looking at options order flow?
Well, first, to be sure, Dee and I we are on a level playing field in terms of the option space because she looks at it a ton as well. So certainly I'm going to be short so that you can add something, Dee. And really, that question is so open-ended. I'm like, how much time you got, buddy? So there's a lot, right? I mean, there's so much why are you looking at them in the first place? You said something about hedging flow, and I'm going to tell you, for me, now Dee is going to be the one to answer that event. For me, that's way over my head. I truly am a simpleton. I look at the edges and I go, they positioned there, so they're going to fight there. And I'm just going to wait and see who wins at that line, and then I'm going to jump in and follow. That's what I mean about being a caveman. I'm not heady about that stuff at all. Now, I can get heady, but if I'm trading, I just want to see how they're behaving around price. And so knowing the levels helps me, but engaging in whether they're hedging, what's coming into. I was listening very intently when Dee was talking about what was going on with that particular trade she just set up and the hedging that comes into the close. Because for me, I'm like, whoa, I didn't know any of that. I didn't know that's how they settled it out. And so it's really, again, the great thing about trading, if you're good about it, don't act like you know everything, because and then with every person that comes into something and says, hey, what are you doing? You just listen really intently. So maybe, Dee, you can tell this person how to look at things in terms of hedging and that sort of response.
I wish it was that simple. It's such a loaded question. Kay was like, "Oh, let's see if we can find a question to answer quickly," and you find
I kind of
options. And it's like,
I kind of set y'all up for failure in that one, didn't I?
yeah. So
all right, Connor.
Set us up for the punt.
Just talking about it. Yeah. So the hedging, especially the one around the settlement, it's a very simplistic concept where some kind of close of is coming. So some maybe long they need to close out for the day, and that's where this hedge settlement idea comes from. Now, if you can find a strong level with high amount of open interest, in this case, so for trade we had the gamma wall at 585. That enforces the idea that they will have a bit of hedging. How much is a matter of context. Should you be looking at things? Well, to begin with, just prices with highest open interest, and then just watch how the price behaves. The closer you get to any sort of settlement time, whether it's London close, COMEX close, NYMEX close, and even power hour, just expect that there'll be the other party that appears as the take profit move. It usually happens from an options level that's around at that time of day. But there's so much stuff around options. There is the positive gamma versus negative gamma. There is the weighted anchors where you look at the implied volatility 30% the open interest, and then you smush all that together, and it gives you like larger levels be reached on the day. Then, you know, I could literally go hours and hours, but we don't have that kind of time. But yeah, just start with time of day, strong options levels with a lot of volume, and see if you observe how the market behaves around them. That would be step one. So let's leave it at that.
That's good. Connor, we'll revisit this at a later date here, but I appreciate the question. Let's go ahead and take a brief break. We got a little bit of Trade with Topstep coming up. We got JD and Hoop joining myself. You're stuck with me for another hour. But both Anne-Marie and Deanna, thank you two very much for your time as always. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Very happy to be back and have regular programming back on deck this week. So stick around, y'all. We'll be right back. But ladies, once again, thank you. And this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time to trade with Topstep. I'm JD, the man in the middle, Coach Hoop, and my other bookend over there, Mr. Gabe. You just had a full hour-long dose of Gabe during group coaching. We're going to see if he puts a trade on now. But Hoop, my man, I haven't talked to you since last week. What's been going on? How you
Crude, baby.
doing these markets?
Crude's back.
Crude, baby.
I traded a bunch of crude, micro crude last night. I did not trade the regular. Yeah, I mean, what, $120 almost high, $30 ranges. This is the crude that I remember, man. So traded grains this morning, traded some cattle. So I was a busy trader this morning. So the time change, you guys all change. We stay the same out here. So
yeah, Arizona. There is no daylight savings in Arizona, right? You never change clocks, correct?
Nope. Stay the same, baby.
Why can't we all be like that? It sounds like a very special gift. It doesn't cost anybody anything, right? All right, Gabe, you've been here for an hour fielding questions, doing the group coaching thing. Now, are you ready to trade? Did you get into a trade during break? I know how you like to do that.
I did. Yeah, I'm nibbling on a little short here from the 630 level here. I'm just short one NQ, looking to see if we can stay under 650. Kind of retesting a prior major low that we made before that big spike during our players with Diamond Hands and Dolby when Dolby got into that long. So we're kind of retesting that level, and I'm looking to see if we can hold underneath that. Anne Marie says the top's in, but we're at kind of a major. I know. He said, I don't know about that, but we do have a little bit of structure to lean on now throughout the session. So we'll see. Getting a little bit of a pullback at this point now, and a little bit of heat, but find out.
Good. Hey, one more time. What's your entry price on this trade again?
24,630. Stops at around 57.
57. And you're trading the micros, did you say, correct?
Nope.
No?
One
minis.
Mini. Yeah, one NQ.
Mini. Thank you. And Hoop, we were looking at your chart. We were just looking at your chart, Hoop. You got a trade on too. You want to talk us through that real quick?
Yeah, I'm long 2 micro gold. VWAP is flat. This is more of, COMEX close was about 20 minutes ago. I've been trying to look at it, and it worked last week. Doesn't mean it's going to work this week. This kind of, when COMEX closes, it tends to reverse the rest of the day, JD. Gold seems pretty sideways today. Gabe was talking about it. I liked it around 5,100, but everything I'm looking at right now, I've been in a trade for almost a half hour, is that we are just probably going to move sideways. I'm not risking a lot. I've had a good day. It looked like we were going to flatline and maybe get a pump back up to that 5,120 area, but she's kind of, so whatever. I'll let it play out right now. Yeah, but Crude just
I've been looking at that gold chart today also quite a bit. If you're looking at just regular trading hours, 7:20 a.m. Central Time, we've almost got like a sort of a diamond formation pattern happening in that market right now. I was talking about the opening range breakout trades in gold this morning. Didn't matter what side of the market you got in on. You were getting stopped out. It's been playing both sides of the market pretty consistently. Just bouncing around that overnight VWAP too. So
yeah,
very, very sideways market. When the VWAP is flat, that there's not a whole lot going on in the market. But there is
that
opportunity
dollar
on both
strength
sides.
too. The dollar strength is really kind of weighing on it too, JD.
Speaking of which, let's take
a little 30-point drop there. The NASDAQ, by the way. Pivoted right off that 40. 610s just traded for a second, or 612s, I should say.
What you're targeting on the downside? What you're targeting on this?
I'm looking to kind of build into a longer term trade. It really depends on how we handle the 600 level. If we can get back underneath 600, I'm going to look for 530s. Be a little bit of a swing we made around 956. But
Okay.
not liking
He's looking
how
for the 80 pointer.
Just got bought up pretty quickly though off that little 30-point sell-off. So we'll see if this stay under 650 or not.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I was going to do a quick check-in. Hoop mentioned the dollar. Where is the dollar right now? 99.134, up about 0.15% on the day. VIX, 27.56. We were trading. VIX was at, not trading it. VIX was at over 31 when we started the opening call this morning. It was up about 8%. Now it's down 6.5%. 27.56 last in the VIX. Things quieting down just a little bit. And the yield on the 10-year, 4.125%. About that. Got the news up, ready for anything that happens. President Trump's scheduled to join a roundtable at 2:30 p.m. Central Time. See what we can do about possibly piping that in. I'll check with the guys in the back and see if it's possible. We'll keep you posted on that. But he's got another speaking engagement at 3:30 and a news conference tonight at 4:30 Central Time. We're gonna get a heavy dose of El Presidente going into the close and after hours.
That's for sure.
A lot going on. There's a very headline news-driven market right now. Headline risk is on, as they say. Meaning you should always keep one eye in the ditch, or one eye in the news, one eye in the charts. You got to stay on your toes during times like this, right?
Oh, last night, I mean, that I don't know if you looked at the Crude Dome at all last night, JD.
Mm-hmm.
It made silver look. It made the silver dome look thick at like 118 last night. There was just gaps everywhere. You know.
Was it stopping and starting? I was reading up about the crude oil dynamic circuit breakers earlier today, and how during the Globex session, if it makes like a $1 move inside of 5 seconds, it'll stop trade for a couple seconds and allow for liquidity to sort of rejoin the ladder. Did you notice that at all? I didn't catch any.
More of what I saw. Once again, anybody who doesn't want to get caught hitting the wrong button or whatever, go into your risk settings. Make sure you block CL. Period. And if you go CL and you're trading the micro, just like before, Gabe, we talked about trading regular silver and the micro, like not realizing it at first when you click the button. So those things automatically get locked out. So crude I locked out right away. But I was using the Crude Dome to at least see the size, JD. Like if a 40 lot or 50 lot was sitting 40, 50 cents apart. But once we got above like 115, I mean, it was dollar wide, you know, where you didn't see anything but lots, 3 lots, and then maybe a 20 lot. It was, it was some
very
pretty,
thin.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then my cattle gap opened up lower because all the negative equity news this morning, and they tried to fill the gap, but we had an island bottom on the way down. I'll have to keep an eye on this one. This might be an island top in here. So cattle open almost limit down this morning, about 650 points lower.
Yeah. Island tops and bottoms are very powerful reversal formations. You want to see
especially
a nice
in
breakaway. Yeah. You want to see a nice breakaway gap for confirmation too. Or a nice breakaway.
WASD tomorrow too. So
WASD tomorrow. Ooh. Are they giving us the answers before the test? What's going on?
I don't know. Soybeans sold off pretty good this morning from their high.
I will reach out to Point.
I bet your dad was spinning some corn this morning.
I bet he was too. I should call him.
Oh, I know he was. Yeah, 100%.
So, Gabe, the question was posed in chat. I think Jack asked it during group coaching. Who sold the gap fill in equities? ES filled the gap and sold right off. Gabe is now short the NQ. Still feeling pretty confident in this, huh?
No, I'm not. We failed to really get below and stay below that prior little pivot we made around 616. Got some wicks underneath, but no closures. Now we're right back to those 640s. Really, a closure back above, I think 645 is going to end up being a stop out on this. But
okay,
not really confident. Really would have loved to see that little flush continue. Saw a little bit of volume come in. We sold off those 30 points and then just failed to make a new low beyond that low. Not as much of a fan of this. Yeah, I've got my stop in at 57s.
Stop Buster. I said Jack asked the question. Go ahead and rewind.
Crude getting hammered.
Let's pull up that crude chart. I got the micro contract here. Here we are, back to Solomon at 90.90. We're almost there. What a move.
30. What is that?
We got 70% short in the tilt right now on crude oil.
70% short?
Triggered a short. 70% short in crude right now.
Oh, yeah.
70% long. 70% long.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure it's the long side.
Yeah. It just moved again. 74% long now. Building to the long side on the lows.
Buy the dip, right? I don't know. Be careful there.
Held the gap.
Yep.
What a move. What a move.
What a move. Holy
We
cow.
triggered a short. Opening range breakout triggered a short this morning. We did not take it. I got a little cute with our entry and
I
looking
saw
for
that.
a pullback to get some better trade location. Couldn't quite get there. Didn't fill us. We would have been stopped out anyway. There was a rip after the open.
There's a buck bounce.
Took out all those weak shorts.
Boy, once
Here we go.
Crude lost VWAP, man, it was bye-bye.
Yep. Approaching settlement, 90.90. Who would have called that? $30 move from high till now?
That's crude. Get everybody one way and then just run it right back at you.
Oop, your boy Roland in the chat says he's done for the day. We'll catch you later in Discord.
It's my guy. Yeah, I'll see him in Discord. We'll talk backwardation and contango today for anyone who wants to talk about it.
It's a thing in crude oil.
Oh, yeah.
When the back months are priced cheaper than the front month. That is backwardation. Basically expecting lower prices in the future. Not supposed to happen like that. Due to carrying charges and whatnot.
Tapping on those
Great
650s here, JD. I'm about to get
Here we go.
hooked on this here.
Switch back over to an NQ chart.
It's got a closure above that little area of resistance and getting back into above 650. Got about 7 points left of potential space for this market.
Mm-hmm. I mean, depending on what time frame you're looking at in the NQ, they're just being a little flagging pattern here too. But I don't like that increasing volume on the long side on the 15-minute chart. We would need to start breaking down very soon. 24.70 settlement price. What's that, Gabe?
I'd be willing to try another short from like 680s to stop above like 700.
Mm-hmm.
Just to kind of, maybe we're feeling a little bit of a deeper pullback on. So this initial move, like if we take the high, the low, and the midpoint is right around these 660s, and there's a little bit of supply just kind of tucked right inside that little area of consolidation between kind of 670 and 690. So I wouldn't mind another short. But if I get stopped out of both of those, then I'm probably going to have to adapt to long bias if we're going to continue to kind of push higher. towards session highs again.
Oop, you got a read on Delta in the equities by any chance?
I do. Yeah, give me almost 12,000 in ES.
Short or long?
Positive.
Positive Delta.
Positive Delta. Yep. And plus 2,300 in NQ.
Got it. Thank you.
I might peel one.
There's a little bit of buyers are just a little bit stronger than the sellers in the NQ. Definitely stronger in the S&P. David Allen, Eat the Rich in the chat says it's a buy. Give us a little more context.
All right, I just peeled one of those micros off up there at 11.
Nice trade, Hoop.
And then I'll let the other one run.
I just got stopped.
Still seeing some buying. Great question in the chat, by the way, guys. Marbob6 wants to know, backwardation is simply when executing a trade and it goes backwards.
Yeah.
I mean, that's... We could give it a new definition. Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
And it just goes backwards. Correct. We're back to settlement price in the NQ. 24,670 settlement price. Nice trade, Oop. Gabe's working on an offer to get back in, it looks like.
Yep, got an offer at those 670s.
Backward dango. Yeah, we'll make that one a word too.
Between that and
is backwardation, and I think this was debated earlier this morning. Is backwardation an actual word? Can it be found in the dictionary?
Yeah. According to CME, it is.
It is. Okay. The moonwalking formation. All right. Chad's paying attention today. I love it. Let's get in these markets. Another check-in on the tilt. We didn't do the equities last time. We get 60% long in the S&P, 52% long in the NQ, 72% long in crude. We're still seeing some buyers stepping into these equities markets right now.
I'm short.
Just traded. Gabe is in. We just traded through settlement price, and now we're back below in the NQ. What's the S&P looking like? Is that a little liquidity grab, maybe?
Looks like it. Definitely is what it looks like.
Jack has confirmed backwardation is in fact a word. Sorry, go ahead, Gabe. What's up?
It's a word, son. You just sunned me, Jack? Who are you sunning, JD?
Better than Gaby.
Yeah.
Oh, Hoop throws out the first Gaby of the day.
Wow.
You know, we went 3 days out of town without calling Gabe Gaby.
I didn't hear it once on that trip.
Did you notice?
No.
I did.
Made a conscious effort not to say it in front of everybody.
That's good.
Not like this is in front of everybody, right? But
yeah, right.
Good little pullback for their equities.
Here we go. It's like a little minor liquidity grab in the equities. We're trading back. Ripped through some.
Well, it's
some
nice
shorts,
bounce
maybe.
crude.
We're trading back through.
Longs and crude got paid. It's a $2 bounce off those lows.
Check in on the news, see what kind of headlines we got coming out. Commander of Iran's aerospace. Oh, someone posted this in the chat. Commander of Iran's aerospace force. From now on, missiles with warheads lighter than 1 ton will not be launched, according to state media.
Great.
They're going for the big ones, huh?
Just only the big ones. They're throwing the big one there.
What's our biggest? What's our smallest? Get rid of the little guys.
No bottle rockets.
Lebanon
This
is
market
asked.
is resilient, JD.
Man, what a
Isn't
bounce
it?
in crude. All right, I'm out of
Lebanon
my
is
other
asked the
gold
U.S.
up there.
You're out. Nice trade.
Yep.
Nice trade. Great trade.
Well done. Well done. What was your final exit price?
51, 14.60. And there might be more room all the way up to 20 up here. I just think it might be with the way gold's been ranging today. I don't know. It's after COMEX close, but that was more. I look for that. I've been looking for that move, at that cut. We always talk about, time is a level. It just seems like we've had this reversal right at that COMEX close. So that worked pretty decent today. It doesn't always work, but got to manage the risk. Look at crude go.
Checking back in on crude.
Wow, what a move.
This market, man.
Whew.
What was that price we just
That's
bounced
the
off
one I
of?
know.
61. Last week's high. Kissed last week's
Right
high
off of it.
and ripped it right off of it. Just barely closed that overnight gap. What a move. Got a 9-period EMA coming up. Looking at a 15-minute chart, 94.58. Target now. We're going to buy. Right there.
That ladder. See, but you go to my screen. Look at the ladder on crude. I mean, it's so thin.
That is thin.
Whew.
See those gaps in prices?
I mean, see, that's what you'd see last night, JD, like a 20 lot up here, a 10 lot, and then gone. I mean, look at that. I mean, you won't see more than 10 contracts for almost a buck.
Disappears. That is what you call an illiquid market. And that is where slippage and bad fills come from. These are those
100%.
times.
Yeah.
Careful of your market orders trading crude today. You ain't getting a good fill.
Yeah. This might be a good day your market is broke.
Yeah, this is definitely a join bid, join ask, or use limit orders type of day.
100%.
Because it's going to come and get you. And even if it misses you on one, don't go chasing.
Yeah.
You might get a second chance at it. But if you get a second chance at it, do you really want it that second time around? That's the question.
Such a headline-driven market right now.
Mm-hmm. Headline risk is on. Go back to the news. Anything happening? Nothing new in the last few minutes. Oh, wait. I take that back. Commander of Iran's aerospace force. The frequency and scope of the launches will increase, and the range will become wider, according to state media. From now on, missiles with warheads lighter than 1 ton will not be launched. Is that a threat, or I don't know what they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah. A lot of this and that, and posturing now that there's a new person in place too. So
yeah, I get that. Got to come out swinging when you're the new guy, right?
always. What a bonds rally too. Interesting.
Means they've ran out. Doesn't sound like they've run out. It just sounds like they're not launching the little guys anymore. But the
Is that what you meant by bottle rocket soup?
Kind of, yeah. Not the M80. Yeah. Where goes crude? What's tilt now?
Let's
77.
take a look. 77% long in crude. Equities are pretty flat.
It's up to the digger short.
Just fighting at these 650s here, JD. NASDAQ.
Yep.
Not really a whole lot happening.
Switching back over to the NQ. What price are you short from again, Gabe? One more time, please.
671.
671.
Yeah, I got filled on that wick at 21.
Yep.
121. And we holding the 660 since. We failed to really close above 660. So I mean, I like the fact that the buyers are kind of starting to. Price is balanced right now, right? So there's a pretty equal interest to buy and sell right now at these 650s, 660s, but it's going to break one way or the other. The question is what direction.
Been a close eye. 15 minutes, it looks like a potential bear flag setup. A little wider. A little wider than I'd like on a 5 minute. Let's see how this plays out. Start breaking down right here. Be a good signal. I want to see you move below 30 again.
Yeah.
Would you double down? Would you add to this on the way down, Gabe?
I mean, if we can get and close under 630 and maybe get a pullback to the 40 level, I might consider adding. I don't want to just screw my average.
Yeah.
I got a great fill on that second trade. So if anything, I would be more inclined to add on a retest of my level to avoid bringing my average so far down. If we continue to just range.
Treasury yields climbing. Still got one eye on the news, one eye on the charts, folks. Crude still popping. Crude not stopping.
Big time.
We're through that nine period EMA that I had down at well, it's at 94.83 now, and still ripping. 95.25 last.
Longs are getting paid.
Yeah, they are. Who sold the hole down there? Who's shorting the hole in crude?
No, but this looks like maybe not a bad short up in here.
G7 nations delay strategic oil reserve release decision. It came from oilprice.com.
Oh, and that was, man, that time clock does mess me up. That was the close. That was NYMEX close, wasn't it?
It was. We've got some settlement prices coming out. We got the natural gas out. April crude futures settled at $94.77 a barrel, up $3.87 or 4.26%. April diesel futures settled at $3.59 a gallon.
What's gas like in Chicago right now, JD? What do you guys at?
Oh, that's a good question. I was gone. I've been gone for like a week, right? So I didn't even see what gas prices were when I got back. I didn't check over the weekend, but I imagine that they are up there. Oh, actually, I could probably do a quick Google search to find gas prices in my neighborhood, right?
Oh, that 94.
Talk amongst yourselves for a minute.
It's like we're still under $3 down here in Tampa. 260s, 270s is where we're kind of hovering right now.
420 here. Yeah, we're high.
What are you at in Arizona, Hoop?
420.
Really?
Shout out to Eddie.
Shout out to Eddie. I don't think this is correct. I'm seeing a simple Google search saying March 2026, averaging in Chicago around $3.21 a gallon. I don't buy that for a second.
Oh, that was a good crude short.
I'll have to take a quick walk. Once we get out of here, there's a gas station down the street. I'll go see. I did a search for Logan Square. I'm looking at Jack in the chat. My search is for Logan Square, Chicago gasoline prices.
All right, retesting these 670s again, right back at my entry. Build a little reversal here. I'll look to add.
Okay. Right back at settlement price, 24,670.
But you peeled off some.
What's that, Hoop?
Bet we peeled off some longs and that move up there. Yep. Just Crude pulled back about not quite a buck off that last move higher. Peeled some of those off tilt, some of those longs.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, all right. Little tape bomb there in the equities. Little
Ripping.
25
Here we
pointer.
go.
This is looking
They catch you out?
Nope, not quite. That is not a good sign.
Nothing
good
coming
sign
across
for
the
the
tape
shorts
just yet.
No, I don't see anything.
Gas is
Seeing
$9.20 a gallon in Germany. Holy
gosh.
Oh, man.
Is that for real?
Get on your bike.
Get
All right, this is looking like a.
Get on your bikes and ride. What's it looking like, Gabe?
This is looking like a stop out here. It stops at 705 half. Pretty much
I'll lose it till you
invalidating
get
the
out,
level.
Gabe.
Yeah, there's a little bit of size at 700. There's like 56 being offered at 700 even. Stops at just a few points above that. It's not a
Gotcha,
great look for
gotcha.
my level.
China Pug. I was just looking at Gas Buddy. I didn't see. It was like the cheapest gas stations.
Yeah, it's like
the
top
average
10.
price.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
maybe you might start-
those 60 contracts, by the way, just got filled. 700 even.
Okay.
They're eating up these offers.
They're eating the shorts. It's a cereal is soup. What a great name.
Oh, man, that was a short there.
Gabe still hanging on in this trade. Oop, not in the market, right? Flat. Working nothing done.
No, and gold popped another $8, but it's a scalper.
Crude starting to quiet down a little bit after that dip and rip.
That's kind of what I thought. Should have trailed that one.
Crude oil. Crude oil has settled for the day. Settlement price has been established for crude.
Gonna have to start watching for volume bombs too, with roll coming.
Yeah.
You know, those 500 lots, 1,000 lots, they're gonna start popping up, I bet.
You feeling any better about this, Gabe? There's a little
Nope.
bit of selling coming in there. Nope.
Nah, mainly because we're just sustaining, consolidating above my level. We didn't close above 700, which is good, but that's really more so just giving my stop a chance. But at the moment, I would have really rather seen, if that was a little bit of a stop run of any potential shorts building more aggressively, then I really want to see this fall pretty quickly. Get back underneath 670, but the longer we hang up here, the less I'm going to like this.
Yeah. We're getting some decent volume on the sell side here. See if we can
That
continue.
negative correlation all day with crude and the equities has been pretty evident. Jay was talking about it earlier, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jay's really good at picking those out. Daily correlations.
Yeah.
So are you, Hoop. You're staring at 20 different markets, right? You could see it happening.
Right. Just like this morning with buying, and I don't trade notes. I traded the 10-year this morning. When the equities started to rally, so did the bonds. So that's just manage the risk. And if something you've seen 100 times, you got to take it. Just manage the risk, right? So
yeah, exactly.
Crude bounce right back up. That thing is moving.
Keeping an eye on this NQ. Gave a short from 24,671. Crude's looking like, yeah, crude's still going flat. Is the tilt paired off? Ooh, we're 76% long in the tilt. Who wants to, who's got their finger on the trigger for crude? Once that tilt hits 80%, see what it does.
Well, at 95.20, I was looking at it.
I don't know what kind of trade that would play out to be today, on a day like today, I should say.
The news is the one that's the problem right now, JD. I mean, that thing will move a buck like in a heartbeat. That's the problem right now.
Agreed. Risky business.
JD, you look at any of your grain charts at all?
No, not this
Minneapolis
week so far.
wheat was up 30 cents on Friday.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Check it out.
It followed through. Yeah. I don't know. That's Minneapolis. You know, that's the only that's that area where they do grow a little bit of wheat up there.
Yeah. Actually got a guy there. I could give him a call. I used to go to the FAA Expo conference every single year, and I became close friends with a guy that runs. Say again?
I said that's Gabe's neck of the woods too up there. Yeah.
Indeed.
The FIA? Oh yeah.
Well, not the FIA, no, but just Minnesota. Minneapolis.
I love Minneapolis. In the
not
summer.
As much anymore. Yeah, not as much anymore, but it's still a great state in the summer for sure.
Yeah.
You really just got to get out of the cities though to enjoy the state of Minnesota.
Yeah.
Minneapolis is not really where you want to be to explore the state anyway.
Our place up there is nowhere near the cities. We're very far removed from civilization. I'm going up in a couple weeks. I can't wait.
It's the way to go about it, man.
Farmers.
Yep. Still remember the pop machine. That's all I'm going to say, and I'll leave it at that.
This guy's being
Couldn't
dudes,
get that one live. Couldn't get that one live.
I wanted to.
I know. You know what?
Oh, but I used to get this newsletter from the Minnesota Grain Exchange. This guy that I used to see every year at the FAA Expo. We became buddies and started meeting for lunch every year after the Expo, you know, or at the Expo. I haven't gotten it from him in a while. I'll hit him up and see how they're viewing the markets. That exchange still does quite a bit of business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wheat's a big deal. We don't talk about it much.
Mm-hmm.
All right, boys. I think we're just going to continue to grind higher here. We're just, the dome's looking a little thin above me. We got 54 contracts being offered at 7-Eleven. Every little time sellers show up, buyers are just eating those offers right back up. So this is going to more than likely end up being a stop out here at the moment. See a little pop coming again. Failing to get back underneath 680. Not really a great sign. Just building a little bit of a base up here. And once again, the longer we spend up here, there's just more acceptance of this price. And bids keep flying in. Maybe we see new session highs.
There you have it. Last headline out, not very market moving, but Apple has delayed smart home delivery display launch as it waits for new AI features.
Telling me they want more AI in my home?
Yeah. Who's actually going to buy the Apple smart home display? Who's going to put that in their home? Probably not this guy.
I haven't even put Alexa in my home.
Oh. Something just watching you at all times, right?
Listening.
Put that down.
What was the name of the robot in 2001 Space Odyssey?
Hal.
Hal.
JD, put that coffee down.
Put that coffee down. Not Connor likes being watched. That's cool. You be you.
Oh boy.
You be you.
Wow, that crude range.
Still at 76% long in the tilt and crude. Still up there.
It's so hard though.
Yeah,
I mean, the 30-minute VWAP is up at 104.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Right?
I mean, it's $9 from here. I'm like, wow. This thing could go back to 101 and just look like it did a 30% retracement. Wow.
Yeah, I have overnight view up 104.20. Looking at a 15-minute chart.
Wow. That moved top to bottom.
All right, this is looking pretty cooked here, JD.
It ain't over till it's over.
Kind of tightening a little bit in this little 1 minute consolidation between the 80s and 700s. Not looking great.
Mm-hmm. Joe Black is warning you in the chat too. Last chance.
I could wheel this.
Ooh.
All right.
Thank you.
Throwing a wheel here.
What's he doing? What's he doing, folks?
Top of the hour push.
Throwing a little wheel here. See if we can get any momentum to session highs. Could happen.
Yeah, 100%.
If I do get filled though on this, then my stop's going to go beneath 680s, where these buyers are showing up late. And this was my only other short attempt. There was two. There was the more aggressive entry, looking for a more shallow pullback on that initial leg down. And then the second was a little bit over kind of the midpoint of that prior leg in an area of quality supply. That's getting invalidated. So really, for me, the shorts would be off the table past this anyways, because at this point, we'd be tracing the majority, covering the majority of that move.
Yep, that makes sense. Don't fight a directional market. You can hear Hogue saying it.
Oh, yeah.
Solo Trades want you to put on a reversal challenge clinic, Gabe. Just reverse it.
You guys rarely see me do well in a reversal challenge. I think I've won one, and outside of that, I'm pretty.
It's not easy.
Toast.
It's a very difficult exercise.
No, it isn't.
If you're not used to trading like that, it's very uncomfortable.
Still would have liked to see the silver one. Might have had to expand the limit, but
Jack says SPX 6750. What does that translate to in the futures, Jack? If you don't mind.
Delta plus 14,000 ES.
$67.55 around there. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it.
Plus 3,200
Are you still?
NQ.
Are you still short right now? And you're
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I'm still short. My bid to cover this short and then enter into a long is at 710.5.
710.5. Got it. Switch back over to the NQ chart. This is the line in the sand here. People asking for Doom. Doom's been in the chat all day long.
Yeah, yes.
Reach out to him. He's always in the chat. I'm sure all day long. What is this thing going to do?
Nobody
What's
knows.
Bitcoin up to? What's Bitcoin up to, Hoop? What's moving out there?
68,580. It's pretty much a little bit up on the day.
Got it.
Rotation. Where's it all going, right?
One more time for the people in the back. Equities rollover is happening. We're in the middle of it. We're expecting switch day to be possibly Tuesday or Wednesday next week. We'll roll from the March to the June contract. We'll be following the volume and open interest.
Boy, that reversal's still hanging in there in gold. Dang.
Yeah, someone... Daniel Gallup in the chat wants to know if anyone's named my chair yet. Somebody did name it the other week. I forgot. What was the name of it again? Rusty or something?
I can't remember the
Rusty.
guy's name. Yeah.
I think it was Rusty. As soon as people stop asking about the chair, I'll get a new one.
WD-40.
It's a subject of conversation now for these slow moments.
Mine's catching up too.
$44,695 last in the NQ, $67.28 last in the ES. Let's just go around the horn here. See what everything is doing. Russell 25.15, Dow 47.208, Crude 94.72, and gold 51.30. Gold still making moves to the upside.
Should have trailed it.
Mentioned the diamond pattern developing in crude or gold during the regular trading hour session, and it broke out nicely from it.
Market didn't like that non-farm number on Friday, that's for sure.
Oh, that wasn't a very good number, was it?
No.
Keeping an eye on the news. Nothing coming over the tape. We got about 3 minutes left. Gabe's in a trade. Hoop is flat. Gold's ripping. Equities slowly creeping higher. Bit of indecision in the markets right now. Volume has really tapered off since we started this session.
Gold pumping.
A move is imminent, though.
$51.35 gold.
Crude oil tilt still 73% long. Waiting to see what happens here. Gabe, you holding this position through the close? Or do you delete all as soon as we're done with the segment?
I'm more than likely about to just flatten and call it a day.
Yeah. Ain't over till it's over. But we are at 24,700 right now. I'm not seeing much. We got 100 lot up at 732 in the ES. Another one up at 37.
Yeah, not much in there.
Couple hundred lots sprinkled in up above. Not much below. The path of least resistance, just based on the dome, the ladder in equities looks to the downside. Very thin to the downside. Does that mean anything though? Not really. One minute to play in the period. Diamond End saying get short. Joe Black saying get long. We got a lot of conflicting ideologies out there.
And the last hour ought to be interesting.
Very interesting. We got MOC coming up in a little less than an hour, 45 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Hopefully they get some volume, activity. We got Ted coming back for his second appearance. I saw him last week.
Nice.
I like Ted a lot. He's a good guest.
He's a great dude.
Yeah, good guy.
Good trader. Knows what he's talking about too. Dan Emmons says the sour hour is coming up. Here we go. Here you go, Gabe. There's some selling coming in.
Got a little bit of selling back in my entry. Touched it to the
just
tick.
a little bit.
Scratch is a winner.
You got out? You scratched it?
No, I haven't scratched it.
I'm sorry. That's a me saying.
Scratch is a winner. Back to settlement price. 24,670 settlement. See if we can push through it. All right, guys. That's all the time we got for Trade with Topstep. We'll keep you posted on Gabe's trade. He's short the NQ from 24,671 right here at settlement price. Let's see if we can roll this thing over. Make some money. All right. Power Hour coming up next. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Hoop. I'll catch you both in a little bit. Andre and Dolby Time are here, and our new best friend, Ted M, is back for a second appearance on Topstep TV. He's been boosted up to Power Hour. Let's see how these guys do going into the close today. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. Power Hour coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go get it.
Yes, yes, yes. Back by popular demand, the man in the middle making triumphant return. Ted in the house. To the right, we got my partner in crime, Dolby Time. Welcome to Power Hour, Ted. How's it going? Thoughts coming into the last hour of the trading session? What's up, Ted?
Oh man, the long wasn't that easy to do. I took a couple shots at the MNQ and the MESs this morning. And every time it hit a resistance level, I thought that was going to be the rug pull. So I am down in my XFA today, and I was long. So to me, it wasn't that easy to stay in it. I was nervous. The market felt nervous until it blew through some levels. So here we are. I think we got a little more upside even.
Sure do. Let's see if we can get that back. Jab, 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 if you will. Let's take a look at these prices. Gold continuing to rally. Gold last trade 51.38. 51.40 did just print new session highs there. Got NQ trading 24,665. ES trading 67.22. And crude oil trading $95.39. Dolby Time, let's break down some of these ranges here in the NQ.
Yes,
You're
yes,
so
yes,
kind.
Ted. It's a pleasure having you on Power Hour. Welcome.
Thank you.
So as far as the ranges go, let's talk about the daily, because we were getting really close to kind of getting out of the bag. I don't know if you know this, Ted, but I've been talking about Doritos and chips in bags for a long time here. So for the uninitiated, the bag is this giant wedge pattern that we've had on the weekly here. And we keep on trying to get out of it, and we can't. So I keep on saying the chip is still in the bag. We tried getting out of it, but those 24,200s basically held. And now I just kind of think we're back in this daily range that we've been in before we broke down here. So that's going to be about like 24,400 up to 25,400. The middle of that, unsurprisingly, about 25,000 evens. So I'm kind of thinking, do we just try to make our way back to a NASDAQ's happy spot, which seems to be the 25K? On these smaller time frames, we do have a couple fun patterns to look at. We had a really nice 1 hour or 30-minute range this morning that we broke out of. That was 24,345 up to about 24,500. And now the most important one is the one that we are in the middle of currently. So let's do a 30-minute range here. That's going to be about 24,600 to up about, let's say, 24,700 to 730, depending where you want to draw it. And we're currently right in the middle of that half an hour range. So I'm very intrigued to see how this market's going to handle the lows of this range or the highs of this range. But that's what we're working with for ranges right here.
Okay. Ted, prices of interest in the MES. Last trade 67.21. Session high 67.41. What do you got your eye on price wise, Ted?
So I'm looking at the SPX where right now it's 67.14.5. I think they hold 6,700 in the SPX cash, which correlates with roughly 67.0608 in the ES future contract. Before coming into today, before all the oil headlines and all the other headlines, our first level down was actually like 67.40 in the ES, which we're well below. And we have a lot of gap room above 53 all the way to 88. So 6,700 SPX, 6706 ES, I think we hold.
Okay, I like it. Last trade 67.17. All right, Ted, I'd like to play a game around here called Above Below. For those that are new, first of all, welcome aboard. I'm going to ask Ted what he thinks the price and the close will be in the NQ. We'll put it to a poll. Will it be above or below said price? Ted, last trade 24,649 in the NQ. Where will we close?
Microsoft down 4.25, Meta down, Apple down, and Nvidia's the only one up. If we don't hold above 6,700 in the S&P cash, MNQ I think goes down to Dolby's low range to 24,587.
Ooh,
Yep.
Okay.
I like it. The tick. All right. 24,587 above, below. Pull up. Get those votes in. Seeing a little bit of selling here in the NQ and ES. Gold as well. Lower right hand corner of the screen. 52 minutes till the closing bell means 42 minutes till MOC. We got Ted in the house right now. Looking for 6707s. Downside in the ES.
Yeah, nice little range here.
Mhm.
We got Dorito pattern on the 15-minute. So it looks like it's just kind of hanging out. If we can get down to 24,600s or up to the 700s, it's probably where the house would take a look at maybe some opportunity. Todd, when you're looking at the markets, you're trading the ES, moves a little bit slower compared to the NASDAQ. Were you always a ES guy? Did you touch the NASDAQ stove? How'd you settle in?
Yeah, I mean, I was in it today, kind of
Okay.
taking a shot, thinking that the tech would lead us out.
Mhm.
I like ES because I think if you look at the SPY, what is it, 38 to 42% of the SPY is your Mag 7 or Mag 10, whatever. So I think if the NQ is going to go up, the ES is pretty much going to follow it. Some days one will lead the other. And today it looked like ES was holding in, and I thought it was leading, so I got long MNQ. But every time I put my stop in for $150, I got stopped out in 30 seconds, and then it went up, and
Just to
I
watch
did
it
it
go.
again, and yeah.
Oof.
So I like staying in the ES when I can, but today with the big move down, I went for a big move. I went for a big trade. I hit the driver, and I hit it out of bounds twice.
Line
Three
three.
times.
Line three on the tee. Yep. Here we got the poll up.
Ripped
NQ close above, below 24,587. Quick Delta update. ES now up to over 12,000. 12,000 positive in NQ, positive 3,000. 50 tilt 76% long in the crude, 50-50 in the equities.
DM appreciates your honesty, Ted, as do we. Fully transparent on Topstep TV.
Hell yeah.
So, Ted, we're starting to get some new traders on, which really tickles my funny bone. Very excited to have some newer traders on Topstep TV here, so I could ask my favorite questions, such as: are you more of a market order guy, a limit order guy, or a stop order to get in to your trades?
Market.
Market. Okay. Join bid
Market
or
limit.
just straight up market?
I mean, I'm staring a hole in the screen, probably like a lot of other people. If I have a level that I like, then it gets near it, I buy it. I did have a trade one time that I sat next to a guy and he put a limit order in. It was at the end of the day with 2 minutes left. I bought it at the market. It was a 6-figure trade, and the guy next to me in the limit order said he missed it. And it was his idea of the trade. So we kind of all gave him a piece of the trade. I learned from somebody else's miss. Last night I had a limit order in last night, a point off the low to try to buy it. And I guess I just would have wish I was up at 10:30 at night and would have bought it at the market. I would have, but I was sleeping. So
never got the fill.
Never got the fill by
brutal.
a point. Yeah, it's happened million times. So
call that stingy on Topstep TV.
That's right.
I'm one of the stingiest. Limit orders only over here.
Also,
it knows where my box is, and it knows where my limit order is. So,
bottom of the hour, the president is scheduled to begin quote roundtable, and we'll be having a news conference after the bell, 4:30 p.m. Central Time. We'll keep an eye out for any quotes, headlines that do come out from that roundtable. Roundtable is closed to the press, I believe. We'll see if anything does come out from that.
Say the keyword. keyword might be coming. That makes me nervous, man. Any time he's going to be talking. We'll see. Hopefully he gets a late start, Dre, and he doesn't start till like 3 o'clock, 3:05. They can just push that back. That'd be fantastic.
Typically can be the case. Ted, I got to ask you, how are you navigating these markets with, so sensitive to headlines coming out? Are you widening stops, coming down the size? How do you approach it?
So definitely a trailing stop. In the MES, it's either 30 or 40 ticks in the, your middle box inside the setup I have. And it's definitely for the full position. If it's I try to use a number that I think I can make back before the end of the day, or at least in 2 days. There might be one more trade. Hey, I'll lose 120. If there's another trade set up, maybe I make half of it back and I go home down, 50. Next day, I think I can make that back. I try never to put myself 4 days behind all the work I need to do to make money back.
Okay, there we go.
I like that.
Yeah, so do I.
Been there before. It's brutal. Poll is up. Get those votes in above, below. 24,587. Last trade on Q. 24,670. Yes. Grinding higher here a little bit. 67.23 last trade. Crude beneath $95. $94.76.
Yeah, we're just stuck in the mud right here.
Yep,
we are.
So Ted, looks like you have a 50K Express funded account. When you saw that you had about approximately like $2,000 to work with, that's the maximum trailing drawdown. How did you go into kind of dividing out your risk for tackling a trading combine?
Having traded for 23 years, and I think I walked in kind of with the wrong attitude, thinking I'll never trade the micro contract. Maybe because I hadn't traded it before. I was trading a little bigger account, a little more room. And then I started to realize, I think I mentioned it before, I think I had 10 trades. I made money in 7 out of 10. The 7 trades, I made $100 each. So I'm up 700. But the other 3 trades, I was down 500, down 500, down 500. So even though I made money 70% of the time, I was down $800. And I noticed if I use the micro, I kind of smooth out that risk. I don't have those big $500 down days.
Nice.
That outweigh the other 70% of winning days.
Yeah. That's a great example, Chad, of how win rate is not the end all be all of metrics when it comes to trading strategy.
Right.
So
and today,
Chad, how do you?
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, you fire away.
Well, I'm going to keep on asking questions. This is how I roll.
ahead.
So
I wait for this market. This market's going to be.
Yeah,
14
Dre,
minutes
tap me on the
around
shoulder when this thing wakes up. I think we're waiting for Trump right now. We're still stuck in this range right here. We're actually exactly in the middle of this kind of 1 hour or 30-minute range between 24,587s and like 24,714s. That midpoint is 24,664. So pretty much exactly where the middle's at, and that's where we're at right now. So Ted, how would you kind of explain your trading strategy? I kind of break it down into either you're a range trader or a momentum trader, and then it kind of branches off from there. Either you're trying to buy the highs and they go higher, or you're trying to sell the highs and they go lower. So how would you kind of describe yourself for Chad out here if no one's ever seen you trade before?
A level trader. I trade levels. So if I took a short-term view, 5 minute, and I zoomed out 15 to 30 minutes to 60 minutes to an hour and went to a daily, and I use my crosshairs, it's probably something that even me doing it 23 years, somebody that's been doing it for 1 week could probably do the same. They could find those support and resistance levels. I match that up with volume. there's probably 100 other observations that since I've been doing it, I worked kind of on the floor of the New York. I worked upstairs trading SPYs and Qs.
Oh, nice.
So there were 100 different observations that I had to filter through in 2 seconds before I was buying or selling 100,000 SPYs or Qs for a client.
Heads up. Crude just dumped.
Yeah.
Crude just dumped. We got a pop in the equities. Crude just sold off about $1.50 right there.
Whoa.
93.10 last trade. 93 is now 92 handle. Looking for the headline, not seeing it. And we were just trading $95, and Crude did just bottom out around 93, bouncing back. Well, results are back. 61% are saying above.
Yeah, we're going to break above this 62, 440 possibly.
For the headlines, not seeing anything just yet. Again, President Roundtable scheduled to begin at the bottom of the hour.
That is an insane move, and crude oil is practically untradeable right now. That is insane. I mean, the dome is so thin on crude oil right now. Well, we did get to the 700s. I was hold off a little bit.
You like offers up there, Dolby? Or what are you thinking?
I mean, if you're a range trader, yep. That is kind of where you'd want to participate, is at the high of the range, and it's kind of right around the 700s. Maybe it would have been worth 15. Would have been worth it. I'm just a little bit skeptical with Trump speaking, but maybe it gets back up there again. We can always try it again here.
Absolutely. I mean, might be hinting at he's got a plan.
Of course,
so you
he does.
kind of stabilize crude prices. All right, Delta did just jump again, 14,500 in the ES, 3,500 positive in the NQ. With 11 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Not see the headline. Well, ask Ted this. Ted, what's the scarier trade right now? Long or short? Long or short ES? Heads up.
If volatility keeps selling off and there's no headline to push crude higher, then volatility goes lower. S&P goes higher. My first target from here would be 67.59, and there's nothing in the way if it got above 59 to go to 88 in the ES.
Here we go. Go. Buyers in the house in the equities. New session highs. ES. New session highs. NQ. Crude selling off. Crude selling off. Look at this thing go. Now in the 91 handle. Headline from Trump. War could be over soon. This is from CBS. War could be over soon. Headline from Trump.
So back to 25,000 then?
Yep.
All right.
How was your call?
How do we get long?
Is this the market in?
Less talking, more trading.
Again, headline coming out from President via CBS. War could be over soon.
65. Where are we at? Yes.
I mean, that's just
sell off crude.
5.7. We're at 5.9 right now. Jesus.
Yes, we are.
So that gets us. All right.
We're buying more.
How do we get
new
long?
highs? Market in. Ted, how do you do this?
I'll pull back to 59. I might take a shot on one micro. Yes.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, we got a plan. I'd look for a pullback on the NQ, maybe to like these 800s. Might be interesting. It's just not a lot you're looking at. Like, I guess 750s would probably be technically more correct.
Market order. I bought a market order on the
right.
NS.
Let's go. What do you got?
61.50.
61.
We're just talking about market orders.
I'm out of that thing for a quick.
Nice.
Where'd we sell them? Sold them at the 71 level.
Nice.
It was a quick $40 because I'm down in the account. It's 10% when I'm down. I had to take it.
Oh, interesting.
Love it.
Can you talk about that a little bit more? I've never heard that.
Yeah, I want to. I'm not. I never. If I have a loss of $450, I have the mentality that I don't need to make that back by the end of the day. If I did, I'd probably double what I was down. if I can chip away at it and be down 200 and bring a loss of 200 into tomorrow, I feel confident enough by Friday I'll be up in the account on a weekly basis. I'm not here to.
We got more headlines.
Blow it up.
Sorry to jump in. There more headlines from
No worries.
Trump. U.S. very far ahead of 4 to 5 week time frame. More from Trump. We have. I think the Iran war is very complete, pretty much. This is coming from Trump in a phone interview with CBS. Making new session highs. Crude selling off. Crude in the $89 handle now.
Crush. This could undo all of it.
Yep.
Commodities, aren't they fun? Aren't they fun, everybody?
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna come back in.
Get another shot at this.
50-point pop. 50-point pop in the ES. Here in Power Hour. What happened? NQ, 200-point pop.
Yep. 200-point pop. That's a big pop, Dre.
More selling
That's
Crude.
a really big pop.
89 handle.
There's got to be some Crude long just getting smoked right now. Absolutely smoked.
Absolutely.
Good luck. You could go back down to like 85.
New highs.
How about that for an above below? What's the above below for crude oil? You have like a $10 range to work with. Maybe even larger than that.
New highs. New highs.
$40 range to work with.
Damn, I wish I
NQ
had
cooking it up.
two of those.
Come on back.
Headlines from the president. War could be over soon. This is a phone interview with CBS.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll see if we can get 820s on a pullback.
I got my MNQ with you, Dolby, on that trade.
Oh, nice. Let's go.
I see 750s would be a great pullback.
750s
and 820s. Yeah.
But with news like this, I don't know if we're going to get our 130-point pullback that we need.
Crude
100%.
continuing to sell off. No, crude $88.61.
Mm-hmm.
New lows, new session lows.
Yeah, I think if we can get this, Ted, we might be able to hit these 25Ks. I would prefer maybe like 800s or 780s. It'd look a little bit better on the volume profile. Kind of paying a premium at these 823s, but that's what the range is telling me on the smaller time frame here. Ted, use any indicators or anything like volume profile? You just use your levels.
Yeah.
That's all I need.
Yeah, VWAP, volume profile, top step levels for sure.
There we go.
You know, let you guys do some of your quant geeks do the work I could never do.
That's Hogue. Hogue's a quant geek. Dre, you hear him?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. He's our quant. Hogue is our quant.
Little pullback again. News from the president with a phone interview on CBS saying war could be over soon. We saw oil sell off about $7-8, making new session lows, $88.61. Saw a huge pop in the NQ, huge pop in the ES. Dow, same thing. On the hour,
I'm pretty strict right now. I wouldn't be able to buy this unless it, and for me, I can't buy it unless it pulled back to 67.46 in the MES. I don't have the wiggle room today to take a shot.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I'm not antsy to. It either comes my way or it doesn't. I got to be picky at this point today.
Yeah. So Ted, you were saying that since you're down like the 400, you just look to get 10% back about per trade, but you're not trying to get back your entire day. You're just trying to reduce your loss on the day within risk. So what did you?
Correct.
Are you like risking $20 to make 40? You're risking 40 to make 40. How did it work on on that trade?
I'm using about 30 ticks.
Okay.
And I put the trailing stop in. That was so fast, I didn't have a chance to even put the trailing stop because I saw it take off. So it was market.
More headlines here. More headlines out of the Kremlin now. Trump has again expressed interest in Ukraine conflict ending soon. Trump called Putin to discuss Iran and Ukraine. Headlines flying right now. And Power Hour, 3 minutes till the bottom of the hour, putting in new session highs in the equities.
Well, I mean, if we can wrap up Iran and Ukraine in the same week, are we going to NASDAQ 30K? Like, what's stopping us? That's like the only two things left. I mean, we just
Jump
buy
up
this?
to jump 19,000 positive now in the ES, 4,700 positive in the NQ.
See if we can get long 900s, I guess.
I'm gonna be a spectator here.
I mean, we're going back to 25. This thing is so fast. I mean, actually, let's see if we can get like 860s. That's like the midway point of the last range. That would be a nice pullback. This is one of the harder things. I mean, these runaway markets, Ted. You know, NASDAQ has a pretty nasty personality streak when it comes to just bidding so aggressively. Do you have a tool in your toolbox for when the NASDAQ just cannot pull back? Is that when you just slam the market button?
You know, I'm watching Google, Nvidia, Apple. Microsoft right now is down about $1.96. If that thing turns positive, I'm just going to be a spectator and watch this thing. I would need a very big pullback in MNQ to take risk with real capital. If I was in a combine, maybe 24.831 or something, I might, but with real cash, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine sitting on my hands.
Crude continuing to sell off. New session lows, $87.46.
This might go back to sub 80 in this session.
No, 86 handle prints, 86.74.
Melting. Absolutely melting.
Wow.
24.
Again, President. Headline, war could be over soon.
War could be over soon. Is this like the mission accomplished, Ray? George W. on the on the carrier? Is it actually over? Justin Stake, welcome to Topstep TV. You're watching Power Hour. What the hell is going on? Trump is talking. Welcome to the show. Grab a chair.
And Q closing in on 25,000 evens, about 50 points to go. ES closing in on 6,800, it's about 8 points to go.
I want those 900s back.
Those candles.
There's the bottom of the hour.
Yep.
Trump malls taking over the Strait of Hormuz. Oh boy. This has all come through CBS. Yep.
Who's taking care of it?
Trump's mulling taking over the strait.
Yeah, of course he is.
See a little bit of a sell-off.
No more drones.
Put in
Iron it.
$2 pop in crude there.
See if we can get 891s on a pullback.
Man, Dolby 888, maybe 877. I don't want to mess up your thunder, but I'll be afraid of it until it got to 877.
I'll put it at 877. That works. So they can sweep the lows of this, what, 884s here?
Now we're seeing some selling in the ES and NQ. ES just sold off about 17, 18 points. NQ sold off about 60 points. President is speaking.
Oh, this volatility is insane right now. Absolutely. NASDAQ just sold off 60 points and then bounced 40. All
bounced right up.
Crude sold off, what, $10 this power hour? Tilt 50-50 in the equities.
You want to go up? Yeah, go. Hold on 1 second, guys, real quick.
Look at that.
He can run. He can run. My boy's running by.
Oh boy. Okay.
There he's
Another
gone. He
short.
gone. He gone. All right.
Can we get another push higher here? Buyers did step back in.
Should have just used that market order, Ted. Should have just marketed right in there. Too
I know
stingy. Way too stingy.
Well, I've been around for 23 years. Damn.
That's all right.
Another headline.
Okay.
Trump administration considering further easing of Russian oil sanctions.
What? What is going on right now?
Crude
That's
getting
cool.
sold.
He's talking up his book.
Part of the deal, baby.
New
Yeah,
highs.
man. Talk up
New
the
highs
book.
ES. New highs NQ. NQ 24,972.
Hmm.
25K. Here we come.
You called it, Dolby.
Ted, my biggest pet peeve on earth is calling trades and not taking them.
Not taking them?
Not taking them.
Delta. ES. Delta. Positive almost 21,000. NQ
No.
positive 5,900. 25,000 incoming in the NQ. Got within 3 points. 3 points. The president is speaking.
Microsoft 60, 70 cents away from going positive. When we started the broadcast, it was down $2.80.
Wow. That's a hell of a recovery.
Yep. Meta is about 16 cents away from going positive, and that was down quite a bit.
So Ted, you keep quite an eye on the Mag 7, Mag 8 when you're cross-referencing for your futures, right? You start seeing some action in the equities. Does that help correlate a trade for you then in the futures?
Yes.
Which one do you think leads which typically?
So if you go to the CME or whoever has the SPY and you look at the top 3 holdings, I think it's NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, Berkshire B, the rest of the Mag 7. And I think they weigh about 38 to 42% of the SPY. So if you've got that much trending in your way and momentum in your favor, or not in your way, but going
Crude oil halted. I believe crude oil
It is.
may have been halted.
Wow.
It's stuck at
I think it is.
86.47.
Wow.
Is non-existent. Again, 86.47.
Wow.
Dynamic breaker. There you go. Wow.
Circuit breaker.
Yeah.
Incredible. We are looking at a range in crude $40 range last 4 hours or so. Again, the new session low is 86.47. Has been halted.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Longs
I
are
think
absolutely
you'd
hosed.
freak out if you had a CL short on.
Yeah.
Open it.
25,000 print. 25,000 print in the NQ. 68.05. New session highs in.
They reopened it.
Yes, they did.
Got it.
Crude back open.
85.60, 85.40s, 85.40s, 85.20, 85 evens.
Ladders.
85, 84.80s.
The ladder's non-existent. Wow.
84.60s.
Crude in a free fall right now. Yeah.
84.40s.
Wow.
Can we get it 84 evens? This thing is just getting. Are we gonna hit a 6 breaker again?
Wow.
We'll pull back here in the ES again. We just saw crude get halted. It start trading again. 84.27.
84.20s.
Now it's 24s. Now
even stray. Down $2 in less than 5 minutes. Can we get it 83? 83.80. 83 half. Oh my God. This is insane. Everyone, pull up a crude chart. Watch the fireworks. This is the most exciting market right now.
Free fall right now. We got 13 minutes till MOC, 23 minutes till the closing bell.
Oh, wow, we touched 83 evens for a second. Wow.
6,800 maybe. Yes.
We can hit
Nothing.
sub 80.
Yeah,
I still think
topped
we're
out at-
hitting 79s, man.
We topped out at $119 yesterday in the reopen.
Hey, tweeter in chief, man. Run this world via via cell phone and a X account.
6,800.
Looks like we got more. Yep, more buying stepping in here in the NQ and the ES. Wow.
NQ.
Ted, did you?
We actually
trade? Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Did,
I said we actually haven't hit 25,000 yet. We haven't ticked it. We're about to. Go ahead.
Say the magic words. There we go.
There you go.
25K. You asked shall receive. Did you said you traded on the floor, right? Or did you trade upstairs?
I traded
from the floor?
upstairs for a floor brokerage, and I traded spies and Qs.
Do you have any stories of
highs.
traders being superstitious and their habits that came with it?
Well, hold on, fellas. We're making new highs. NQ now, ES as well. 25,025. We're looking at a
wow.
What's a 400 point pump?
You okay?
ES 100 points higher. ES 100 points higher. You're in power hour. New highs 68.16. Crude continuing to sell off $82. Now $81.
All right, I'm gonna see if we can get long. 25 evens. 25 three quarters.
I gotta look at my new levels.
Yeah, gotta redo the whole thing, Ted.
Pull back.
I've got to go to my journal. I'm out of levels. Got to go to another page. All right, 6807 and 6822 are the next two levels I have up. If it was going to hit its head or slow down, those would be the little speed bumps in the road.
Tilted 50-50 in the equities. For most of this move, we got 10 minutes till MOC, 20 minutes till the closing bell. President is speaking, as well as the Kremlin.
Yeah.
We're selling crude now, $81.65.
Yep, and more
are now
bidding.
$81.47.
We were $1.50 away from being sub 80.
I guess we're not going to get a 3-bar reversal here. I mean, it'd be nice.
This is just an absolute grind to the upside.
I feel like I'm the wrong guest because everyone missed 100-point trade because I'm on the thing.
You brought the volatility with loving it.
Plenty of time left for a 100-pointer. Plenty of time left.
Little pullback here.
Looking for 01s. Looking for 01s.
6807.
All right, we're in. We're in. 25,001.
01. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're way above. 6,875.
See what we can get here.
95 to 07. That's my levels.
I don't love where it puts my stop.
Yeah, I did. My bad. We still long. Are we working any more?
No, we're out. We're out. That was a big sell off here.
I don't have a buy until 67.95. If but I'm not buying.
Crude has bounced quite a bit.
I
needed
$7 bounce.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if we had new news. It hasn't got released yet, but that was a very big bounce there.
Some algos.
Definitely look about 20-point pullback in the ES. Now beneath 6,800. Seeing some more selling now in the NQ. Pop in Crude.
Yeah, that was a pretty big pop
95
there.
is now. That's next level down in the ES that I have below 9.5 is 8.2.
8.2. Okay.
Yeah. So I kind of wish I would have shorted that 07. There was a lot of algos in there. I don't think that was any big major fund buying highs. That was my fault. I missed that short. But the headlines got to keep you out of it. So,
Yep. We're going to look at 900s for a rebid. Let's see if we can get that one.
24,970 in the NQ.
I want to short this thing.
Yeah, I like
Crude. Crude pop $5 now, trading $86. We bottomed out at $81.19.
Oh, that's a good question, Dakota Trader. Is this the record for regular trading hours? Gold going for new highs. Okay.
Gold trading 51.42. More selling here in the ES.
Can't touch it.
More buying in Crude. $87 incoming. Wow. 6 minutes till MOC. What a power hour we have.
Just incredible.
Ted in the house. Bringing the volatility.
No trade, Ted.
Well, it's all good.
You don't have to.
I hear you. I'm actually taking a small short 95 in an MES. My trailing stops up 30 clicks. If it gets above 6,800, I can pretty much get out of it, even tighter.
So you gotta. What did you see for your short? Like just momentum, or is there something on your chart in particular?
Major level. It's a major level. 95 is a major level. It was this morning.
Okay.
And we blew through them all, and 6,800 is a nice little backstop for me. I'm comfortable with a small. I'm taking on very little risk. I'm taking on about $25 risk. If it gets below my entry, I'll slide my stop down even further.
So
you can see my.
Yeah, I see you're using a trailing stop. Do you exclusively use a trailing stop?
Yeah, I'll move it around. Like that's fine. I'm cool.
Okay, but any de facto trade, you're trailing stop every time.
Yeah, and I'll move it once it gets below my entry. I'd rather complain I only made $5 instead of saying, oh, I lost 20. Especially if I have an unrealized gain of $10, I'll take 5 and go back in. I never really got positive on that trade at all.
Nice. And what's your trailing? Your trailing limit. What's like the
30
distance?
ticks.
30 ticks. Okay.
Any MES.
Probably,
are you in, Ted?
Further. He's out.
No, I got stopped out. I used 6,800.
I might see some more. Got more buying here in Crude.
I'm taking another crack at this 95 level. And I put my trailing stop in again, plus 30 ticks, which is at 68.03.
Cool. Yeah, this is I don't think we've seen a ton of traders use the actual order module to put in the trailing stop there, so that's cool to see. That's how you do it, chat. That is how you do it.
You can't hurt yourself. There we go. Almost positive enough I could have slid it below. No.
Let's go.
Right, I got stopped.
Positive delta growing.
Okay.
It was close.
3 minutes MOC.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Definitely wait and see.
What a power hour.
I'm definitely pulling our bid here for MOC.
Yeah,
I don't think we're gonna be able to hang in there for that. Maybe we get our 750s, Ted, at for MOC sell off.
For sale, right?
200 points.
Incredible. 67.92 last trade.
I didn't have a crude halt on my bingo card for a Monday.
Nope.
6795. I think you're gonna go. I can't touch it. Might as well wait for MOC.
Yep. Formed a nice little range here underneath the 25K.
6794 last trade in the ES NQ 24,960. So it's a 400-point rally in the NQ and Power Hour. ES, we saw a 100-point rally.
2.5 minutes here. So Ted, are you normally up trading this late during Power Hour? What's your trading session normally look like? You haven't been asked to be on TV.
So I love what I do. I'm actually I'm in early, like 6:30.
Nice.
And close it down at 4. But I'm constantly watching it. You know, at 6 o'clock if it hits a level. I like to get on if I can in slow markets, but I usually fall asleep by 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Been watching the market all day. You'd rise and break, man.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I'm watching it. I mean, like I said, those levels last night, there were some big levels lower when the crude hit, and we were going to have that big gap down. And there was a level I was comfortable buying, and I had a bid, and I missed it by a couple ticks, or it would have been a huge trade. Missed many of those, but
stingy.
You know what it is.
Right.
90 seconds. 90 seconds till MOC.
Let's see.
Also, the president's scheduled for have a news conference at 4:30 p.m. Central. So, about an hour and a half or so.
Yep. There's some questions in chat about how to set up the what Ted has here with the order tab. Let's see if I can do it real quick. So in the far upper right-hand corner, you're going to see add components. It's going to be the white box with the plus sign in the middle. Then you're going to grab your orders module, and then you get to kind of put it in based on these arrows here. So I'll do orders. Can I just do orders? That's time and sales. Why did I put in that one?
Then you got to change that order type to trailing stop.
I was putting in all my orders. It's not. 30 seconds. That's interesting. There's order and then orders. I have to give them feedback there.
All right.
Yeah, there we go.
20 seconds MOC. We got NQ trading about 80 points off the highs. ES about 20 points off the highs. Here we go.
What do we got?
And here we go. We have sell side, 2 billion sell side ES, 1 billion sell side NQ.
Sold one micro ES 9.7. Trailing stops up.
Nice, Ted. Those numbers can and will change. I'll keep you posted.
Bro, they're gonna flip this at like 259.
Agreed. I'm fine if I get the 8.7s or 8.8s to take a couple $20 back that it owes me.
What price did you get?
I got 9.375, and I'm dragging my stop.
83.
Get down there. I don't want the money. I took it off. I'll go back in at a higher price.
Okay.
I took $dollars.
Nice.
Sold it again.
There we go.
Back in, Ted.
Sold it again. Trailing stops up 30 ticks.
We got to get you on air with Mandy. Andre won't have to do anything. We'll just sit here and watch you guys take trades all day.
Yeah.
He's scalping it up too.
Can you push lower here, guys?
All I can lose is $15 in this trade right now. That's it. There you go. All right, I'll take 11 off. Done.
Okay.
Made a couple back.
Still sell
Probably
side?
going to go lower now that I'm out of it.
Okay. Oh, this is fun, dude. I like seeing you trade, Ted. This is a good time. Man of action. We got some bids in. One at 890 and one at 879. So I want to see if we can do a little sweeperoo of these 900s and bid back up.
E90,
Gotcha.
879. Last trade NQ 24,953.
This thing's stalling.
There's gonna be some shenanigans going on here.
Side.
Microsoft just went plus 11 cents on the day.
Interesting.
NVIDIA, small little pullback, still up plus $4. Apple's up 250. Meta finally went plus 10 cents on the day.
Oh man, do I move these bids up then? That's pretty bullish.
All your big issues that are heavily weighted are all up, positive.
Yeah. I mean, Q's up 1.2%.
Still staying sell side. 1.6 bill.
Doesn't feel like it.
900 mil.
Exactly.
Yep.
Like
7
you
minutes
said,
to
they
the
could
bell.
switch around.
Let's go run 900s real quick and bid back up again.
67, 80. Come on, buddy. What do we got?
Crude chain, $85.
85. All right.
9.5 is kind of resistance right now.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's exactly right. Nice little supporter. These 940s, 950s, got a nice little 5-minute range forming. I just feel like it wants to sweep these 900s though.
Where is it now?
950. I'm looking for like a 60-point sell-off. And
I'm with
have
you.
it
I'm
bid
sold.
back up
I'm
again.
selling one more. I sold it
go.
one more time, trailing stop.
Give me a high five on the way down. We'll swap spots.
I think it's going to go. If that goes down 50 points, the ES has to go with it. It's impossible.
Man, I'm with you. Man, I've said that to myself. I'm with you. We're seeing some selling in the NQ still sell side.
8.2 is the level.
982s?
Camera this thing.
Yeah. No. 67.82.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to take my stop off and possibly add. Shit. I got
Looking
stopped.
for a window, James. Looking for a window.
I'm out. $16 donation to the local charity.
And Q might be flipping buy side here.
No one's going to do that.
Yeah.
You actually called that. That's why I got out of that thing before it says it. It goes 2.2 billion to buy, and then they squeeze them.
Squeeze them. All right. Let's see if we can get.
See what happens 55 after.
930s.
The level up in the ES from 9.5 is actually 68.07 and then 22.
NQ buy side. 300 mil buy side.
Son
Yeah, still
of a
sell
gun.
side.
All right. Let's see if we can get 932s here.
1 billion buy side NQ. 1.5 billion buy side NQ.
Wow.
I'm out. I'm done. I'm going to sit back and sit on hands.
Nice.
Sounds
So
good, James.
NASDAQ. That is so
4.5
NASDAQ.
minutes till the closing bell. ES now growing buy side as well. 800 mil buy side.
We got the range. Let's just see if we can get a little momentum to the downside here and get filled into close. Nice little Dorito forming on the 1 minute. Higher lows, lower highs. There's our 55s. Not a whole lot happens. All right. Keep these working.
67.96 last trade in the ES. NQ 24,000 and 975 last trade. Topped out 25,000. 058.
Yeah.
Okay, crude oil selling down here finally. On the nice little range between like 84.5 and 87.20.
Are you having fun, Ted? Are you loving this?
Yeah. I mean, without that trailing stop, I would have been I would have lost a lot of money, but thank God that trailing stop with 30 ticks, it saves me.
Mm-hmm.
I feel bad if I call out a trade and nobody else has a trailing stop. I mean, that would be, yeah, you know.
It's your ass, Ted. If you do that, it's your ass.
I know.
67.98 last trade in the ES.
Oh, God.
We push higher.
Without
Buy
that trailing
side.
stop.
3 minutes till the bell.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, this might be it, Dre. I don't know if we're gonna get filled on these 932s. Like maybe there's a short at 25,000 evens for just cause it's a round number.
Those last 2 minutes wiggle.
Back to 25K. Like nothing ever happened, Dre.
Incredible. Shout out to those that took above 24,587.
Here's your 25Ks.
Yep. Buy side lightning up. Yes, about to go sell side. Yes, now above 6,800. Wow, what a trade. Nice cut there, Ted. Again, President will be having a press conference, new conference after the closing bell. 4:30 p.m. Central. It's scheduled for. Now, yes, flipped sell side and growing. And we're pushing higher. What a day. What a day.
Incredible stuff. What a Monday.
Right on an 07 stop right there. Damn.
What a Monday. Man, now do we finish?
We're going to finish on the highs.
Are we going to finish smiles? I don't think that.
And Q going to close in on session highs, about 40 points to go. ES about 13 points to go till session, make new session highs.
There's the 07.
Gold looking to make new highs. Here we go. 60 seconds. 60 seconds till the closing bell. I like to pull up the ES ladder. Look at all the volume that's trading. All right, we got NQ pretty much like buy side. ES just flipped buy side.
07 probably.
New highs, gold. Crude
38.
settling down at quotes, $86. We saw crude halted in this power hour. We got 30 seconds till the bell. Look at all this volume trading. Dolby time, it was a doozy. Ted, you're always welcome back.
Gentlemen, I appreciate it. Sorry it was a choppy mess at the end of the day.
6,800 last trade in the ES. Tons of volume being traded on the close. And NQ trade 24,993. Wow. What a power hour it was. What a start to the week, Ted. Fantastic stuff. The people love you. Thanks for coming back. Dolby time. Good stuff as always. That being said, shout out to all the bellers. President's scheduled to speak here in about an hour or so. That being said, throw to my main man, James. Take us out of here into At the Buzzer. Wow, what a power hour. Good stuff, Ted.
You got it, Andre.
Appreciate you very much.
As always, thank you to Andre, thank you to Dolby, and Ted, thank you very much for your Power Hour debut. And thank you to all of you at home for watching along. And whether you're here with us bell to bell or you're just tuning in now for At the Buzzer and catching this outro, we appreciate your time, your energy, your view, and your attention. And I appreciate you sticking around to hear these outro messages. Mostly, I'm here to tell you that At the Buzzer is up next. It's the show with Coach Jay, and he's joined by Coach Paul, and they're going to go through the entire day's trading session, recap everything for you, and make sure that you feel caught up and ready to go when that bell rings at 5 p.m. for that reopen. Then later tonight, Slow Markets with Coach Dakota kicks off at its new time of 7 p.m. Central Time. That's right. If you show up for Slow Markets at 7:30, you're going to be late. Slow Markets now starts at 7 p.m. Central Time, so you can capitalize on all those slow market moves that happen at night. Then tomorrow morning, 5:30 a.m., Deanna will be back with Metal Markets. Remember, there is no London Open this week as Aaron is on a much-needed vacation. So catch Deanna's Metal Markets at 5:30 a.m. Central Time, and then that's all happening before we're back here again tomorrow morning, 7:15. We'll be live bright and early. Why? Because we like you guys. So be sure to tune in for At the Buzzer now, slow markets later, metal markets tomorrow morning, and then here, 7:15. We'll see you bright and early. Until then, let's get you on over to Coach Jay. I've been James Harden. You've been the chat. And as always, this has been Topstep TV. Let's go.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.